From Kenya's history. Field Marshal Mugodi Wakirima and Zarina Patel were actually in the audience at one of our shows. And they celebrated the fact that contemporary women were looking back at history to find themselves, to see themselves, to honor the people who made them possible, and to share that honoring with more generations.
Yeah, and that journey was 9 months long, can you believe it? And honestly, we had such an incredible time working together and realized that in each other, we had found our purpose. And actually, we dreamed up a sisterhood. And we just knew that could not be the only thing we did together. So we began kind of exploring what are the other stories that we want to tell with each other. And that's how we formed the Lamb Sisterhood. So in our journey since we formed the Lamb Sisterhood, we decided to create a company to actually formalize the sisterhood that we have. Because we knew that we were doing work that was ecosystem building work. We knew that we were doing work that aimed to change the way stories are told. And we wanted to really make sure that we had effective structures to enable us to do that. So we registered the company, and in that journey, actually got to work pretty immediately. We co-wrote with a community in Kwale, a thriller feature film around commercial sexual exploitation of children. It was nominated for many awards, and actually, to be honest, was imagined and envisioned by this incredible group of young women in Kwale who we worked with to write the screenplay. And we took the stories from the Brazen Edition for the little ones, and with Bookbank, we created Cub Brazen, which was really stories of these legendary women for the little ones, because we want young girls to have Mekatilili wa Menza on the tip of their tongues, in the same way that they might have Shira. Okay, I've aged myself because probably they do not have Shira in this day and age.
So we spent we registered in July of 2019 around that.
Does not. This is recording in process. This is the entire reason for the festival, isn't it? To create a community where we can keep on sharing even after the festival. So I want to take things into my own hands and go a little bit off script, because I feel like the energy today is just not where we need it to be. So I want DJ Jerry Joe, for one last time, this festival, just make us happy, please. For just 3 minutes, just do it for us, please. We would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Nimetega sikio kwenye speaker, sina muda na mtu hata dakika ati. Sorry tukutane please uko town. Huku ananiangalia up and down. Okay now please write your number down. Okay, let's get down. I don't mean to make you hustle like this. Ladies are pouring on me like rain. I don't mean to make you all niggas fret. So we better pop the prints and just start hustling ladies all over the club. I see so much booty, I'm losing my vibe. You know we got the whole night to mingle and wine. Can I get a lady who's ready to wine? Let me have my shoulders yet one more time. You know I got your sweet bitter and lime. What is it you want? I'll be your chili. You know you gotta rub my things the right way. For me to just bless you with my right spell. You know you just gotta focus on me. You know you just gotta focus on me. I like to make the ladies sweat up and scream. Put you right on my feet. Make you want to just scream. Are you calling out for me? Calling out for me. Ladies sweat up and scream. Put you right on my feet. Make you want to just scream. Are you calling?
ningekuwa msanii wa sanaa ya silaha, ningekuwa na jamii ya masadam kama saba na mabunduki na makofia kabilau, bidhaa za kujijali tu hali mshao. Sikiza sauti kutoka Kenya mpaka Saudi Arabia, majabu ya Musa Firauni. Huyu kijana nafanya vigusa wa tauni, wavue mashati mapanti ni kama wauni. Wenda wazimu na saa, sikiza hii story vizuri jamaa, rap naifanyia chapa na mafans wanao nipenda jamaa. Sata ukinichukia siwezi jali ya saa, kawe ni MC stick to the wax, unafaa kuweza kutumia hip hop na other tracks. Sikuchukia wadhiju wanatawala industry, na we bado uko chini. Kabla jina yako grow jipe miaka kanane, kalazman kutukane ndo ujulikane. Hip hop ni culture ya love, usisahau. Pole kukwambia sikuchuki na kudharau. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee?
I see people on their feet. That is all I needed. Thank you so much, DJ Jerry Joe. Yes, that's all we needed. And unfortunately, you can't see him because we're still trying to set up the camera for him. We are short-staffed today because it's a Saturday, but not to worry, the show must go on. I see people saying good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, good morning. Thank you for joining us in the chat. We see you, we acknowledge you. Now, Ben and Hannah, before we proceed, give me some of the things that have stood out for you. What are some of the things that you already want to share that you've learned from this festival?
Well, I must say that the last session of yesterday really stood out for me in lots of ways. I loved that it was on all-female speaker panel, and it was moderated by Faraji, who is a guy. That was not the most interesting part, but one of the interesting parts. And also, I really wish we had subtitles because, guys, everything they were saying was just points. Like, they were really heavy, really really, like, almost every sentence was a take home. I didn't know what to take and what to, keep for later. But I mean, what was said at the end was was what stood out to me most by Mama Rose. She was talking about how women need to be empowered, and it was just yesterday. You see, I'm even failing to find the words, but yesterday's last panel was what stood out for me, and I really wish my Ugandan brothers and sisters could have understood, because it was really great.
Well, why don't we find out from Ben how much of that he actually got?
Not too much, to be honest, but it was interesting. I know we did have a couple of Swahili speaking people here, and they managed to follow, and they do concur with what Hannah is saying. I think for me, just as you've said, it is just the entire festival and what it's about, and the fact that we're talking about being able to carry on this storytelling through innovation. I think the thing that has been really, really important.
Ben, this picture.
Well, that's definitely one of the highlights that's come out of this week, and I know Edith loves the way she was portrayed in this particular picture. But yeah, the idea that what we are doing with storytelling has got to blend with technology and the future of where we are. I think if you look at some of the stuff that has been shared this week, most of it is content that you'd probably have to pay a lot of money for if you were to get it anywhere else. And the fact that we've had people who are experts sharing their wisdom and giving us insights and laying down some great truths has been incredible. So for me, I can't pick one thing. I would say the entire week has just been a great highlight. But the biggest one, I think, has been hanging with the two of you. It's been so much fun. You have no idea how difficult it is to do an event with people who you're not gelling with. So that, for me, has been an absolute highlight. You guys have been a total hoot.
It's been an honor and a pleasure, Ben. Edith, you're muted.
You're still muted, Edith. We can't hear you. Yeah. Now you're back, I think. Yeah, tell us about your T-shirt, though, Edith. What's the story with the mad ethnic? That's got my attention.
Yes, because I mean, we were talking about telling authentic stories and making our stories be led by the region rather than having them be templates that are being filled from outside. And this is who I am, mad ethnic, East African girl. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's what it is.
Tunawakilisha kila siku.
Wakilisha. Yeah, but before we get carried away by my T-shirt, we do have to get to the program. And there's a lot that we have in store for you today. We really do. And before we get to that, we want to show you a little teaser of a documentary that is in store, which you can get. You know what? I'll tell you where you can get it after you watch the trailer.
Media is an evolving machine. It's no secret. It is easier now to get news, information, and entertainment simply on your phone. Like most parts of the world, East Africa is realizing its potential.
Storytelling has been changing, and I think will continue changing.
What mobile journalism has come to add to the already existing ways of storytelling is the technology and just how fast the news are produced. Yeah?
We are innovating around automating the fact-checking process. With the debunk bot, we get to debunk misinformation in real time.
Think of ourselves as a playground for the future of media. We are not just adapting to the changing storytelling methods, but we're actually ushering them in.
At the core of every, journalism and storytelling enterprise is a very deep understanding of the audience.
Grow that audience and then retain. And that means it's beyond just posting things online. It's also coming up with quality content that keeps people glued.
The media incubation program has really supported our storytelling methods because, first of all, it provided us with an infrastructure. We're in an office, we're able to work virtually. We have wonderful people who are surrounding us.
The very fundamental thing I would say the program has done for us so far is we've had to build systems, right? And a system is anything from an email signature to a financial output manual to a social media policy to an interview guideline to an ethical reporting guideline. All of these things we've been able to build or design in the year that we've been in the innovation program.
There are a lot of gaps in trying to figure out or trying to transition journalists or storytellers into different forms and different formats of storytelling.
Today, we see the possibilities of what technology can do. Virtual reality, augmented reality, and these glasses, Snapchat glasses, that were called my very own point of view. Facebook just launched its own Facebook glasses, reinventing how we tell stories. With all this in mind, we ask ourselves then, what does the future of journalism and media look like in East Africa?
To continue serving the public the way journalism ought to be serving the public, we need to accept the fact that the cheese has moved.
So some critical questions being asked in the documentary. What has journalism...
Edith, you're muted again. But that was a very interesting documentary, wasn't it, Ben?
Yes.
I'm quite looking forward to
it. Oh, she's back. You're back. I was about to start doing sign language. I was about to lip read for you.
Well, I can always trust you guys, that's why we're here together. But thank you, and thank you for letting me know. Apologies for that. I think we're just having a small technical hitch. But what I wanted to say about the documentary is you can find it on the Media Innovation Center YouTube channel, on YouTube, obviously. And I really like what they said about the journalism of today and how it's been influenced by what we used to do and looking at what we could do. Right, so moving on with the program, We are supposed to now ask each other what we do on a Saturday morning, but that sounds a little bit so scripted and banal. So I want to do something random, rather. I would like DJ Jerry Joe to play us a song and put you guys on the spot. And I want you to give me your best moves based on your country right now. How does that sound?
Can I hire consultants for that? Because like I said, I've got
do as you wish. Yeah, you can call a friend, phone a friend.
Antonio, where are you? You're my dance consultant. Please come.
I think the main move right now, not just in East Africa, it's Amapiano, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. So Edith, remember what I told you about Antonio and his dressing? I actually wanted to get a shot of him just so you can see this guy.
We're matching, Antonio.
Right? Yeah, looking dapper. Every day this week, by the way. If there was an award for the best dressed at the festival, I think Antonio would get it.
I told you guys. I told you. But he's also a very good dancer. So, and I think he knows the best moves in Uganda at the moment. So when DJ Jerry gets going, Antonio will represent me because I can't dance to save my life.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. 30 seconds each. I think it's better than having some form of scripted conversation. And it would be nice to see what the moves are. And going back to what Professor Bitange Ndemo said at the beginning of this conference, that one of the best traded elements and indeed this region is art. So let's see what the dance moves say. Let's see what the music says. DJ Jerry Joe. Antonio, the floor is
like popo. Nothing you find go so good. Me a tata for you good. Baby your body look good. Make up and I'm like cocoa. Make up like you go opoto. Oh you go make me
I love the way Uganda always leaves everything on the field.
Yeah, hat on sleeve, everything you go in or go broke. So yeah, you've
you
got
guys have already won. But we also have a superstar on this side, eh? Okay, we're doing it together. It's going to be Jasmine. Guys, give it up. Jobas. Yes, she's also the best dressed on this side. Say hi, Jasmine. Hi, East Africa.
Hello.
Hi.
Kale, we're ready for you guys.
Wakati wanahanya kugombea kiti, wanadanganyana na vyazo kuchiti, mio jicho liponyanya ni shakula kijiti, na magoma kipigo kwa klabu mtiti. Ninachojua masela, uko mtani kuna dhiki, ndo maana singishi hela. Wala navyo vimiliki, mafumbo andika kwa dera. Watu wanataka muziki, mara 10 mwanangu wa Cinderella. Yapendagi makiki, onanana, umuziki na uweza kuimba na kucheza. Ona unavyonipendeza, ni majirani wameanza kunigeza. Umuziki na uweza kuimba na kucheza. Ona unavyonipendeza, ni majirani wameanza kunigeza.
DJ Jerry Joe, thank you so much. Kwa hiyo wimbo wanasema majirani wanaanza kunigeza. Sio? We make it so hot the neighbors have to keep staring, if that's what I got from the song. Okay, I think we are warmed up. We are ready to go. No
Hey, hold up. What about you, Edith? We've done Uganda, we've done Tanzania. There's got to be you too.
Niko tayari. I'm ready. Drop the beats. Benson.
Hey, Edith, you know what? Caleb has some really, really good moves. Dude.
He does.
Yeah, Benson, not so much. I mean, I love him. I love you, Ben.
Why you gotta hate?
Yeah, you know, Caleb's got some moves.
I love for Edith. I don't know, but my favorite artist from your side is Kagwe. I haven't heard him. Kagwe Mungai.
Well, the DJ has definitely heard your request. Hopefully, when we go for break, you'll hear nothing but Kagwe.
Mbogi ya Madenge. Mbogi ya Madenge.
Mbogi ya Madenge inakuja. But before that, we have to get a little bit serious and actually look at some of the things that we have lined up for us today. And our first session, which is exactly where we're going. Ben, I hope you're ready because this is your session. Hannah has been talking about this a lot. We've all been repeating this phrase, innovate or die. What does it actually mean to innovate? What does it actually mean to die when you don't innovate? Can you resuscitate yourself from an innovation death? What does it mean in the media landscape? Why don't we hear what Ben and his panel have to say in our very first session of fourth day, or actually, as somebody said, happy fourth on our happy fourth. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Edith and Hannah. And yes, you're absolutely right. One of the key things that's come out from this week is that we've got to innovate or die. I've been in the broadcast industry and in the media here in Uganda for more than 20 years now. And like you probably heard me say at some point this week, I like to refer to myself and my peers as dinosaurs. Just this week, being here at the MCI Hub, I've had the privilege of interacting with some of the most brilliant minds that are the future of journalism in Uganda. And seeing them and what they're doing and looking at where I'm coming from, it becomes even more obvious that we really must innovate or die if you're going to be able to stay relevant, especially where the media is going. And so we're going to have the discussion about what that means for legacy media in East Africa. So we've got, the guys who've been here forever, who don't want to end up being the next Kodak or Nokia. What do they need to do and how do they do that? I've got a wonderful panel to help me talk about these things, and I'm going to introduce them now, starting with James Otieno Joey, who is the Principal Education Officer at the East African Community Secretariat, where he is responsible for coordinating the development and implementation of regional education programs. He's also a founding executive director of the African Network for Internationalization of Education, and so brings some wonderful experience from the education space and what that means in terms of innovation for the future. Our next panelist is Mai Okeyo, who is the head of strategy and innovation at the Nation Media Group. He's leading the why, what, and how of innovation, R&D, as well as humanizing product design and connection to sustainable business models. And so he also brings a lot of experience to this discussion. Our next panelist is John Allan Namu, who is, as you might know, especially for the guys in Kenya, an investigative journalist and co-founder of Africa Uncensored. He's been doing this for more than 14 years now, based in Nairobi, where he's been reporting on events and issues coming out of Kenya and the region, as well as interviewing some of the most powerful people in the region and indeed on the continent. He's also an award winner, winning Journalist of the Year awards, as well as Global Shining Awards as a finalist, and CNN African Journalist of the Year as well. Victor Bwire is our next panelist. He's a Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Programs Manager at the Media Council of Kenya. He's also a wonderful personality. I had the delight and privilege of spending a week with Victor in Bonn in 2019, and he was the life of the party. I look forward to meeting him again, but he's also very knowledgeable and very wise and doesn't shy away from tackling the issues as they come. He also is a very experienced journalist and has done many assignments, including mentoring, training, and developing of media training modules. Daron Bartlett, who is currently a media personality, works with XFM and Urban TV here at the Vision Group in Uganda as a show host of the Business and Current Affairs show. He also works as a digital business strategist. But very importantly, Daron has also worked as a digital strategist under Blue Flamingo, which is one of the big digital media organizations here in Uganda, but also has tentacles across the continent. So this is our panel today. We're looking forward to the things that they're going to be sharing with us. I'm sure they're joining us on Zoom. So it's good to see all of you as we try and get our speakers. So they come with a wealth of experience, and they're coming to share some insights on why it's very important to innovate or die. Because as we've had, I think it's very critical that media reinvents itself. During the course of this week, we've had some very interesting things about what people are doing. And I think one of the intriguing things for me has been how legacy media, and if we look at Deutsche Welle, for example, DW, the fact that DW is actually now setting up a TikTok account to put news out there. I mean, who would have thought about something like that happening? And yet here we are. You saw a snippet in that documentary preview of AR and VR and what that means for the future. How are our legacy media institutions going to take advantage of things like that, where I can be able to watch the news using my glasses or immerse myself? We talked about immersive journalism yesterday in terms of what that means now also for legacy media. So those are some of the things that we're going to be talking about. Each of my panelists is going to be given a few minutes to share their thoughts on what they think is the most important thing to do in terms of innovation for the media, for legacy media. And then we'll open up the floor to get some discussions coming from you guys. So as we wait to get our panel online and ready to go, if I can come back to you, Hannah, and Edith, just a little bit. We're just getting our panel lined up to make sure that they're with us. So Hannah, you've been saying, you just started out in your career in this industry. What has been the thing that has struck you most in terms of innovation? What innovations do you think are going to be the most important going forward? I can tell you, for me, it's been literally everything. I was talking yesterday about how I grew up in a time when we used to use mini discs, and so we would play adverts and jingles and songs using different mini discs, and you had to do that live and in real time. These days, you've got computers that do that for you. You can do your radio show from anywhere around the world. Things have changed quite a lot. What do you think has been the biggest game changer in terms of what you see regarding innovation?
Well, for me, I think then this ties into what we were speaking about on Monday. It's the digitalization of the media, which has been emphasized by the pandemic that happened last year. Before the pandemic, you would have maybe a team of 8 to 10 people. Let's say, for example, in a radio station, because that's where I was interning last year. But after the pandemic, I mean, even issues of quality were kind of overlooked for the sake of safety. So we would even do interviews over the phone, and, you can't teach the interviewee how to, do all that quality control before it comes. So it was really that, that now everything is online. We didn't even need that many people in the office. It was just one person to produce, one person to present, and an editor. So 3 people in the whole station. It was really, it was a different experience. So I think going forward, like it has been said, we need to adapt or risk becoming obsolete. And it is very important to be very conversant with the digital world and the media. I mean, even now, even the biggest media companies are opening TikTok accounts, which is quite, it's different. I mean, because social media wasn't taken as seriously in the beginning, but now it is the digital. I mean, it is the journalistic platform. Like I was saying, I think on Wednesday, everyone is a journalist now. Anyone can break a story. So it's just that there is a lot more competition now, I think, than in the past. So there's a lot of things that goes into it, but it's quite challenging, so I'm curious to see what happens in the future in terms of the future of storytelling.
Ben, we can't hear you.
19 pandemic has sort of completely turned the world on its head, and we've had to change how we do very many things. How did that affect you? Are there any innovations that came to your aid in being able to do your work during the pandemic that you think are going to be game changers going forward?
Ben, unfortunately, we didn't hear the beginning of your question as you were muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. No, I was just asking you about, based on what's been happening during the pandemic, the things that have come to your aid in being able to execute your assignments, especially from the area of innovation. What things have been very helpful for you that you think are going to be game changers for other people in the industry in the coming years?
Wow, that's a really good question, which I was not prepared for. But I think more than delving into tools and it was more harnessing what already exists within the framework of the organization to see how we're able to effectively and more efficiently communicate with each other, how you can tell a story using the least amount of people and the most efficacy, and also considering everything to do with journalism. This is mostly what, in my mind, changed. It was adapting into a more COVID-19 friendly situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But also the issue is that what you talked about, and I think Hannah alluded to it as well, one of the things that has happened in terms of innovation is, and we had it from one of our speakers this week, that the concept of specializing is now dead because there are certain specialties that have completely been taken out of the picture now. And so if you're not able to do 2, 3, or 4 things, you become irrelevant and you're no longer that important. So that's going to be a big challenge. What new things are you trying to teach yourself? Maybe I'll start with you, Hannah, and then we'll come to Edith as well. In terms of some of the stuff that you're trying to learn, I know for a fact that I'm going to have to open I'm still struggling with TikTok. I've only gotten onto Instagram this year, but we'll see how that goes. I know I need to learn how to do some of this stuff. Hannah, any key things that you think that you want to learn in the near future?
Well, there was quite a lot of talk about how influencers are now being approached by media houses in order to stay relevant in a certain respect. So I feel the need that I need to start becoming an influencer. And I think yesterday's panel on how to develop your audience and keep a loyal audience was really helpful on that, because now they're the ones making all the money. So yes, the goal is to become an influencer now.
No, I totally hear you. Edith, have you learned how to operate cameras and do video editing yourself? Because I mean, the way things have been going, you end up in a place where you're being told, hey, you're going to do that story, but you're not going to go with an editor or cameraman. You've got to do everything yourself. Do you see that happening to you anytime soon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already able to do that thanks to some very extensive training at DW, but it's just a call to all of us, and especially the session that was done yesterday from Tanzania with women being urged to get into more technical roles. And it's just calling back to me that it's not enough to know how to operate this one camera. You need to learn how to operate all of the cameras. It's not enough to learn how to operate in this software. You have to learn how to do it with multiple softwares and also on your phone, and just keep the education going. But yeah, I think that's what's most important based on your question. But going back to what you had asked Hannah earlier, you know, with journalism, I don't think you ever stop learning. Is there such a time where you feel like, okay, now I'm comfortable, I am the most journalist I can be in my whole life? You learn one thing today and then you learn 20 things that you don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's the other very key thing, Edith, because especially if you look at the topic that we're going to have on innovation, innovating or dying, a lot of our legacy media, you get the feeling some people in the space maybe think, oh, I'm too set in my ways, so I'm not going to change. I'm going to do things the way I've always done them. And you do get the feeling, don't you, that if you do that, you're going to be out of a job in a very short time, regardless of how experienced you might be or how famous you might be, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. You risk making yourself expendable if you can only do one thing, because there's so many people who can do that very same thing. But if you're in, let's say, a newsroom and you can do print, you can do digital, you can do audio, you can get behind it in front of the camera, you are making yourself, what's the opposite of expendable? Irreplaceable, because it's very hard to find someone who can do everything in the office. So you have to be, I think it was Tulanana Bohela who was saying it yesterday, you have to become like the iPhone. You have to be able to take the audio, to do the voice, to take the picture, the video, to do the messaging and the digital. Like, you have to become versatile, really, or you risk becoming obsolete.
Yeah, but one has to wonder, Ben, allow me to throw this question in. What happens to the specialized journalists? You know, the people who really go into a lot of attention to detail to become health journalists, to become science journalists, to become data journalists. This is not something that you can just walk into today and say, okay, I'm an expert in this field. What happens to them? Should they then also be expected to be economist journalists and I don't know what are the beats? What happens to the ones who have already and will continue to specialize?
Oh, that's a very interesting question, Edith. And I think that, again, it's one of those things of where you maybe have to become some sort of expert and transition into something else. But the reality of the matter is that at the moment, if you're not adding some of these other facets to who you are and what you do, then you're going to be in trouble. I was looking at the chat and some of the questions that are coming through here, and it's very interesting. I know, Benson is throwing shade at me, and he says that I need to stop being a fossil in tech. I'm trying, and it goes exactly to what Edith is saying, right? Look, I'm 42 years old now. There are things that I don't think I'm going to be able to do from this point on, and I have to make peace with that and try and find ways of maybe getting people to help me with certain things and do certain things for me, but then focus on what I can do well and do it to the best of my ability. But I think that at some level, for some people, maybe it becomes difficult to be able to transition to certain things, and so you maybe have to make peace with that and focus on who else is coming. So I think that becomes another key thing. There's another question here for us guys. This is coming in from Neolite, and he's saying that immersive journalism requires a lot of expensive equipment and training. So as we talk about innovation, he's wondering about what the cost of that will be, especially in the East African context, when you look at the fact that most of our journalists have to start out small. They don't necessarily have a lot of access to resources, and how that might be a challenge for many people. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, Hannah, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying, yes, tech equipment is expensive, but that's not just in East Africa, it's everywhere in the world. Just getting a good camera, it can be a bit, it can hurt your pocket. But the important thing is to remember that it's an investment and it's going to help you move your career forward. And that's the thing about investments. You have to take the risk, but it's definitely worth it, because digitalization is the future. We have to get into machines whether we like it or not. Sadly for you, Ben, I mean, I think maybe I can give you hope that it doesn't take that long to learn it. It's not very complicated. You don't have to take a full course. It's as simple as a 30-minute tutorial on YouTube, and you can do these things. So don't give up. We need people like you who specialize, so that you can train those of us that are just beginning, so that we don't lose hope.
Yeah.
What if I get to the same Nili when I'm a bit older?
Yeah, that's so fun
like
fact.
to think- Yeah.
Fun fact, Hannah, you should know, I actually have a degree in computer science. So it's a bit weird that a guy who has a computer science degree is so almost allergic to all this stuff. I guess it just goes to show you what mindset can do. So I need to be able to change that. Yeah. Edith, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just going to pull from what Brian Afande said yesterday, which is that the resources are available. People have money, it's just going into different things. It's a question of, are we open enough to experiment with the kind of technology that currently exists? Because it doesn't appear that newsrooms are open enough to doing that. How do we, as the people who are practicing in these newsrooms, convince the editors and the people who are in charge to go into these new frontiers? How do we, as ourselves, learn and understand these new technologies and incorporate them into our existing workflows?
Yeah, no, that sounds absolutely amazing. So listen, we are running just a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a very good thing. And I wanted to take the opportunity to just get some thoughts from here in the room at the MCI Media Hub. And if you guys have any people with you, it will be good to hear from you as well. I know we've done a lot of talking between the three of us, but I wanted to get some thoughts from the guys that are with me. And what I wanted to find out from them, I know there's been a lot of learning. I've personally been picking up lots and lots of great things that I'm going to be using going forward. But for you guys, if you don't mind sharing very briefly, during the course of this week, what one thing has been said that has changed the way you're going to do things, or maybe taught you something that you didn't know before that is going to be important in terms of what you do? If I can just go around the room, and please don't be shy. Do raise your hand. We'll have the mic come to you, and you can share some thoughts, and then we'll check in with Hannah if you have some people as well, and Edith if you have any of the guys in Nairobi to share some thoughts too. So okay, we've got somebody here. Please do tell us your name and then share what one big thing has stood out for you this week so far.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Juma. I am a Media Challenge Fellow 2021. What stood out to me is podcasting. I mean, the session on podcasting, I got to realize that I can do my stories and interview people wherever I am without going to a radio. And I can even use my phone to do my podcast, and I can share my stories as well, interview people, and even in different languages. Actually, what is interesting is that I can do podcasting in my own language and to get the audience from my place, which is very, very interesting to me.
Well, I have some good news for you, because we actually do have a session today specifically on the art of podcasting. And so that's going to be something you want to watch out for in about an hour and a half or so. So that should be something fun for you. I think Marion wanted to say something, and then we've got Marcella as well here. We'll get some thoughts from them, and then we can check in with Hannah and Edith if they've got any thoughts.
Thank you very much. My name is Marion Apio, and I am a fact checker with the Debunk Show here in Uganda. What stood out for me were three things. One way to envision the future is to actually look back at the past, and that way we're able to innovate around some of the few things that have happened, and we're able to tell the stories from what previously happened. The second thing that stood out for me was that as innovators, we don't need to really worry about the money. It's always there. But what's the story? What's the roadmap? Where do you envision your innovation to go? That way, if the money comes, you actually know where to put it.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Marion. We've got Marcella here at the front. Want to say something as well?
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. What stood out for me was the panel discussion. It was on content creation. And the fact that they were speaking about, we might have content that is global, but then you have to know what your audience is and then how to localize and contextualize the content so that the people that your audience is able to understand it. For example, you don't only have to do stories in English. You might have an audience, for example, the Kiswahili team that was saying when they had a discussion yesterday and they're like, oh, we have an exhibition on how we're going to teach people to tell their stories in Kiswahili. I think that's what stood out for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're right about that, Marcella, because what happens is that we keep hearing about how we are now in a global village and so everyone is trying to pander to a global audience. And then sometimes it's very easy to get lost in that and forget the ones closer to home and end up losing yourself in that, right? Hannah, any thoughts from your team? Any key takeaways for any of the guys that you're with?
Yes, we do have a comment here in Swahili though, so I'll translate when she's finished. Yes, the lady at the back.
Habari, naitwa Hamida Hassan, natokea Sheko TV Online. Nashukuru jana nilihudhuria session zote, lakini ile ya mwisho nilipenda sana kwa sababu ilikuwa inatetea mwanamke hasa upande wa media. Wanawake wapo wengi wanasoma, lakini kupata nafasi kwenye vyumba vya habari ni kazi sana. Lakini nashukuru wale malegend waliokuwepo hapo walieleza ni kwa sababu gani dakika za mwisho walitoa onyo. Mimi nimefanya kazi kwa muda wa miaka 19. Nimepitia media kama 3 na media ya mwisho nashukuru ilinipa nafasi kama mwanamke. Nilifanya kama journalist, lakini nilikuwa mhariri pia, nilikuwa napiga picha na edit, nilifanya vitu vingi sana. Nilipata nafasi, lakini mpaka nafika pale nilipitia changamoto nyingi sana. Kwa jana kwa sababu waliongelea kile kitu, ni kitu kizuri sana, nilifurahi. Na niwashukuru tu East Festival 2021 wamefanya kitu kizuri sana, nashukuru.
Asante. She said that she has been in the media industry for a long time as a journalist, as a photographer, as an editor, and she's gone through a lot of challenges. And so what stood out to her was the panel at the end of the day yesterday. So what stood out to her was the panel at the end of the day yesterday that we're talking about how women need to be empowered and how we need to take on the challenges and how, it's different for women in the industry. And she's been through a lot of media houses and she was just telling us that that was her experience. And yeah, that's what stood out to her.
Thank you. Edith, do you have any?
There's one more comment on this side, Ben.
Yeah, sure.
I had a chance to have a discussion with some couple of attendees as well that are not here today, but I think I have to say this. Actually, the session that had curriculum looked to be more interesting, and most of people are really interested in it because during the Innovation in Residence program, we had a lot of, let's say, young journalists or people who are interested in journalism who are really interested to have a curriculum that shows them or explains to them how they're going to do the basics plus everything that is on the media perspective. So that looks to be very useful to most of the attendees we had yesterday and day before, because they felt like something that they've been looking for a while. At least some people are talking about it, and they had a chance to also share their opinions, put their inputs, as well as see the ways forward. And also when you shared the document yesterday about the inputs, most of them were really interested to go through it. So I think it's something that we have to take it forward and make sure that it reaches at least the whole East Africa, because we have managed to communicate all together and figure out what we're looking for within the curriculum that we have in our medias as well. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Faraj. That's a very, very interesting insights there. Edith, do you have anyone with you? Any key takeaways for the team in Nairobi?
I think it's really important for me to show you what's happening, this point of view. So I'm just going to ask the camera to kindly pan so that you can see that we're very lonely here. It's just myself and the technical team. And Hezbon, who has been moderating some sessions, and he's waiting in the wings to come on. Let's see, can we get the other camera, please?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I was actually in Nairobi over the weekend, and I passed by to check on Benson, even though he refused to give me coffee. But I loved what they were doing with the space.
Yeah, so as you're seeing, it's just a room with myself and the technical team. They're all behind machines and focused very keenly on making sure that we are transmitting appropriately. So I think they're very shy to give us their opinions on what stood out for them. But that's the team. Say hello, team. Yeah, making the magic happen behind the scenes. And so it's just myself, them, and the DJ, and obviously the people who are operating the cameras. So perhaps I can take the chance to read a comment that has come in virtually from Joan Minor. I don't know if you call yourself Joanne or Joan, but she says, with the continued conversation on offering leadership positions to women in media, which honestly, as a woman in the media, I didn't think that it was such an important theme to this day in 2021. Call me naive, perhaps. I think leadership training, she continues to say, is key as an added asset to having your journalism skills. We need to provide more spaces for women to experiment and interact with the technical skills in media, and also offer emotional support to build confidence, which nothing else to add there. Thank you, John.
I don't think there's anything to add there, absolutely. And it's very key. I think we take it for granted how many strides have been made in trying to get women into these spaces. If you look back at how journalism has been, especially in the East African region, and how long it took to actually get women at the fore of that and to get them actively involved, it's amazing. And so there's definitely room to do that. So we'll be starting our main session in just a few minutes. So, but Edith, you did mention that you might be lonely, but you do have a very important person with you, and that's our DJ. Why don't I hand over to him to mix it up a little bit for us for just a few minutes, about 5 minutes, and then we'll get our panel ready and good to go, if that's okay with you.
Let's find out. DJ Jerry Joe, is that okay with you? He says yes.
Yeah, I think that the disc is spinning, say yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get DJ Jerry Joe keeping us some company for just about 4 minutes, and then we'll come back and start our wonderful discussion, Innovate or Die, here at the East Festival, coming up in just a little bit.
Simona Veniona, Kalina Potential. Hey, yo. This is General Oats alongside Radio and Weasel. And this is going out to all the potential ladies in the world. Kalina Potential. Kima uma jumpaine, corona kabeza sisi skana mange. Kalipaize kuyanga umushe wazoona subisika muchitenge Timuona Veniona Kalina Potential. Hey, yo. This is General Oats alongside Radio and Weasel, and this is going out to all the potential ladies in the world. Kalina Potential. Uma jumpaine corona kabeza sisi skana mange kalipaize kuyanga umushe wazoona subisika muchitenge nangu muchitambala awe subisika vambiri vamakapita siva makaona awe ndavapachupindalama malivele ansanga chimani kwila mukaniuza ti I can do better. Simona Veniona Kalina Potential. Wivu ndiye mwenye mapenzi ya kweli kwa mwenzi, lakini pia uvumilivu na vitendo vya kara vilimuumiza. Mwenzio mimi ni mtulivu na kuiba mali ya mtu sijafunza. Una dhambi lawama ulonipa mimi leo inaniuma. Fikira zako ziko vibaya za kudhania kwamba ule demu nilimpenda. Ni kweli nilimpenda, lakini ni kama rafiki wa mtima. Haya ulofanya leo, ikifika kesho tajibu nini kiama? Yale yote mapendo ni kama kioo, aliyokupa niliona. Ukafanya na kusaliti kutoka kwako na mimi na yeye kutokana na wako wivu kadiliki kumwacha haji uwe nini wa unatima bigiji makaranga za kuonyesha. Najua mwanamke akipenda napenda kweli dunia na dunia unaniletea maringo, ngoja kuumiza matumbo. Mimi ni msanii tena jali wakijua, ukipata kunijua utagundua mimi ni mtu wa maana, na sina time ya kupuliza gunia. Ni duara hii dunia na kuambia utajileta. Haini mama, showe mama uwa. 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 Every day is a brand new day. Every time that I see your face, you're my everything and anything that I would ever need in this world. I'm so glad that you came my way. I'm loving every minute we spend, babe. You're the reason to everything that I am today. I love the way you come around and touch me. The feeling that you give me drive me crazy. I love the way you look and call me baby. Girl, you mash up my world. I love the way you come around and touch me. The feeling that you give me drive me crazy. I love the way you look and call me baby. Girl, you mash up my world. You're my queen. I never let you go. You're my queen. I never let you go. Yeah. I'll never leave your side, baby. You know you're my world. You're everything I need. Yeah. You make my days brighter than the sun and the moon. You're all that I live for. You make my heart jump, you're the reason why it pumps. Girl, I come front, you're the one that I want. I can't go a day without my babe. You're my queen. I never let you go. You're my queen. I never let you go. Nilishasema sitokunyapenda tena, na nikasema sitoumizwa tena. Nikaja kutana na kijana wa Nairobi, anipenda nashindwa kukata. Mapenzi moto moto, ande akawa mtoto. Penzi lake nani
nampenda sijiwezi, penzi lake moto moto, moto moto, penzi moto moto, moto moto, penzi lake moto moto, moto moto. Ukulilanda itengo nyoso, nakutana ai, delisile. Ukulukanda imoka nyoso, nakutana ai, delisile. Takutongonga itengo nyoso, nakutana ai, delisile. Ukulukanda izamba nyoso, nakutana ai, delisile.
Lady, 'cause you're so damn, 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 damn. Unapendeza sana sana. Unaniumiza sana sana. Ai, unapendeza sana sana. Unaniumiza sana sana.
Welcome back. So we're ready to go now, and we're going to get started with a wonderful, wonderful session as we talk about innovation, of course. The East Festival 2021, we're talking about authentic storytelling through innovation, past, present, and the futures. And today, we're starting from the future, going backwards to try and see where we have come from, because you must know where you've come from before you figure out where you're going. It becomes very important. Our session this morning is probably one of the most important we've had this week, because it highlights the need for innovation, especially amongst legacy media, people who have been doing this for the longest time, who feel they've been there, done that, and they know it all of anything to do with this. And so we're going to have a wonderful discussion with people who are in the thick and thin of some of these organizations and hear their thoughts on why we need to innovate or die. Let me start by introducing Darren Bartlett, who is with me here in Kampala in Uganda. He's a media personality. He works with XFM and Urban TV as a show host. He does business content as well as current affairs, but he's also very passionate about digital strategy, and he's had a lot of experience in terms of working with brands to try and position themselves for where we're going. So Darren, first of all, good morning. Good to see you, and welcome to East Festival.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Ben, for hosting me to talk about something that I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
And yeah, I will unveil as we go on.
No, we're looking forward to that. Let me also start by introducing our first keynote, which is going to come in from the person who is literally innovating. He is the head of strategy and innovation at the Nation Media Group, one of the biggest legacy media institutions in the region and on the continent. He leads the why, how, and what of innovation for NMG, R&D, humanizing product design, connection, sustainable business models, and things like that, how to reinvent content models. And I know there's been a lot going on, especially at NMG regarding this in the last few years, interestingly, actually before COVID even hit. So please welcome with me as we get our first keynote of the morning, and welcome to East Festival 2021, Mr. Max Okeyo. Max, good morning and welcome to East Festival. Sorry, correction for that. I'm told that we actually have Maina Muiruri representing Instead. Apologies for that. Thanks a lot for that, guys. Maina, good morning. I hope you can hear me. If you can, please say hello.
Good morning. I can hear you very well.
Awesome. Sorry about that small mix-up. Welcome to East Festival 2021. So let's hand it over to you now and hear from you, your thoughts on why it's very important to innovate or die.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Maina Muiruri. I'm the chairman of the Media Council of Kenya. I know why they called me here is because I'm a veteran who transited from the dinosaur side of the media to now the current totally digital. I worked when we did with the typewriters and delivered papers by hand. And now, as you'll hear through my presentation, digital disruption has dragged me along into the digital age. Innovate and live is what I decided to name it, rather than innovate or die. Die is a bit scary. And it gives you an eerie feeling that you do this or you are gone. However, never has the word innovation been more in fashion than now. Everyone is talking innovation. You innovate or go. And researching for this presentation, I was shocked at how many have died. Not just in East Africa. In East Africa, indeed, we are not at the deathbed yet. In the best markets, Europe, the US, many of the biggest newspapers we knew growing up folded up. You've heard of the Observer. It was one of the biggest. I did my attachment there once. It died with digital disruption. For this presentation, though, the term innovation has been loaded with the tag innovate or die, but I will load mine with the tag innovate and live. I made my career in journalism for over 2.5 decades in 2 newspapers in Kenya, the Standard newspaper and later in the People Daily. I started as a reporter. I became a sub-editor. I grew through to become a managing editor of a national newspaper in Kenya. Through this, I started in analog. I landed in semi-analog. Semi-analog, I mean, where we would now be literally forced to start becoming digital from the typewriters. And we had to do it. Why I mentioned the People Daily is because while there, I faced the monster of innovate or die. The newspaper is old. It started in 1991. Sorry, it's one of the newest. It started in 1991. It grew slowly and it was relaunched in 2014. It refused to transit. The owners were impatient. We were below 5,000 copies. We were given an ultimatum. Give us 50,000 copies or fold up. We thought it was a joke. We held a meeting. One of the editors suggested the best way to rise to 50,000 copies is to print 50,000 and give them out for free. We laughed. We thought it was a joke. The owners took it seriously and told us, give us 50,000 copies. So we did our research and found a role model in London called the Daily Metro. The Daily Metro prints free copies and dishes out 600,000. We told them we could do this. If you invest, we can do this. A second ultimatum. We'll do this, but if you don't break even, you'll still close. So they allowed us to go free sheet. It's called a free sheet, the one you see in the model of free distribution. After some time, we launched it in 2014. From 5,000 copies, the People Daily started circulating overnight 50,000 copies. I've never seen a challenge in all my career. I've never taken a challenge up like that and seen it evolve to grow into a success. Today, they still circulate around that figure or more. And the newspaper has gone quite digital, led by an editor who came from the dinosaur age of legacy media. Main revenue for that newspaper is advertising. But to cut the story short, because I'm heading in another direction, to cut the story short, the paper held out and it's still growing. We innovated and defied death. That is what legacy media will have to do. If you don't innovate, you die. But I'm giving hope that you don't have to die. In East Africa, I've been checking around Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, even Rwanda, and newspapers are holding out. We are still now in the middle of digital disruption and one leg still in the analog age because we are still selling print. Print is analog, although it has a lot of digital connection now. So we are still in that age, but we are having to transit by force. If you don't transit, it will not end in a good direction. What is the future for legacy media? And it's a big market, East Africa. We are almost 100 million people. The 100 million youth are about 60%, given I'm citing the Kenyan scenario. They are not reading the print anymore. They are not sitting down to watch television anymore. They are holding everything on their hand, on their phone. So the future of legacy media looks bleak, despite my optimism. I tell you, it looks bleak. That is, if you do nothing. The digital disruption that has already caused havoc in the bigger markets than East Africa is still raining down its effects. However, innovation has opened ways to stay alive, surmount challenges that keep unfolding. Bleak could, in the end, be named bright if you innovate. I'll give you two examples that I know of newspapers in the big markets in the West that faced with the digital disruption, innovated ways to stay alive. One is the Guardian of the UK. They were dying. Revenue was going down. They did not have many traditional sources of advertising. Guardian resorted to asking the readers for money. You want to read the Guardian? Please contribute. We are the most independent. We are the most free. We give you content no one else can give. We are not aligned to any political side. Do you know now they are surviving on their readers' contribution? Not many, that one I don't even know how it can work here in East Africa. But look at an example of a newspaper that decided the readers will support this, and it survived. The only way it has managed to remain afloat is through its readers, in response to its claim of being completely independent. It sells independence to its readers, and the readers buy it higher than the value of the copy of the newspaper. In America, the Washington Post, which was bought by billionaire Jeff Bezos in 2013, it changed its model. It used to be very America-centric, the days of pre-digital. Now it's changed its model to look global. It also changed its staffing to have digital savvy staff almost fill half the building, while the other half is filled by editorial staff. The digital savvy staff show the direction to move in the future. The newspaper has not gone down. It's been growing. And another one yet that I did not put down here, the New York Times. New York Times has gone fully digital. They are not now selling any print. They are one of the highest circulating in the digital space, subscription, paywall, and they are living. They've innovated and lived. They've come up with so many models to monetize their products. They are surviving. And these examples are starting to be emulated here in East Africa. What does the newsroom of the future, what will the newsroom of the future look like in East Africa? Rather, it has already started looking like. Some newsrooms in East Africa have already started looking like how they must look in this age. To compact what the newsroom in East Africa will have to survive, the media companies will have to borrow what has been done in the bigger markets. We didn't start this. We didn't even know it will come here. Now we are in it. If we look to the bigger markets, we will know how to move forward. This has already started happening in the mainstream media in East Africa. Indeed, the East African region is leading the continent in showing how legacy media will respond to the digital age. I was checking, and in East Africa, we look like the leading outside South Africa. We are better than the West Africa, Nigeria, we are better than the North. We are moving and like showing the way. This is the way to go in the digital age to survive. The emerging newsrooms are a whole new transformation which are still work in progress, even in the big ones. However, we are looking ahead, starting with the personnel. Newsrooms that will survive will be staffed with journalists and editors who are all rounded in computer and internet technology. My time, we only knew how to work with a typewriter. If you could bang it until it produces some sound. If you entered a newsroom in 1992, when I started working, you had to go and speak to someone in the ear, the noise they made. The silence, the innovation now is in the silence of everybody's laptop and phone. Journalists trained in multimedia skills will replace segmented editors and reporters. A journalist who is all-rounded, who can do everything. All the newsrooms were sports reporter, print, music reporter, TV. You will now have to have journalists who are all-rounded, and they possess multimedia skills. The old journalists I was are headed out unless they can innovate by equipping themselves in schools like the Aga Khan. Use of social media as a key source of news will grow into big departments. We used to ignore them and laugh at them. You now wake up and fast head to social media. Everything breaks there. Everything starts there now. What legacy media is doing is to follow behind and try to make the stories larger for their audience. Increased focus on online maximization will grow as digital newsrooms converge print, electronic, and online desks into one. 3, indeed, I think 4 of Kenya's biggest newsrooms have already done this. And I'm sure Uganda, Tanzania are following suit. Converging. Converging means they're having round desks where all editors sit and share one content. and distribute to multiple channels, digital channels from one point. So it's bringing convergence. That's what I'm saying. Convergence is already the buzzword in all mainstream legacy media houses. If you cannot work through this converged newsroom, you are a dinosaur. You'll get out. Technology available for digital research, including artificial intelligence tools, are able to tell which audience segment needs what content. The old time editor writes what he wants or what they want and throw it at your readers. They'll sort it out there. Now you'll have to study your audience and know what they want. It will be dictated by what they want, not what the editors want. This will enable legacy media to change from traditional segmented models into specialized content for varied audiences. What do you give women readers, youth, farmers? Every big media house in Kenya now has a smart farmer section. You've seen that. Every big media house is targeting the most big reading audiences. Women are among the biggest readers of entertainment news. And that's where all the newspapers seem to head during the weekend. And you'll find it in all their social media outlets. Audiences will be directed more to digital sites rather than the fading print and electronic units. Editorial and marketing departments, this digital advertising, because traditional advertising is dying. Newspapers suffered during the COVID time, you saw that, rather all media houses. And they suffered because of advertising going down. Editorial, and when I compared with the New York Times survived through the COVID time without suffering in advertising. Editorial and marketing departments will be formatted into digital units and be trained on how to monetize products outside the traditional print, television, and radio advertising. Digital advertising and monetization of digital content is a way of the future, because these media houses need money to survive. You don't just seeing print content, you must bring in money. Digital innovations enable media houses to reap returns through advertising, e.g. programmatic advertising based on programs, that is based on clicks and views, which you can see in real time. The paywall, which has already been launched by leading newspapers in East Africa. Subscriptions, this one is moving very slowly. People may want to buy a print copy, but subscription is still moving up, but it's moving slowly. Sport partnerships, where you sell sports on television, in newspapers, sponsored or tailored content, social media, and other emerging innovations. It's almost endless, the ways to make money for the legacy media houses. Using digital advertising still, using latest digital tools and technology, media houses are able to do audience research and have real-time figures for various uses. Key among them, various uses, key in all media houses is advertising. Without it, this is where the death is. If you can only have advertising, life is it breathes life back into the newsroom. Use of data analytics, many softwares available like Google Analytics, Chatbits, and enable media companies to respond, innovate, and improve on feedback from their audiences. You are having the newsroom of now. You are having to obey your audiences, or you're having to obey yourself, and when it's yourself, you'll go down. A media house such digitally supported has the tools to tell when the audience is ready to financially support its content. You want to go to monetize your product, but do you know when to start? Digital technology tells you when. This can be used to launch paywall and subscriptions, the information you get to tell when your audience is ready. This is done through digital research, pilot content sampling, public medium feedback, actual rollout of select top quality content, and other means. You are having to give content to attract them, to make somebody buy it online. Advertisers are able to assess value for money without relying on blind pitching by marketers. A long time ago, we used to head in a drove of 10 people into a big company, sit the CEOs and talk to them. You don't have to do that now. You just show them the numbers. The benefits of digital transformation or disruption are varied. News and other information become accessible to larger audiences. You can reach, it's endless. Not the way we used to say, I'm circulating 50,000. You can circulate now millions. The element of speed at which information is relayed has grown tremendously. Verification and accuracy of information becomes rapid. Although you're having to chase the fake news monster quickly, it's swamping many media houses. Citizens or social media groups are able to participate in reporting and sharing information outside legacy media channels. Your reporter is not just the one you send outside. The people who tell you things on social media, you've never seen them. And there are many. Readers are able to select only the content they need or to pay for only preferred content. You don't have to sell them the whole newspaper from the vendor. You sell them select content. New York Times, I'm biased because I researched on it the whole week. For $1, I can buy sports only for a whole week. That's 100 shillings, yeah? Kenya money. One of the big drawbacks of legacy media has been to focus more on traditional trends. Kenya, we are guilty as charged. Kenyan mainstream media houses have an obsession with politics. If you have some on your desk, just check. I can tell you all of the 4 have politics on the cover today. And the politics is dominated by usual suspects. And we think that's what people want to read only. It can tell which audience will buy what, rather than which content editors want for their audience. Another digital innovation benefit for legacy media is to move into new frontiers based on research fast. What do women want? What do the youth want? Farmers, students, men. Research will tell you what they want so that you give them what they want and you grow with them. Legacy media will have to learn the digital speed and ditch sluggish bureaucracy. The dance move has changed. This is not my original, I read it somewhere. But most of us are still rocking to Double Air Solos. Most of you can remember that. It was in the 90s, but media houses are still dancing to that one. And Helicopter, which was a helicopter dance. Someone will show us when I finish presenting. I'm told it's also an older one. There are new ones now. That's how media in East Africa is behaving. We stick to the old and digital has pushed us to the new. Legacy media with innovation can rise up against the wave of native digital media that has been a thorn in the flesh. You know, native digital media has dominated the space. Research early this year showed that some of the biggest native digital media in Kenya are bigger in their space than all the newspapers, digital sites combined. That's a big danger, very big. Reliance on traditional print advertising has really hurt legacy media, print media, when COVID came without knocking. Because companies stopped advertising, advertising went down. They should borrow a leaf from the global digital model of New York Times that remained in profit through the hardest of COVID times. What does such a successful transformation require? First, accept the digital age has come to change everything, nearly everything. The business model, the technology, the old policy, the work culture, and the staff will have to change. Since Bezos bought the Washington Post, the company has gradually hired as many digital staff as editorial, half-half. Home in Kenya, I mean home in East Africa, 2 of the leading television stations have installed an all-in-one video software, which allows the conversion to convert, to capture, to edit when news is going on. Another news station, which I checked, really 2 are still on the VLP or VLC, VLP. They have to wait until the bulletin is over before they post that to YouTube. So you can see 2 examples. One is leaving, the other one is heading towards death. With the rapid investment in digital technology, innovate or die, that's or not of, or die will not overcome, innovate, and live. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much. That was absolutely incredible, Maina, Chair of the Media Council of Kenya. And should I point out to you, sir, to use the two words that you pointed out about bleak or bright. If your media future ever gets bleak, I can assure you that you have a very bright future as a pastor and motivational speaker, because your optimism has definitely caught on, and we can talk about innovating and living and not dying. Some wonderful things that you shared there. I wanted us to just get some quick responses to that and questions for you in terms of the things that you talked about. I should point out, and I'll bring in Darren here to just give a very quick response to what you were talking about. When you mentioned the Washington Post and the Guardian, Darren here was on his phone, and he actually has those two apps on your phone. So if you just want to say something very briefly about that to respond to what Maina has said, and then we'll take a couple of questions before we move on to our next keynote and then come back to you.
I think those, the media houses you mentioned, I think they were one of the first that led, they led the whole journey of moving the digital direction. And it's just simple. It's people sitting down, having a nice research department or a think tank that always has to look at the behavior that is happening out. And this forces, when people sit down and research and understand their audiences, you have to also understand that you're recruiting audiences at the same time. Now, he mentions about the population of East Africa. When we come to Uganda, 70% are youth. And youth, you realize they have less habits when it comes to reading and concentration. If we look into this room and I ask people, when is the last time you opened a newspaper? Probably never. But when is the last time you went to a website to check for news, or a social media platform has led you to a platform that gives you news? Probably all of them. Now, they knew what they were doing and went that direction. Personally, I took that direction. I have the Guardian, Washington Post, New York Times, Al Jazeera, and all these platforms that are out there because of the direction they have taken. So I think to my reaction is he's on point. Yeah. It's a Red Bull or an Ice Bull when it comes to a game of darts. He's done a good job in that.
You obviously have hit the nail on the head, Maina, but it raises a question. And if there are any questions, we have a very short time for this Q&A because we need to go into our next keynote. But Maina, you mentioned something that's very important regarding what the Guardian is doing. And one of the big questions, especially for the East African context, is the inability for legacy media to commercialize their digital content. It's a big thing, and I know I'll come back to Darren later to talk a little bit about that. But how do legacy media organizations help sell this, model of being able to get revenue from subscriptions, especially because there's a very low uptake for that in East Africa at the moment? What would you say needs to be done for that particular issue?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'll give the examples of what I've been observing in Kenya. Some of the leading media houses in Kenya have already started this, paywall and subscriptions. In response to this, to attract audience to pay, income is very low in East Africa. So to convince someone to pay, you have to offer something worth the money that you're asking for. So they've started by loading very creative content. If you've been observing, especially the Kenyans, you see that main newspapers are coming up with exclusive investigative stories. They give you just a tip of it and you will be enticed to buy the rest. So media houses may have to go the direction of research on what content your audience want. Go for that and try to entice them. That's why I mentioned we are guilty here as charged. We wake up on politics, live on politics, and sleep on the same. And it may not be working. We think it's working, it may not be working. You notice that if you give investigative content, quality, very interesting, that could be the way to start enticing audience to buy. One way only.
Yeah. Wow, absolutely. And I think, like Darren said, you hit the nail on the head. Hannah, I don't know if you have any questions from Dar es Salaam. If you do, we'll take one from you. and then we'll move on to our next keynote to take a look at what the academicians need to do to help with this idea of innovation. So Hannah, if you have any questions, we'll take one from you and then move on very quickly.
There are no questions so far, Ben.
Yeah, awesome. I just wanted to make sure so you don't feel like we've left you out. I think like Darren said, Maina, you've absolutely hit it on the head, and it's been an absolute pleasure having with you. And I know that the things that you've been sharing will pick up in a panel discussion later on. So, but let's give a huge virtual hand clap to Maina Mwiruri, who is with the Media Council of Kenya. And while you might be a dinosaur, you're obviously one that's innovating. So well done to you. Let's move on very quickly to our next keynote. This is going to come from James Otieno Joey, who is the Principal Education Officer at the East African Community. And what we want to find out from you, James, because again, from the academic perspective, right, how the academic sector approaches journalism and innovation in their training and what we need to do in that regard. So let's hear from you, and then we'll come around to the rest of our panel and get some thoughts from them as we innovate or die, or as Maina has said, innovate and live, if we're going to be optimistic. Over to you, James. You're welcome to East Festival 2021.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope that I can be heard clearly.
Loud and clear.
Thanks so much, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in this very interesting event, which I've been following quite keenly, and a number of my interventions will intersect with the interventions that have been made by the very good previous speaker before me. As has been mentioned, I'm James Joey, originally from Kenya, but currently East African, working at the East African Community Secretariat as the Principal Education Officer. Currently connecting to you from Zanzibar at our East African Kiswahili Commission, and I hope that my connection will be okay. As a Principal Education Officer, I'm no longer an academic, but a bureaucrat and a policymaker, mainly engaged in the formulation of regional policies and frameworks for education for the region. And the topic of today is very close to my heart and our heart as a community, because journalism and media is quite important, especially to what we do as a region and what also you do in your different perspectives, as you have mentioned, and largely because this focuses on our young people who form 60% of our population, as has been mentioned. I have a background in literature before I transited to other fields, and the written word or the word itself was very fascinating to us in literature, and I loved oral literature, poetry, and etc. And what you are trying to do is God-given, because in John chapter 1, verse 1, I'm not a biblical scholar, but it says that at the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And God used the word to do all the performatives of creation. He said, let there be light, and there was light. Let there be this, and there was that. And in most of your work in media and communication, you are using word, images, and other forms of mimicry to convey your content. We will innovate a lot, but still the word will be the largely used form. And there are many, many new innovations coming up. And so I think the power of the word, looking at it from that origin of the power of the word to create, means that the word can be used to perform a lot, including to destroy or to uncreate what has already been created. My training in language told us that language is God-given, and all of us have an innate capacity to acquire language and utilize it. But those of you who will go into journalism and media will have much more power to weave language, to use it much more creatively than others. And here I mean the word and other images of communication. From the East African community, this is also interesting for us because Aga Khan University, which is one of the key hosts of this session, is one of our centers of excellence in media and communication, through which we try to develop a critical mass of well-trained young people who can enable the community to engage with its different stakeholders. And the previous speaker actually tried to dissect the different stakeholders we have, the youth being the majority, and the different forms of communications and innovations that we need to undertake to very well reach them. I've been asked to speak very much from an academic point of view, and I really mainly want to focus on the international dimension of education, and which is the role that the East African community tries to play, and trying to give education and training collaboratively across borders. Training today, and with internationalization and globalization taking center stage, means that we have to train our young people in ways that make them qualified to work wherever in this region or in this continent or even globally. You've seen the obsession with the academic rankings and what it means to graduates whom we will train as media practitioners in this region. The East African community partner states, which are 6 currently, have come together and committed to cooperate in education and training. Consequently, we have harmonized our curricula, and today the East African community is a common education area. A common education area means, therefore, that a student from any of the partner states can move to any of the other partner states and pay similar fee as that of the other students in that country, and also move back with their qualifications and work in the region. So as you are training for the media, you have to know that we have a common market today. One of the pillars of EAC integration is the Common Market Protocol, which allows for the free mobility of professionals whom you are training across the region. Professionals in different areas in this community have come together and developed regulatory bodies that regulate their profession. And they have come to us and we have enabled them to negotiate and sign mutual recognition agreements. Mutual recognition agreements mean that your qualification as a media practitioner in Kenya or Uganda will be reciprocally recognized in the other partner states. It therefore opens much more possibilities for you as media practitioners, therefore, to operate within the community, and even through the bilateral and tripartite agreements that we have with the other regional economic communities, it allows you to also go and work in those other areas. There was a case about, just coming to my mind now, last year when a Kenyan media practitioner was arrested somewhere in Ethiopia or so. To avoid such cases, your regulatory authority as media practitioners has to register you as a registered media practitioner. And if you go to Ethiopia or to Uganda, the Ugandan regulatory authority will consult with the Kenyan regulatory authority, who will confirm that you are a registered member. I'm not sure how you do it within the media fraternity, but other professional bodies like engineers, veterinarians, architects have done this within our frameworks, and now they have a number of mobility opportunities. And we, as the East African community, build mechanisms also to assist these regulatory bodies to build their capacities, create awareness, and enhance these mobilities. Another aspect that we do within the community, and we work with our universities through the Inter-University Council for East Africa, is to develop modalities and frameworks for quality assurance, such that a media practitioner trained in Kenya is trained within common frameworks, benchmarks with those trained in the other partner states. So that if you qualify with your Bachelor of Media or Bachelor of Communications in Kenya, it has a lot of semblance with, not similarity, but semblance, key ingredients with the other one trained in the other partner state. And that has also made us to develop common quality assurance frameworks and benchmarks that we now apply within the community. I think another one is to talk about the occupational standards, which may not apply so much to media. But with these quality assurance standards, we are trying to ensure that the quality of media training and other trainings meet the expectations. And as a community, we bring together I hope you are getting me. I'm seeing that my internet might not be very stable. Is it okay?
Loud and clear. Yeah, we
work with the regulatory authorities in the universities. For Kenya, we have the Commission for University Education and their equivalents within the other partner states to ensure that we build the quality assurance systems within the partner states and that they develop common frameworks that would allow people to move within the community. Our other serious undertaking is to build capacity. And that's why we are developing centers of excellence in different targeted areas. And your field of practice, that is media and communication, is one of the areas where we are undertaking this. We are doing this through Aga Khan University. And Aga Khan has another center in Kampala, which however is focused on another area of interest to us, that is midwifery and nursing, also being done in Nairobi, I think. But media and communication, we really would like as a community to develop a critical mass of young people who can engage with those innovations that are being talked about and also respond to the demands of the Generation Y. Yesterday, we were inaugurating an interesting team of young East Africans, the East African Students Union. The Generation Y, as has been said by the previous speaker, have different interests from what we, the dinosaurs, have had. We relied a lot on stories from our grandmothers, grandfathers, and etc. They know where to get the information and they know the type of information they want. And so it will be a lot of undertaking by you as media training agencies, media employment agencies, and different outfits within the media fraternity to adjust and cope with the demands of the new generation and our new society. Especially at this time when we live at an age where the transformations in ICT has resulted into a lot of explosion of information. And that's why my good previous speaker said the young generation doesn't want to read newspapers, doesn't want to, because there is so much information for all of us to cope with. From our perspective in education, the big transformations in education open a lot of possibilities for students. There are many opportunities to learn, especially self-learning, through the opportunities are provided online. And this can also be used in media training and others because you are top-notch in digitalization. We have just set up a center at Nelson Mandela University in close to Arusha, where our focus is on digitalization and embedded systems. And we are attracting students from across the region. We can connect this with the center in Nairobi, the centers in Kampala and the other partner states of the community so that we continue building this critical mass of young people with the right technologies for the future. A number of opportunities for media practitioners and young people are there. And more important for us and related to the theme of today is the fact that we need to tell our own stories. When you go to your library, whether it is at Aga Khan University or at Makerere University, lots of our reading content is not from within this continent. Largely because we have been lacking the power to create and to recreate. And so you'll find that the reading list that I was given at the university could have hardly had an author from this continent. And maybe that is still the case today. And from the international education perspective, that could be good because you get information from different parts of the world, but there is need for a balance. If at all the whole content that you've read as a media student at Aga Khan or at Makerere or in Dar es Salaam is 90% authored elsewhere, then we are looking at ourselves with other people's glasses. And so the interesting catching word for me here was African Storytelling Festival and how can we tell our stories. And our young people, and this is the challenge that we have, especially with the context in which they are, we are really going to be overtaken and swamped up with so much information, so much knowledge that we do not have control of. And as people training the practitioners, the new technologists, we have to ground this. We have to ground what we have, the influx of too much information driven by technology in a very constrained and minimalized world where distance and space is very limited. So I really get fascinated at the future that we are going to, the role that institutions are going to play, and actually to train our young people in our universities on how to tell our story. There is the common adage that many people look at Africa through the colonial library. And ourselves as Africans, irrespective of the disciplines that we are in, we present ourselves mainly based on what we do not have than what we have. So if you're going to make a proposal, be it in academia or you want support for your NGO, you will really foreground what you lack. We lack this, we don't have capacity for this, so that you get support. And we don't base it on what we have. So our universities, our training centers, our young people, how can we make our story? How can we make our training to foreground the strengths that we have as a people, the strengths that we have as institutions, so that we use these strengths as also the attractive points, the selling points of our institutions, of our diversity, of our cultures, and etc. And I began with the power of the word. And you are the gatekeepers of all that we do. You are the gatekeepers of our communities. If at all we do anything today, like what we are doing today, and nobody talks about it, it's not talked about, then it didn't happen. And so the transformations that this continent is having, the transformations that we are having as a region, the transformations that we are having as individuals need to be communicated. In international education, where I've been working for quite some time, I don't know how many minutes more I have, I see cases of young students coming over to Africa, East Africa from Europe. They keep a journal, they keep a blog where they report every small thing they do every day. Their counterparts here do not do it.
Yeah.
Their counterparts here hardly do it. You look at your small town where you come from, Google it. The stories about it are not written by you. They are written by somebody who visited from another continent and made a story about. So the point I'm making is, for us, everybody has a story. Every small place has a story. And I think part of it is that we look for the very big events to write stories about. Each of us has a very interesting story. And I think we need to train ourselves to very much introspect, to look at the rich provisions that our societies give, the rich provisions that our cultures give, the rich provisions that even our institutions. When I look at, for example, the universities that we have today, what are the stories coming out of our universities? Who is telling the stories about? And there is a lot going on about the living conditions of students, which mostly come out negatively, the learning situations in the campuses, going forward to things happening in our societies. I'm not advocating for us to tell them in rosy pictures, but who will let them out? And we have this very good army of young people in these universities. I think we can tell our stories in a better way. And for that education perspective, and also for closer engagement between our countries, how can students in Makerere engage with students in Kenya, students at the University of Burundi? And this is where, as I conclude, the East African community has opened spaces for mobility of students and mobility of staff. We can take this within the media profession and look at how your students in media can go and open more spaces within the region and even beyond this region. We can open much more other frontiers for this. And as has been said by the previous speaker, more than 60% of our society is these young people. And so they are not the future, they are the society. If they are 60%, then they are the society. They are not the future at all. And I conclude by using Okot Pabitek's, the title of Okot Pabitek's book, that artists are the rulers. And here I included you media practitioners, the artists who are musicians, whoever, they are the rulers and they rule our societies. And that is a golden opportunity that you must not lose, but you have to train well for it. And that's the role that education has to play. That's the role that our education institutions have to play through continually improving their curricula, continually improving their quality, continually opening up spaces for mobility and for engagements, and finally ensuring that the people whom we train are global citizens who can interact. Like I can see most of our media practitioners are now in the global media houses, and I think that's the future that we want. Very important for us is to build a critical mass. This is from the EAC of media practitioners who are very well qualified and able to enable us tell our own stories. I wish to thank you very much.
No, thank you, James. Wonderful, wonderful insights and technical perspective coming from you. I have just one question for you before I hand over to the rest of your co-panelists to share their responses and thoughts, James. You have an organization called the African Network for Internationalization of Education, but you also happen to sit on the board of the Inter-University Council for East Africa. And wearing those two hats, my question for you, which I'd like for you to answer very briefly, is what do you think is maybe the one key innovation that needs to happen, to ensure that across the region, our journalists are being trained in a way to be able to innovate in the way they approach this field of journalism? What would that key thing be if you were to pick out one?
Thanks so much. I didn't mention the African Network for Internationalization of Education, but it's quite an interesting story in my life, in the sense that I was once involved in a project that was looking at internationalization, and it led me to establish this organization about 10 years ago. And through it, we train young people, young Africans on internationalization. I think one thing that we have to do is not to hesitate, but to seize the moment. Most of us procrastinate a lot. There are so many opportunities for our young people, and procrastination, not seizing the moment. And I think that is part of what fascinates me about this session. Let us seize the opportunities and take advantage of the additional affordances such as technology, enabling environments which are there, and the transformations that we have in different spaces available for us. Yes. So I think I can end it at that point.
No, that's a very good point. And thanks a lot, James, once again. Some wonderful insights coming from you. Because of time, let's quickly go through our panel and get some thoughts from them. I'm going to start by going over to Alice Munyua, who is in the US. Alice is Director of Africa Innovation at Mozilla. Good morning, I think it is to you, Alice, or is it good evening? Are you going to bed or waking up? If you can kindly share your thoughts on what you have heard so far, but also what you think it means for us to innovate or die. And then we'll go around to the rest of our panel. Welcome to East Festival, Alice.
Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be here. It's midnight 56 my time. I am currently in Portland, Oregon. I lead Mozilla's engagement in the Africa region, policy, product, innovation. And for those who don't know, Mozilla is a vibrant global community with a mission to promote openness, innovation and opportunity in the web. And we are globally known for the popular web browser Firefox that's used by hundreds of millions of people. And our mission is to ensure that the internet is a global resource, open and accessible to all. And we believe that we believe in an internet that actually puts people first, where individuals can shape their experiences, are empowered, safe and independent. And so, when it comes to this current discussion, we have, not only the browser there, but we've also got another initiative called Pocket. And Pocket's mission is to empower people to consume stories that are worthy of their time and attention. We also acknowledge that the modern web, as it currently is vast, messy, and very noisy. But there's also inherently an inherently beauty there, an innovation in that. And in fact, our manifesto states that, that the global internet is the most powerful communication and collaboration resource we've ever seen, which embodies some of our deepest hopes for human progress. And obviously, as the web has evolved, it has created, a challenging and sometimes often overwhelming environment for online content consumers. So people, rightly feel like they've lost agency with their online time. For example, in June, researchers from New York University and Stanford and Microsoft found that about 1 in 3 minutes spent on social media is time we neither hoped to use beforehand nor feel good about in retrospect. So, and at the same time, trust in traditional media outlets is also, as mentioned by previous speakers, at an all-time low. Pervasive disinformation finds safe harbor on social networks. The search and algorithmic recommendation systems can make it very difficult to connect with high quality content. And in fact, today's web consumers must also, on top of that, navigate an ever-evolving media landscape, one that is on one hand dominated by continuous disruption and the hunt for, viable business online models, which in a way introduces a lot of complexities, constant change into a consumer's media experience, and as platforms continue to dominate digital advertising and media companies face really daunting business challenges, media options for consumers are decentralizing at a really rapid pace. And this can be empowering to users and creators at the same time. For example, the Substack model and other avenues in the creator economy that the internet offers consumers, and the opportunity to create, their own bespoke information ecosystems, mostly populated by creators of their own choosing, and new models of engagement on the web. But it can also be a lot of work to find and connect with those creators. And then the vastness of the web, which continues to grow, creating more corners where content can be found. So it's in this landscape that we find there are several opportunities for a platform that guides audiences to the best of the web, helping them cut through the noise, discover more what matters to them, and the opportunity to grow. When we combine, for example, the Pocket platform on one hand that helps users collect, organize, and consume, and of course, interest them, and the web itself. So that's what Pocket does. Curating, realizing the web, and curating the web, for you and by you, empowering people to discover and organize and consume, stories. So, I'll stop there in terms of just a quick introduction to what Mozilla is and what we are currently doing in this space. But to recognize that there's a lot of demand on our attention. I think several speakers have said that. And so many things that catch our attention. Most of them are low quality, sometimes quite dangerous, to be honest. And also, platforms are not taking responsibility for some of the disinformation and dangerous content out there, in terms of what we are consuming. So a lot of the innovation happening in the creator space, or the creator economy, is quite an interesting, space to actually watch in terms of all the flourishing new platforms, the content vehicles that allow people to monetize their creations online. I think it's really democratizing. Like, for example, when you look at TikTok and Substack and Patreon, especially for our youth, and, I agree with the previous speaker who said about, talking about innovate or innovate and leave, or don't innovate or die, especially when you consider that our demographic, is between the ages of 18 to 35. And in fact, somebody was making a joke that beyond that, when you look at the current legacy newspapers and the news, especially in Eastern Africa, and the emphasis on politics, that the demographic they're reaching out to, and I think that's why it looks like they're marching to their deaths. It's because of the type of news that they put out there, which is no longer that interesting. Even to me, I cannot remember the last time I bought a newspaper. I much rather follow, content that is being created by these more younger startups. And I really congratulate the Aga Khan Academy for all the work that they're doing. And we're hoping to actually partner with them to support this new upcoming ecosystem of content creators. Thank you. I'll stop there if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Alice. That's amazing. And I think I should say, based on what you said and demographics, they're not just marching to their deaths, these legacy media people. They are running there and running very, very quickly. Especially, I can tell you for Uganda, for example, more than half of our population is 15 or below. So it actually gets even worse. You don't expect a 15-year-old to be talking about, the politics and everything going on with that. Let me quickly come to Victor Bwire, who is Deputy CEO and Director of Media Training and Development at the Media Council of Kenya, to get his thoughts on what has been shared so far and any additions he might have. And then we'll hear from Darren as well and get some thoughts from him, and then take a couple of questions. If you have any questions on anything that you're hearing from any of our speakers, please do type those in the chat for those of you who are online. And if you're in Dar es Salaam, make sure that you get those questions to Hannah so we can be able to run through them very quickly as soon as we get towards the close of the session. So, Victor, good morning. Habari.
Nzuri sana. Hello, thanks, bro. Sorry, I'll start a video, but I'm traveling, so don't worry about how I'm up here. I'm very ugly, so please forgive me for that. But quickly, having listened to the discussion, both as a journalist, both as a media learner, I'm a media reader. I read a lot about media, and both as and working as a regulator. I've listened to my chairman, Bwana Maina Mururi, and the discussions that are coming through. There are a number of things that I think we are glossing over also, both as an industry. And today I was writing an article in one of our newspapers in Kenya here about the role of Liberty Media and how, while we wish it away, it will remain. And not just because I feel like so, but looking at what is happening, just one of the three things that has missed in this sector, media in general, and I've worked in Uganda, I've worked in Tanzania, for example, is that we have a lot of there's very little resources going to research. And a lot of decisions we make or statements we make are largely those general statements that are not backed up by research. And Aga Khan University, I'm sure this is an area that you want to invest in. Research, where is data decision making that is based on data in the industry that would help us? So that even as we say, for example, advertising revenue has gone down. But the study that was done in this country by Sinovet and one of the researchers established that television was the major source of information for people during the COVID-19 period. TV was the leading source of information, followed by radio. Now, if that is the study that is showing that TV was the leading source of information on COVID-19, followed by radio, how then do we start talking about the dwindling role of Liberty Media as an information source? Two, a study was done by Sinovet again. It indicated that advertising revenue during COVID-19 went up. And statistics are there, that during COVID-19, there were so many adverts on COVID-19 by so many players, including governments, private companies, WHO, and the rest, and the advertising spend went up. Yet when people make generalized statements, they say how revenue in media has gone down. Yet statistics are showing that during COVID, advertising spend went up. And I can confirm, for example, the Media Council of Kenya, the money we used during COVID-19 is almost 4 times what we have been using outside COVID-19 on media. So how people then make decisions that revenue in media houses went down, I have never understood. Yet data is there. Now, that speaks. And then the third principle, indicator I have noted is that while we mention that people are moving to online platforms and the rest, one is that people are forgetting that almost all Liberty Media houses are now using a converged news model where they also have presence online. So how we make a distinction and say Liberty Media has been left behind by social media, yet Nation Media Group, Standard Media Group, and others in this region all are running very active. In fact, their digital newsrooms are bigger than their whatever. So how then? And then obviously the issue of if, for example, we checked, if you check that youths, even much as the youth, the population of youth are the people that are leading in using digital platforms as a source in terms of that. But look at their purchasing power. The youth we are targeting as a group largely depend on Wi-Fi that is bought by the father or bundles that are donated. They have no purchasing power, and if the most time they go online is they look for information that relates to either their study, films, entertainment, and the rest, not news. So digital platforms are yet to replace traditional media as sources of news, not necessarily sources of information. So again, when we look at what is the difference between news and information, when people are going online most of their time to look for studies, their masters, their first degrees, they're looking for scholarly works, but people go to Liberty Media for news. In fact, last week we had a meeting in town here with our principal secretary for national security, and just a discussion saying how many people in this country look at if 80% of people who live in the rural side, what is the literacy level in some of our countries? So that we are saying a number of them get news from online. In fact, in Kenya study is showing 80% of Kenyans still use radio in its traditional form. So how many then people own Android phones that can then use it to access information from online? What is the cost of bundles? What is the cost of electricity in terms of charging? So that then tells us that traditional media is still, in fact, a number of people will still go back. They will see something on online platform, but will still go back to traditional media to confirm some of this information they are getting. So the bigger thing is there's a lot of insincerity. There's a lot of insincerity in the manner media sector has been run all through. And a number of people who have invested in the media sector pick money from the sector and invest in real estate, in other business. They are not recouping, they are not reinvesting in the sector, in research, in a good remuneration, in expansion. And that then means that we are not growing. There's a lot of flights of top experts, top journalists from the intersector to others because people who have invested in media are largely getting, because I know friends who run radio stations in Kenya. And I can tell you for free, they're making a lot of money. It's a very profitable business in parts of our region. But when resources come from the sector, it's invested in real estate, in buying vehicles, and other things. They are not remunerating. Then that is what is killing the industry. It's not about that people are no longer watching industry. For somebody to imagine that a big company like, for example, Nation Media Group, which is big time owned by the Aga Khan, who even owns this, that can sleep and fail to catch up in terms of innovating, in terms of looking at what is globally moving, is an understatement. And many times when we talk, we feel like these media houses are run by people who don't know anything, who are just sitting and these things are happening. So let's also not generalize and think that these people are not sleeping. But the sector, the industry must have sincere hope. We must go back to what Maina Mwiruru was saying, my chairman, talking about responsible, professional, and relevant content. Content is the king, but how many people are investing in this professional content? If we are not investing in the remunerating journalists way, in establishing investigative desks that are well funded so that we look for stories that speak to people, then that's where we will. But traditional Liberty Media still has space and it will continue doing so.
Wow, thanks a lot, Victor. Very interesting perspective there, especially about the profits from the media houses not being reinvested, but used to buy, Range Rovers and S-classes. Let's get some, finally, a thought from Daron, who is working in one of these big media houses. So I want to find out from him how much of these profits he has used to buy his car.
Well, listening to the previous speaker, him speaking, he knows the Kenyan market than I do, but I want to bring him home to Uganda and give him more statistics. Probably he could use that to judge. And I will tell him that both Nation Media and Vision Group, who are the leading print companies in this country, have lost a lot of money because of not only COVID, but even previously. I mean, in the circulation, I would say in the total, we used to have about both media houses, about 80,000 copies, 80. What happened? Nation Media now, about 7,000 copies after COVID. Vision, which is New Vision, 23 copies, 23,000 copies. What does that mean? Is that people are they have moved on. They're no longer interested in paper. I've had the same discussion with people in boardrooms, and they give the same argument that he gives and says, look, I still love the smell of paper. But I mean, let's just do a dipstick and ask people around us and say, when is the last time you actually read a newspaper, or why do you actually read a newspaper? I've gone to offices with my former boss, who's the CEO, now ex-CEO today. We moved into an office and I found so many New Vision papers that were still stapled. And then my question was, does that mean that these newspapers were not opened for the last 2 weeks? Because they're all stapled. And when you come in as a guest, they always give you a newspaper to read. And I'm wondering, why are all these papers stapled? So first, they have lost revenue in terms of circulation. Now, if you continue that direction, you're going to close. Because the people you're dealing with that you assume do not have purchasing power, have the latest iPhones as they are released, they are buying data bundles because the telecoms have also made everything possible for them. Or you can buy this bundle and have this much that you're using with. Now, as they surviving alongside, the companies is mentioning about are surviving alongside the mainstream media, which we would call TV and radio, because I mean, Nation Media Group has a radio, has a TV, has a print. Vision Group has a radios, TVs, and all these kind of things, plus print. So if you remove the other mainstream medias that are visual and audio, and you go to papers alone, it's going down. Now, I get another question. What do you think will happen to TV and radio? Now, one thing you should understand is that the audience we have today, the other old audience, to be honest, 20 years, there will be no more probably. If they will go. Now, we shall have a young audience that is taken up by what they call choice. And I like what the lady said in USA. She said, look, even her, she has not read a newspaper because they're talking about it's full of politics and things like that. This is what I would say at any one moment. As you create platforms, what I would call a home for your audience, you need to give the audience liberty to choose the content that they want. When you talk about New York Times, when you talk about Washington Post, The Guardian, even home here, I mean, Daily Monitor has the same, New Vision has the same. We've given audiences the choice to choose the kind of content that they want. So you go and select and say, I want sports, entertainment, and these things. Use that data as a form of research. I mean, if I have 200,000 users on the platform any single day, I am going to go and see, what are these people actually looking out for? And then I'm going to find, oh, most of them love entertainment. Oh, God, all of them love sports, and less attention is put to politics. That's the direction you have. You have the data before you. So the thing is that the traditional media, if you asked me whether they will die if they do not innovate. I like to give this example. In Kenya, there is a media house called Citizen TV. They have an application called Viosasa. Now, it's not that all the content that that goes on TV is actually on the app. Now they created a model called content on demand. If I really love that content, I am going to go and find it on the app, and I'm going to pay for it, which other people would call premium content. Now, they have innovated that direction, and they are going that direction, and it's working for them, unlike the other media houses that are still stuck in a form of what happens on TV, cut it, put it on YouTube, and put it. So what is unique about if I watched it on TV, so why are you telling me to go to YouTube and watch it again? Can you create a platform where I can pay for the content and watch it whenever I want to watch it? And the deeper content, like investigative stories, I like what I think he's a professor, I think in Zanzibar, he talked about it. Like, go and find a premium content where you want it and actually monetize it. Now that, I'll connect my last point to when he was talking about the youth, training the youth to join journalism. And this to me would be a message to all the people here. One thing is that many youths aspire to work for big media houses. They have handed over their skills and you know, their career to media houses for probably a penny, depending on what you call a penny. It may be relevant to you and say, no, it's much or it's less. Look, international journalists, most of them, who especially freelance journalists, have created their own platforms. It doesn't take money to open up a blog. If it takes a website, then probably $10 to open up a basic website. But you can do your personal stories and publish them there and make a name for yourselves. They have left blogs to travel bloggers and all these kind of people, but they have handed over their journalistic skills to media houses, of which they could do that. Look at what the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, what they did. They wrote a Pandora Papers, if you've read that kind of investigation, where do most of them work? That's the question. So they've done it themselves. I think the youth today can do that by themselves.
I don't think you could have put it better. Oh, what a wonderful. So again, just a reminder for everyone who's joining us that this is just supposed to be sort of a precursor to a bigger discussion that we would like for you to continue online. You can use the hashtag EastFest21 in case you want to get in touch. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat and we'll try and make sure that our panel is able to go and respond to those in there. If there are any questions from you, Hannah, in Dar es Salaam, we'll take maybe just one and then we can move on. But there's a very interesting comment in the chat from you, Hesbon. Hesbon is one of our panelists for a session that's coming up actually. And he says he likes what Victor has been bringing on board on the issue of data. And that's a very, very big point in terms of innovation. We know that data is the new oil. And he talks about the fact that we will have a wonderful session later on, which is on research. And they're going to be presenting some things on the research agenda and publications and the products for research to look out for. So that is something that will be important to take note of. That's coming up in another session later on. Hannah, if you have any questions, very quickly, we can take one before we go for a short break.
There are no questions on this side, Ben.
Awesome. Our panel have really done a wonderful job and they've nailed it on the head. And so I want to say a big thank you to Maina, to Victor, to Alice as well for some very, very wonderful thoughts on what you've shared, and to James too, and Daron here, of course, who is with me. They are still available. Again, you can engage with them on the chat. All of them are on Twitter. They have to innovate. So please go engage with them, have this discussion online, continue to have these talks. We're going to take a very quick break, and then when we come back, Hannah will introduce you to our next session. We are going to have a breakout session coming up in about 10 minutes, but we'll take a quick break now and maybe have DJ Jerry Joe keep us company while we take a quick breather. It's East Festival 2021. Don't forget to tag us on Twitter, EastFest21. We'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go too far.
Hello and welcome back. I hope we've all had a chance to refresh and energize. So we are continuing. This is day 4 of the East Africa Storytelling Festival. And for now, we're going to have a breakout session, 2 breakout sessions. The first is the fireside chat, where we're going to talk about fact checking. And that will be moderated by myself. The second in breakout two, that will be in the main room for those of you that are joining us virtually. And the second breakout session, which you can opt to join, is going to be talking about the art of podcasting, and that will be moderated by Ben Mwine with speakers featuring Josephine Karianjahi and Adele Onyango. So I guess I'll give us a few minutes to decide which one to attend. But don't worry, if you want to attend both are recorded, so you can catch the other one at a later time. Do not forget to send us your comments and questions, because we would like to engage with you and give your comments and questions to the speakers. Karibuni sana. Let's head out to the breakout sessions. Hi, welcome back. This is the fact-checking fireside chat. And just as an introduction, I think we all know that since the beginning of COVID, there's been a flood of mis and disinformation that has targeted societies worldwide. And that has just made the need for fact-checking imperative and essential more than ever before. And in Africa, fact-checking has just grown dramatically, fueled by concerns about misleading information that's been circulated on social media during the past years. So in this session, which is a fireside chat, we're going to tackle the challenges. We're going to be discussing them, the challenges that Africa is facing regarding fake news and how these impact the work of journalists and how debunking false information works. It will be moderated by me, Hannah Mbago, but our speakers will be here. I have one with me here. That's Nuzulak Dawson. Will be here with me in Innovate Hub in Dar es Salaam. But in Uganda, we have Bella Twine and Joseph Elunia. And just to begin, maybe we can go around and our speakers can introduce themselves to the audience. Karibu, Bella Twine. Maybe we can start with you.
Hi, Hannah. How are you? Good to see you again. So my name is Bella Twine, and I am a fact checker with the DBank Fact Checking Show here in Kampala, Uganda, at the MCI Media Hub. It is an innovation that has lasted for the past 1 year and a half, close to that. And we are doing a lot of innovations here at the MCI Media Hub, and I'm excited to be here and talking about fact checking.
Yes, Karibu Joseph Alunya.
Asante sana. My name is Joseph. I am the co-founder of Center for Investigative Journalism in Uganda. I am a researcher and journalist with a very keen interest in fact-checking dating back to 2013. Thank you.
Yes, and with me here at Innovate Hub, we have Nuzulak Dawson. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah, sure. My name is Nuzulak Dawson. I'm the CEO and executive editor of Nukta Africa. We are a digital media and technology company specializing on research, training, and development of data and digital content and tools. And on the context of this session is we all have a fact-checking initiative called Nukta Fact, which has more than 18 months, but literally has been there for almost 4 years now. So I'm happy to be here today.
Oh, wow. Thank you to all our speakers for joining us today. And let's get right into it, shall we? We're discussing the impact of fact-checking on today's society. And maybe if I can start with you, Nuzulak, how polluted are East African societies by false information, and how is it spreading?
Yeah, I mean, it's really misinformation, disinformation, as you would call, is bringing serious issues, especially when it comes to news or information consumption. And this has highly been noted within 5 years, more or less of that. And we have seen this due to ever growing consumption of social media content. For us who joined the newsroom probably 10 or so years ago, when print was real print, the mainstream was real mainstream, the editor would say, there's this tip, can you cross-check? And then you find it is fake, you wouldn't do a story. But right now, it's actually a fake information is actually a resourceful news content to tell people that it is fake. So to what extent has spoiled our society? I would say, yes, it's very serious. And we have noted during the COVID-19 pandemic, first, on how people believe on this false information, and they actually affect on making decisions on like, if we would take this COVID issues, like people would, okay, we want to take measures and all the stuff, and automatically you find that some of them are actually affected by the disease. Secondly, when it comes to, like misinformation, it doesn't choose, especially when it's consumed through the social media platform. We have seen that it has also affected the businesses as well, because sometimes someone with a laptop in a particular locality, maybe in Uganda, in Kenya, or here in Tanzania, would just go to the social media platform, write about this product, about that company, which is almost false, typically false, boom. Some of these companies are actually listed in stock exchange. Some people put the money in, and you know what it takes. All of this, the losses. So some of the companies have actually got losses because of this misinformation. The second is even to newsrooms. This is an impact that we have asked to what extent the society is. Because the society wants to hear, good, some awkward news or extraordinary news. And this misinformation actually have these kind of features, like 10 blah, 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 blah with this. So even newsrooms would just go there directly. Some of them doesn't have verification skills. They'll pick that content, publish to the mainstream media, then the society consume. So you can see it's actually a chain of misinformation around there. And the third part around this is even in terms of costs, because some of people who use social media that don't know this is fake, they actually spread. And remember, some of our roles are very tough. They're just caught by regulators or police. They find themselves in court and elsewhere. So you can see the impact. It's very hard to quantify to what level because there are very few research around that. But as a journalist, as someone who have been practicing around that, you can see that our society is seriously destroyed, especially on WhatsApp and other messaging apps. Thank you.
Okay. Bella, is the situation the same in Uganda?
Yeah, actually, the situation is actually the same. So in East Africa, we've seen quite a lot of fact checking coming up, and the habit is actually growing because maybe of the pandemic, but also among other misinformation and fake news that has been going around social media, especially during the times of COVID-19. There's this thing called the third person effect hypothesis. So it has corollaries that range from, social distance to how people, the behavior of, spreading fake news and misinformation. So in a way, people have selfish tendencies, or they are created to have a self-elevation kind of syndrome. So when they are spreading this fake information or fake news, they think, okay, there's this social distance kind of thing, and undesirable information or information with a negative impact is just going to be spread to people maybe that are social distanced in terms of psychology, thinking in terms of maybe this person is lower than I am and they will be more susceptible to believing this kind of information. So there is no much regard really when people are spreading fake news or misinformation. The thing at the back of their mind is I am less affected by what I'm spreading because I know the truth, and the other person that I'm sending this message to might not know the truth because they are socially distanced from me. They are in rural areas, so they are likely to believe in what I am saying. And it's quite disheartening that the more this fake information or fake news spreads, is the more people just keep on bringing, fuel to fire, and it keeps on spreading and spreading. And as fact checkers, we've got a really big task on our hands in this time and age.
Thank you, Bella. If I can ask you, Joseph Elunya, what role do social platforms play in spreading misinformation?
Thank you. Just to take a little bit back, Africa has always had, there's this thing of fake news has existed since the colonial times, but it just got popularized by the advent of the social media. And especially 2016, when Donald Trump did mention brand anything, fake news, so it gained more prominence. But before that, there was already fake news. But around that time, it was the governments. Because in Uganda, we only had Uganda Television and Radio Uganda. So it was the mouthpiece of the government, and propaganda was basically the work of the government. But with the advent of social media came a new dimension, in that in the legacy media, which we had in Uganda, Uganda Television, and then we had Radio Uganda, then came the New Vision. So that had gatekeeping. The news would be sieved. That whole process of gatekeeping was there. Come the advent of social media right now, where everyone is an editor. Is the editor, is the publisher, is everything. And so in Uganda here right now, if you've been following recent events, maybe dating back just about a month ago, there's been crackdown, especially on bloggers. It is so widespread is the issue that President Yoweri Museveni also was pronounced dead, and he had to order security forces to, with immediate effect, track and arrest those who announced him dead. So, by the time the president comes out, and they were challenging him, the people who were spreading this false news. They were saying if he's alive, he should get on TV. And it also took him over 2 weeks. The only time he came out was when he was now ordering security forces to track and arrest with immediate effect. But by the time he came out, almost many people, including those in mainstream media, maybe believed the news could be true because they had announced him dead. It's so widespread, even in, and most especially during time for elections, these things usually come. If you looked at an investigation done by Digital Forensics Lab, they traced some of the blogs we came up towards the 2021 elections in Uganda. And when they traced most of them, they found most of these blogs had connection to Citizens Information Center. An example like the Kampala Times, you'd find one man running several other blogs, but with the help of that Digital Forensic Lab, they managed to trace that indeed all the things, you find one person managing about 5 blogs. And also towards 2021 election, Facebook took, it was so widespread that Facebook had to pull down so many pages. And also many of these social media pages that were pulled, when you trace, according to that research by the Digital Forensic Lab, all of them again had connection to Citizens Information Center. So it's so widespread, especially with the proliferation of social media. It has changed everything. It has changed the media landscape. And now looking at the media no longer wields that influence it used to have. People more than ever believe in social media. And when you look at Uganda, for example, the median age is about 17, just 17 above. And those are not very sophisticated people who can be able to engage and discern the media. So their source of information basically is social media. These are people who don't listen to TV, who don't listen to radio, they don't watch televisions. All they do is they wake up in the morning and the news they see on social media is what they widely share. Personally, I have been approached by so many people. The last time I went and took a COVID jab, they keep on telling me, man, you're left with, every time I meet them, you're left with more 1 year to die. And all this is from the social media. And by the time the legacy media comes in to put forward, to debunk it, the damage is already done. So there is a lot going on, especially in Uganda, in regards to the social media and its use for spreading fake news. Thank you.
Thanks, and that's a really important point. I think it just shows the need to have fact-checking platforms so that people can really verify what they're hearing from the general public. And if I can ask you, Nuzulak, publishing fact-checking information has been shown generally to have a positive effect in terms of correcting inaccurate information. But does fact-checking change what people think, what they believe, or what they do?
I think it's also relative to depend on the society and the nature of the information that has been fact-checked. First, remember fake news spread very fast. I hate using fake news because it has been misused by some politicians, even discrediting serious public interest journalism. I would say misinformation rather. So when the misinformation spread, the accuracy spread very fast. But when you come and debunk that information, the rate of that debunked stories moving toward the same audience is actually relatively slow. And I once read one of the research, I think way back almost a year or so, where they said, like, once you debunk the story, it's almost like those people who had got that fake information, whatever misinformation, is only 1 out of 4 who would actually get that debunked story. So to what extent is effective? It's really effective, and it has worked sometimes here in Tanzania. Sometimes we will debunk, especially when the misinformation COVID vaccine was serious here in Tanzania. You would debunk, maybe create a visual, and you'll find that, okay, circulating in the groups that you even didn't forward to it. But when you go back to the social media channels, for us, once you go to Nukta Fact, you'll find there, and the comments that's around those comments, I mean, the content that you have debunked, they say, yeah, you have been paid for this. Like, this is what we know. That is not truth. So this is actually going to give additional task to admins to actually continue debunking within the comments. You know, like, it was almost hectic having 100 comments of saying, no, that what we know is actually the truth. Why you guys are forcing us to believe this. So it has been a very serious, but we believe that maybe this has, because our society have low awareness on the impact of misinformation. So as we go forward and other mainstream media adopt fact-checking initiatives, the society is likely to believe and they understand what we're really doing. So currently we are progressing well in terms of effectiveness, but we can't say we are almost 70% or let's say 80%, probably 40 or so, yeah.
That's very interesting. But studies have shown that the direct impact of corrections is often very limited, as you've said. It reaches 1 in 4, and then people keep debunking what you've debunked. And this is true, especially for the kinds of groups that have been most exposed to the disinformation. So if I can ask you, Bella, what approaches are necessary in order to reach these audiences and segments? How do you reach your audience effectively?
So as the D-Bank, we are trying to create innovations, like I said earlier, here at the Hub. So one of the innovations that we have is to reach more people in the rural areas, to reach more people using some of the innovations here. So we are creating a bot that will be able to, automatically generate fake news from different WhatsApp chats, WhatsApp groups. Different individuals could ask questions, could ask the bot questions, and be able to get actual factual information in real time. So with that solution, when ready, I think it will be a good platform to debunk fake news over and over again, because most times you'll find that the same fake news that you encounter today is the same thing that someone will send you tomorrow and the next day and next week. And it gets so frustrating because you can't keep on doing the same thing over and over again, especially about the COVID-19 vaccines. And time and again, just like Elunia said, most people will tell you if you have gotten the jab, you will most likely die in 2 years. And then after that, people will say, okay, people with COVID-19 jabs are the people that are actually spreading, COVID-19 because it has the variant in them. So most times it gets really frustrating. So with the D-Bank bot, I think it would be really amazing to see that the continuous, fake news that people are giving you is the exact thing that the D-Bank bot is going to debunk and give real-time information to this individual who is asking, or even just target those groups or those people that are actually sending the fake information and correct them in real time. Because most times what we do is just, as fact checkers, what we do is just give the factual information without targeting the person who sent this information. Most times it goes beyond just debunking and saying, oh, this is fake, this is a lie. How about we start doing deeper investigations, how it started, who started it, reach out to them and find ways of either stopping them, reporting their pages, because since now it's social media, report that page, it could either get blocked or this person could be stopped. So it should be more than just putting the information out there and saying, this is fake. We should also be able to go deeper and do those investigations, and also when those investigations are done, then policies could change. So if I did a fact check about masks, or because last time we did a fact check around masks containing graphene, and the idea that came to us was, why don't we really go to those laboratories and actually check if these masks are safe? We should not just say, this mask is safe and blah, 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 and just give the facts, but we should be able to see if every mask is safe, if every mask from every person, every vendor who is selling, where are they getting those masks from? They are cheap. So why are they cheap? Why are they this cheap if the actual market for these masks, for this particular mask is expensive? So if we change policies with fact checking, then it would be another great step, a huge step for fact checking. And since fact checkers are limited in number, though it's a growing business, but they're still limited in number, it would be amazing for more people to get on board and be able to tackle this issue.
Thank you, Bella. And if I can ask you, Alunya, the business of fact-checking, what is required in order to set up such an initiative, and what resources are needed? Where do you see the biggest challenges?
Well, what I see as the biggest challenge basically is when you look at the impact of many of these many times the impact is.
Sorry, Alunya, your audio is coming on and off. Maybe if you could start again, please. We can't hear you.
Well, what I can say, looking at the impact of many of these initiatives, the debunking initiatives, the impact seems to be minimal. And to me, why the impact could be minimal is that one, when you look at the legacy media, for example, here in Uganda during this COVID period, a number of media houses had to cut off their workforce. So already the workforce which is left there is very, very small. So between chasing for hard news and then again doing fact checking at the same time, it's very hard. So most of this work has been left to NGOs to do this work. Where the problem comes in is there should be a collaboration between these initiatives and legacy media in order to cause maximum impact. Without that, I still see a very big challenge ahead. And many times by the time the debunking teams are working on these fake news, it has already been shared and reshared hundreds of times. And by the time it comes, it's debunked, it's already maybe too late. And also I challenge those who do debunking to look at basically not about what people think, but they should focus on what they think, because it's mostly about the perception that they get after consuming that news. So much of the debunking should be really on trying to understand how they think. Back to your point, what does it take for an initiative of a thought to come up with? I would suggest the first thing is to do the problem analysis. It is better to first understand and identify the problem. Why are people doing these fake news? So we need to first come up with to first identify the real problem, why this is happening. And also, when we are setting up initiatives, especially for Africa, we should look at the African context, not to be Eurocentric or to westernize our initiatives, because some initiatives do work in the Western world, but they may not work in Africa. So if we come up with initiatives that are very close or that have worked maybe in London or in Washington, here in Africa, it may not work because we need to first identify our problem. So whoever is coming up with an initiative of fact-checking should first begin. The beginning point is to analyze the problem. You need to come up with the problem tree, analyze it properly, and then know which dimension, who are the people behind, so that you address the problem. Otherwise, you'll be doing the work, but with the very minimal impact. So we need to identify the problem. And of course, you also need a team. There must be a team, ideally technologists, together with journalists and researchers. That is the first resource you must have if you've identified the first problem. And of course, you must have a passion for fact-checking. So the whole thing is about having passion for it. And this comes if you've identified the problem, which problem you'll now be addressing in your fact-checking initiatives. So most times I have scrolled through the web and you look at stories that have been fact-checked. Sometimes you find a fact-checking initiative has also almost repeated verbatim what what the person who put up the fake news has written, verbatim, almost. The whole thing is written there. And then they simply say false or true. How have you helped the people? So you must be, by the time you're doing that, already they have developed a perception. There is already a thinking. So you're no longer addressing what people think, but you're trying to address how they think. So when you just simply come up and say false or true, that is how indeed we get minimal impact. So we must address what, we shouldn't address what, but we should focus on how people think after consuming such fake news. So we need to do that. And then of course, like I put it, when you're disclosing these facts, then you have to omit the falsehood. But if you bring also the falsehood there, and then with your facts, many times it leads to very little impact. So back to what you asked me, it's all about identifying. The beginning point of a fact-checking initiative is to understand the problem. And you only understand the problem after doing a problem analysis. The financial bit of it, well, that comes later. Many of these fact-checking initiatives are basically thrive on fundraising. But the beginning point is for you to understand that the problem really exists. And once you've identified the problem and analyzed the root cause of the problem, and then come up with initiative that addresses that. For example, in Uganda right now, the major drivers of these falsehoods are WhatsApp, you have Facebook. They are majorly the major driving force behind false news. So if an initiative is aimed at perhaps addressing that, either on WhatsApp or falsehood, if you have identified the problem, and the problem must also address, if you look at the age group in Uganda, the median age, like I put it earlier on, is 17, just above 17 years. These are not very sophisticated people. So once you come up with an initiative that does not fall in the age bracket, you're bound to fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Alunya. Nuzulak, do you have anything to add? Is the situation the same in Tanzania?
Yeah, I support a lot what Joe said, but he also just want to add, like fact checking nowadays has become like a buzzword across the globe, even we in the developing country, maybe because it attracts a lot of funding or so, but it becomes very difficult for private company startups. So when you initiate a fact-checking initiative, I think among the best thing we should look also is on financing it for sustainable purpose. Because for instance, when I go to the board and would say, okay, guys, we would need additional budget for a fact-checking initiative. And they say, hell, we are still building an audience for our normal content, and you're bringing this additional stuff and you want some money and that. So it becomes very difficult. So it's also cool for most of, especially small newsrooms, to have a very clear budget on fact checking, for at least to have that kind of sustainability and continuity on doing that. Because with the bad thing with fact checking, when you break up almost 5 months or 2 months is also, you are likely to lose the audience. And this is our experience. And most of these funded the initiatives, like the fund won't be with you for almost, let's say, 4 years. They should be there for 6 months, 1 year or so. And then if we mobilize the resources based on that fund, you are likely to have that kind of ups and down in terms of continuity of fact checking. So it's very important, even when you're doing your annual budget, to throw some amount of cash, whatever, is it $1,000 or whatever it is. The second thing that is to add that is, like, fact checking is cash intensive, especially when you want to spread the content, the debunked content. And badly enough is that nowadays, even the social media giants, they are discouraging advertising debunked content, especially on COVID, because of the policies and the recent what happened. So the bots are actually automatically detecting as if you are spreading misinformation. Actually, you have debunked, especially for us who are producing content in Swahili. So you need to have a very good team and money. And the additional stuff is regular training to the team, as I would say, because today you will teach them how to debunk by using InVid or whatever, TinEye, whatever tool that you are. Tomorrow the new tool would come. If you don't do these regular trainings and updates, your fact initiative will just be using old techniques and we may not debunk all the stuff around. So this is what we do at Nukta Africa. Like, most of the time research a lot of tools, because we also train our colleagues on fact checking. It becomes very easy for fact checking initiatives, but it will be very important. In addition to what Joe mentioned, all the individuals, the desk or whatever, like, have this kind of regular training, and it should be accounted for the HR people to see how they have progressed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think now we're going to move on to fact-checking and journalism. And traditional media companies are seeking new ways to survive in the fast-changing ecosystem while trying to promote quality journalism. So Bella, how do you perceive the impact on journalism and the traditional gatekeeper role?
So traditional journalism, before fact-checking became a thing, they had the verification bit, but a lot of mistakes can be made in the long run of sourcing information and getting sources. And also, how newsrooms work. In the morning, you're out in the field, you don't have time to question what someone is telling you. So with fact checking, I think it becomes more easy to track back and hold people accountable on what they said during a news beat. So when someone, maybe a journalist, goes out to the field and gets this information, and possibly doesn't have the time to fact check, at least with these skills that are now necessary more than ever. They're not taught in school, they're not taught in universities, but I think universities should take on, the role of teaching students how to fact check and making it a norm and a culture. So when this journalist is faced with this challenge, they have to make sure that the brand is not ruined, that when they're faced with that challenge and their organization is being put on the spot for promoting fake news or misinformation, they're able to find ways of fact checking what every single person says, what every single authority says on air. So it is important for traditional journalism for every newsroom actually to have a desk that is doing the fact checking and verifying misinformation and fake news from different people, from different sources. And that is how because how brands work, brands and personalities, most times they try as much as possible to make sure that they are giving factual information. And if at any one point they give the wrong information, then that's it for them. It's going to be very hard to come back from that. And sometimes, Ugandans move on so fast, but it's something that people will always remember a brand from. So it is important for newsrooms to have a desk that is going to fact check each and every information that is coming in, and also for universities just to generally take on this in their curriculum and just put it in there and make sure that students know the role of fact checking. Otherwise, I doubt that a number of students know what fact checking is or its importance as journalists, as young journalists. And it is going to be very, very important in the coming years as a skill. Just like you were saying earlier, Hannah, that right now you have to be multi-talented, multitasking, and one of those things that you have to have on your portfolio is fact checking. So it is important for newsrooms to take it on. Yeah.
Thank you, Bella. And if I can just say now that Reporters Without Borders, or RSF, invested dozens of cases in which journalists and bloggers were banned from Facebook because they allegedly violated the community standards. And due to the mounting political pressures from social media platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, to act against the spread of disinformation, cases like this, they illustrate a larger threat to journalism. So if I can ask you, Elunia, how do you see the risks linked to automated fact-checking on journalism and beyond?
Thank you. Looking at the risks of automated fact-checking is, I have personally seen many such, especially like on WhatsApp. But I still believe for real fact-checking to take place, we still need, people need explanation. If you're telling them that something is wrong, you need to give them an explanation. You need to address the mindset, the perception, which is already in the mind. Now, most of these automated fact checks are basically telling you this information is false, this information is true, which, I mean, if I am the one getting it, and I have already been told that maybe someone who is going to take, say, a COVID jab is going to die after 2 years, and you're simply telling me it is false. I mean, but I already have a mindset. I already have a perception, which that false news, that fake news has built in me. So it requires to be addressed. And this can only be possible through debunking by journalists. So journalists still have a very important role in debunking this, other than automating it. Because with automation, the few I have had a chance to look at, for example, maybe if you, like an example, if you're using artificial intelligence can, using using computer science, can be able still to identify maybe keywords and then brand them as falsehood, or rather as fake news. But to me, I believe the role of a journalist in fact-checking is much more vital than to leave it into these AI. Yes, AI is coming up, and there are a number of media labs that are working on it. But for the case of Africa here, it doesn't work. I wouldn't recommend it for a fact-checking initiative in Africa here, because Africa is a unique place. Many of these can work in the Western world, where people already have media literacy, and even they have a literate population, which in the first place are able to discern falsehoods and all that. But in Africa, we still have the level of literacy is very low. The level of media literacy is actually very, very low. And people tend to believe whatever they read. So an explanation would be much more better. Whereas automated is basically, after picking those keywords, will simply brand it as falsehood and does not offer an explanation to why it is false, in order to be able to change how people already think based on the news they have consumed. Thank you.
Thank you, Elunya. Nozulak, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's actually more serious, and like personally, I'm really worried the ongoing efforts of using AI alone, and especially in fact checking, because like AI, as I said, it has some limitations. Mostly on languages which are non-English. You know, like this bot, whatever they're doing is, like for us, we are producing more content in Swahili. So once you produce it, the AI will directly translate it to English. There are a lot of contextualization issues, and automatically will brand that content as false. But actually it's not. Just because the bots have failed to translate the content well. And this is, as I said earlier, this is actually even affecting our efforts of debunking this misinformation, especially when you want to boost content. So when you want like to boost debunk the story on Facebook, by just hyperlinking maybe what's the original, you haven't even copied the text and everything. Once you boost there, they will just flag, say, hey, you have violated community policies. Once you try the other story, the third, they ban your ad account. Done. When you go to YouTube, the same. When you go to Twitter, the same. So this is actually not human beings actually behind vetting all of these content. They're actually bots, and they're not very good in terms of language. Second issue is on contextualizations. Human beings understand the context. They know like the ground reporting and all of this. But when we create bots, we actually give them keywords. We give them some numbers or whatever that they can. Once they see, they block or filter. So, I mean, they are good, but they might not be very effective as human fact-checking initiatives for sure. Yeah.
I completely agree. If I can just bring you in here, Bella. Recently, there have been some fact-checking collaborations between big tech and smaller companies or smaller initiatives. How important are these for the information ecosystem?
So tech, I mean, we're now digital. Everything is digital, and it is important for different people to collaborate with tech companies because they've got data, they've got information that we might not have. So as fact checkers, having that data on our hands would be very, very amazing. And it is also like another way for people to believe in what you're saying, because with data as the new gold mine, with data, people are more likely to believe what you are presenting, what you are saying, than when you are just presenting if something is false or if something is true. So if there's more use of tech to verify information, then the better, because yes, there's going to be worry about how this data is handled. I might be worried if this bot is just in my contact list, and I'm wondering, are they using my information the right way? Are they spying on me, or are they using this for the good? But with tech, then it's important to note that fact checkers should be able to get their hands on as much information as possible, because I mean, with that information, then we are able to see more people believing in fact checks than other people. The fact that most fact checks are referred to as fake news, as Donald Trump would always say, is because popular opinion will give room for people to how do I call it? Push away the facts without looking into them, because that's their opinion. But if we are able to use data and collaborate with big tech, then it would be amazing for more fact checkers to use data to verify their information.
Yes, I think Nuzulak also wants to chip in on this. Oh, yeah.
It's on.
Yes.
Basically, in terms of when you say like on the fact checking and related stuff, so what we really see, personally as a journalist as well, there are some issues that we should do. First, importing everything in terms of where we do may not work, as sometimes Joe said, because of the nature of the audience we have. Unlike the mainstream media, where someone is making decision to tune in to TV, people who are on Facebook, they actually get on timeline, so whatever that comes in. So the best way maybe what we can do is try to create content based on news consumption habit of our people. You get my point? The way we package our content, we may not follow all what our colleagues in the West do, like the text, something chap, chap, chap. But can we maybe try to use infographics? You know, can we try to use some animations like, hey, this is the, but this is a fact, quick, because the news consumption behavior for people, like for short stuff and this, and we need to put around that. Okay. Maybe the last thing I would say is, like, us being fact checkers doesn't make us better only if we don't spread this skills to our people. So Bella was saying about the training in the colleges, fact checking is not there. That's true. There's nothing where you can go. There's a specific course about fact checking, apart from just few topics on verification. But if maybe we start going to universities or push universities to adopt the curriculum around that, it will make sense. So like us at Nukta Africa, we've been working with our colleagues like the TMF was partnering here. And also we've been having our own initiative, like going to universities, recruiting 10 students, putting them on our lab, at the Nukta Lab, where we teach them data journalism and fact checking for 4 months, and they will leave them for the market. At least it will help for long term to spread the skills.
Okay, thank you, Nuzulak. I think he went ahead of me a bit and answered my next question. So I guess I'll pose this to you, Bella and Joseph. And before I do that, I'd also like to remind you, our virtual audience, to send in your comments and questions, because I'm going to allow for one question from each hub and maybe one from the virtual platform to our speakers today before we close out the session. But the question I was going to pose to Bella and Joseph is, what needs to be done? What should we do now in order to address the new waves of mis and disinformation in a holistic manner or in a greater scale?
So what we should do, and I think what the DBank is already doing, is automating the process of fact checking. The other thing is reaching out to more people, reaching out to more audiences, and that is more people in rural areas, more people that might not be able to see these fact checks, especially people that we expect to be online but are not, and yet they are the target groups that this false information is targeting. Like I said earlier about the third person effect hypothesis. Most people, when they send misinformation or when they are, giving fake news to other people, it's because they have that social distance corollary in their mind that, you know what, someone that is going to be affected or someone that is going to get this undesirable information is far from me, far from my inner circle, but it's someone on the outer circle, someone that I might not know. So even when we are going through our WhatsApp statuses and we see fake news or misinformation, when we're going through, Facebook, Twitter, and we are seeing misinformation, we know it's misinformation as land individuals, as people who are, journalists and fact checkers. But sometimes we think, it does not affect me. This undesirable information or this negative information does not affect me. So I do not have to go ahead and correct this person who is posting about this or who is sharing this information. But if it starts with personal initiative, as every journalist, every young journalist on here, so that, when you are encountering fake news on someone's status, they might be as jokes or memes, but someone else might take it as plain truth. So if you're able to, do a personal comment and talk to this person and tell them, hey, this is fake information, this is fake news, take it down. Or like I said earlier, report these pages, make sure that they are not, they're not in the position to harm anyone anymore. And also automating, like I said, that is the future of fact checking, automating fact checks. And we are already in the future as the DBank. And I think also reaching out to more individuals that will be affected in more ways than one, making those inventions that will be able to reach these individuals specifically will also be another goal for the future of fact checking.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I think we'll end here, but this has been the Fact Checking Fireside Chat, and we've had Bella Twina from the DBank Show, we've had Joseph Elunya from the Center for Investigative Journalism in Uganda, and we've had Nuzulak Dawson from Nukta Africa, Tanzania. Thank you so much to all our speakers for your contributions today. I think we'll go back to the main room. Do stay with us. This is the East Festival 2021. We have more for you in store. Over to you, Edith. You're muted, Edith.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Hannah. I was saying, incidentally, it's ironic that you're handing over to me because I'm actually introducing a session that you're moderating, and you can see that the stage is already set behind me. The researchers are waiting, and without further ado, let me introduce what's coming right up. Hesbon Owila will be joining me right here on stage together with other researchers, and they're looking at presenting an agenda on publications so far and the research products to look out for. So, Hesbon, what should we look forward to?
To look forward to. We have this major research project titled Innovation for Media Viability in East Africa. We've collected data from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. In Kenya, we're talking about 366 media managers and journalists, 75 media houses. In Uganda, we're talking about 286 media managers and journalists, around 96 media outlets. In Tanzania, we are still in the process of cleaning up that data to come up with a definitive number of media houses and media managers.
So very comprehensive papers here we're looking at.
Very comprehensive papers. If you look at the previous discussion that we had, Innovate or Die, I would want to say Innovate and Live. There are a number of issues that Victor Bwire raised about what the media is and what people are saying. And it's quite interesting that most of those answers are actually in the data that we collected from journalists and media managers.
All right, I won't take any more of your time. Please take it away. Thank you.
You're welcome. So back to you, Hannah, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear you, and I think there are 6 discussants in this session. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce some of these names correctly. But here in Tanzania, we have Dastan Kamanzi.
Yes.
Yeah, from TMF, that's Tanzania Media Foundation. Karibu sana. And we also have sorry, I'm just getting the list here. Right, we have Dr. Erneo Nyakundi Nyamboga, and we also have Professor Booker, and we have Professor Anne Holyfield. We also have Dr. Rose Kimani and Hesbon Hansen Owilla, as we have just seen. And I think I'd like to give the discussants an opportunity to kind of introduce themselves, because I don't think I did them justice. Maybe we can start with Dr. Rose Kimani.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Rose Kimani, and tuning in from Nairobi as well. And I'm working for Deutsche Welle Academy, and we've been working on the Innovation for Media Viability Research for the past 1.5 years, and glad to be here.
Karibu sana. Maybe we can hear from the lady next to you in MIC.
Okay. Well, that's me.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Booker. I'm an associate professor at the Graduate School of Media and Communications at Aga Khan University, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from Dr. Anne Holyfield? I think she's joining us virtually. Dr. Holyfield, can you hear us? I think you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I'm Dr. Anne Holyfield. I'm a professor emerita at the University of Georgia in the United States. My research is focused on news media viability for the past 3 years, and I'm working on this project as a senior research consultant. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Karibu sana, welcome. We're also delighted to have you. Can we hear from Dr. Erneo Nyakundi Nyamboga?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Nyakundi Nyamboga. I am a lecturer in the Department of Publishing, Journalism and Communication Studies at the University, at Moi University, Kenya. My interests largely are on media law and media ethics, and I've done a few publications that probably are available, including Journalism and the Rule of Law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, karibu sana, Dastan Kamanzi.
Asante. Habari. My name is Dastan Kamanzi from Tanzania. I'm working with the Tanzania Media Foundation as acting executive director. I have worked with TMF since 2014 in the different positions. So, welcome.
Thank you so much. Those are our panelists today. It's going to be jam-packed with a lot of very different information, but let's dive right in. First out, we have an outline of the Media Futures East Africa major areas of research focus from Rose Kimani.
Thank you, Hannah.
If we could move the slide to the next. Okay, yeah, so as I previously mentioned, our research is titled Innovation for Media Viability in East Africa. And basically what we are trying to look at in this research is what is the status of media organizations in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. How are they doing in terms of their viability? Are they surviving? Are they just struggling? Are they doing well? And what are the predictors of this viability? So we've been on this project for the past 1.5 years or so in terms of the research. And what we are looking at specifically is to get publishable research out of our efforts. The next slide, please. For publishable research, that is to be able to lead the conversation on what is going on as far as viability is concerned. At the same time, the aim of the research is to do needs analysis for project interventions, as we said, as mentioned with the Media Futures East Africa project, doing several media development projects on the ground. So, and the idea is let's have scientific information which will tell us what needs to be done, what needs to be included or not. And we're also looking to develop practical tools for actionable change for media houses. And so how we've done this research is to select a total of 430 media houses in the region, which produce news, which produce original news for audiences, and at the same time, which are based in the region. So for instance, we did not look at international actors, but we looked at mostly national and regional actors as far as the media is concerned. And in terms of the research areas that our research looked at is research areas at the organizational level. So apart from looking at the overall environment in which media houses operate, what is the status within the media houses themselves? So we looked at issues like the newsroom structure. We looked at the ownership and business model of media houses in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We also looked at their organizational capacity and their business resilience. That is, how well are they able to deal with shocks in the system? And then we also looked at content quality. How well are they producing new content, unique content? And what is their innovation culture? Are they open to innovation at all or not? And then what has been the impact of COVID? Of course, this question came up once COVID surprised all of us. And then also looking at the journalism culture in media houses as gauged by both media managers and gauged by the journalists working in media houses. So that's just a big general overview, but I hope that clarifies it a bit more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose Kimani, for that presentation. Next, we're going to have a look at finding financial force or financial profile, or the financial profile of media houses in East Africa by Professor Holyfield.
And okay, and the next slide, please. Just some very brief findings that may be of interest to you. We found that the media houses' financial trends from, I'm sorry, we've switched slides, so I'll switch. A couple of points to keep in mind that I think are important is the news organizations in the region are very young. 57% in Kenya and 61% in Uganda were 10 years old or younger. And this is important from a media sustainability standpoint because we know that only about 35% of all business organizations across all industries survive longer than 10 years. So with such a young industry in the region, you would expect a high turnover among media house organizations. However, the good news is that before COVID-19, the majority of those organizations were doing well financially, or at least okay. Their financial trends were also positive going from 2018 to 2019 for about half of the media houses, news media houses in the region. 54% in Kenya and 52% in Uganda either broke even or were profitable in 2019. In both countries, media houses used an average of 5 different revenue sources, but they used them with different results. In Kenya, the media houses that were using 4 to 6 different revenue sources had better financial results than those that were using fewer or more than that. Whereas in Uganda, having 1 to 3 different revenue sources was related to having better financial results. And if we could have the next slide, I'll go through the next couple of points. Is that from a theoretical standpoint, financial trends were more important than the actual financial performance in 2019 in terms of the media house providing its staff with regular and sufficient pay, and for the staff to have confidence that the media house was going to be sustainable in the long run. Also, positive financial trends in Kenya, but not in Uganda, were related to staff perception so that they had greater editorial independence and greater journalism content quality. And what we also found was that the newsroom share of the budget in these news media houses did not translate into greater newsroom resources or lower workloads for journalists. So having a bigger share of the budget didn't translate into better working conditions for journalists. So those are the key points on the financial profile that I wanted to share. One thing to think about is it does suggest that the actual financial performance in a year takes several years to actually work through and impact staff morale and staff performance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for that presentation. And next, we're going to have a presentation on media openness to innovation in challenging political systems by Rose Kimani. Karibu.
Thanks, Hannah. Well, right now I feel like I'm hogging the speaking space, but very soon Hesbon and Dr. Buka will also talk. So just to go to the media openness to innovation in challenging political systems. We had quite a number of results, but I will focus mainly on Kenya because that is where the results came out first and what we were able to analyze already. So for the first result is that positive financial performance in 2018 and 2019 positively related to news media professionals' perception that their organization is willing to innovate. So for those who stated that their organization had a strong financial performance in 2018, 2019, 73% also said that their organization was very innovative. And for those who said that their organization struggled financially or had a much weaker performance, only 36% said that their organization was innovative. Then for the next item, we were kind of surprised by this item because employees at digital native news organizations said that their organizations were most innovative, and this were 63%. However, employees at radio organizations termed their organizations as more innovative than, for instance, radio stations. For television stations. For radio stations, about 60% of employees said that the organizations were innovative, while for TV, only 46% said the organizations were innovative. But the ones where the employees seemed least positive about the innovative capacity were organizations that were working across both legacy media and digital media. For this, only 40% said that their organizations were innovative. And then in terms of the size of organization and innovativeness. So the organizations, we're still on the previous slide. So for the organizations which were mid-sized, and here these organizations that were about 11 to 29 people, these were the ones which were ranked as being most innovative. So then, okay, sorry. I think we're a bit lost. Okay, now that's the correct slide. That's the correct slide. Okay, and then when it comes to the the size of audience, this also seemed to link that for organizations that were working at the local level, at the hyper-local level, that is working within a neighborhood or a community, then 75% of the employees felt that the organizations are very innovative. So there seems to be something about the link between the audience and the organization in terms of confidence that the organization is being innovative. The ones which were found to be least innovative or that got the least marks for being innovative were those that were working at the national level. And this had only a 39% positive rating from their employees. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, that there are also organizations that experienced political and advertising pressure. That is, organizations that had their journalists either attacked verbally or physically, and also organizations that were either forced to kill stories or to write stories in favor of advertisers or political actors. And for this, one interesting finding was that it seems that attacking journalists physically or verbally is slightly less damaging to innovation than making them change the content to please political actors or advertisers. So for journalists who had been attacked physically or verbally, the innovation rating was 35 to 40%. But for organizations that had been forced to kill stories or to change stories because of advertisers or political actors, the innovation rating was only 31 to 35%. So this is actually pretty low. And again, the more types of intimidation that the respondents had witnessed, the more negatively they assessed the company's innovation culture. So this is something to keep in mind as far as innovation is concerned. So then, so what? I'm sure this is a question that most of us are asking, that one, financial stability is key in supporting innovation, and not just in terms of financial performance in 1 year, but we found that those that were stable 2018 to 2019 had the most positive ratings. And then we also, from this, we would say that innovation is not limited to the technologically advanced sector. For instance, we would say TV is more advanced than radio, but radio was actually seen to be more innovative than TV. At the same time, it's not necessarily that the large media houses are the most innovative. As we've said, it's the medium-sized media houses that were found to be more innovative even than the larger ones or than the pretty small ones. And then the last point is that the pressure and intimidation, which impacts on content, which makes journalists have to change their ways of working or breach their ethics, so to speak, has the most negative impact on innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rose Kimani, for that presentation. Next, we're going to have a final presentation on business resilience and continuity in East African news media organizations in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is from Hesbon at MIC.
Thank you, Hannah. This probably is part of what we've already published. So this is not published as such, but what we presented elsewhere, just like what Rose presented. So part of what we looked at was how the COVID-19 phenomena impacted business resilience. And the data basically focuses on Kenya, and we are still working on the Ugandan and Tanzanian data. But briefly, these are some of the things that we found, that majority of the news media organizations, especially in Kenya, had reduction in revenues. I think we had this discussion in one of the previous sessions. So there was actually reduction in revenues, and data is showing that. This is response from media managers and journalists in Kenya. Another interesting thing is that it is large media organizations that seem to have been hard hit by revenue reduction. And the findings indicate that 81.9% of the managers noted that despite the reduction in revenues, there was also a reduction in the demand for advertising space. So advertisers were less demanding of that advertising space, while only 9 0.7% of the managers from these media organizations in Kenya say that there was some slight increase in demand for advertising space. And it's also important to note that the increase in advertising space for the few media houses that had increase in demand were increases that didn't go beyond 30%. So the other thing was a decrease in revenues and demand for advertising space was accompanied by a higher demand for content by the consumers. So the challenge for media houses was that revenue was going down, demand for advert space was going down, but during the pandemic, we lived in this space where the consumers were looking for a lot of information, and most of them were actually going to the legacy media. There was an increase in both legacy and new media, but suddenly the need to consume more content, was fairly urgent during the height of the pandemic. Then again, one thing that was interesting is that audience numbers increased, for large media organizations. And that tells you that it's not like the audience is not interested in the legacy media. They consider the legacy media a lot more authoritative and credible. And that's why they were essentially moving to the legacy media at a time when everyone was looking for information to deal with the pandemic. Yes, so what were some of the emergent issues or themes that disrupted the newsroom? We did part of our study just focused on open-ended, questions that elicited what journalists and managers experience. And some of the challenges that emerged were challenges to do with sourcing. They had a number of sourcing issues, reluctant sources because of the health protocols, the logistics of reaching these sources because of, the government curfews and limitations on that. Then number two, there was a dearth of variety. So when you have limited sources, the variety of sources that were, incorporated in the news stories sort of reduced, and that had some implications on the quality of content. And then content also reduced because most media outlets either withdrew broadcast content or dealt away with certain columns in the newspapers. We also realized from the data that most of the journalists and the media managers noted that there was low morale. A lot of them were laid off, then there were salary reductions, and this affected the workload and occasioned some sort of trauma. And it had some effect on their productivity to some extent. And then lastly, there were a lot of changes in procedures, lack of clarity on what was going to happen, where they didn't have the necessary protective gears. I think a lot of things just changed, and it didn't give them an opportunity to cover the pandemic as they would have wished to cover it. So what exactly do these findings mean? So essentially what we were looking at is how the pandemic affected the business resilience of these media organizations and the extent to which these media organizations put in place adaptive measures that would help them, continue with their business as usual. And it's interesting that in as much as there were a number of adaptive measures that were put by these news media organizations to help the journalists, the business arm of producing quality news, did not seem to suggest anything that is transformative in terms of the model, to cushion these media outlets from the ravages of the pandemic and help them continue with their business as usual. So you realize that apart from the salary cuts, the layoffs, the new ways of sourcing, cutting down on anything risky, there wasn't anything much. And you can actually imagine, what if the pandemic had continued with its seriousness up to where we are today? Would they have just continued cutting down? So those are some of the emergent issues. The media outlets, adequately prepared to deal with long-term crises like the COVID pandemic? Hannah?
Thank you, Dastan, and a big thank you to the Media Futures research team. for those findings and the presentations. I think now we're going to head into the discussion session, and just to remind our virtual audience to join in online and to write your comments and questions to the panel that we have now. So I think our discussants, which are Professor Booker, Dr. I'm sorry. Dr. Nyamboga and Dustin Kamanzi. I think we're going to start the discussion session now, and we can engage the research team as well. And just to get right into it, what do these research findings mean? What are the implications or the significance to the practitioners, the media owners, the industry, the policy, and the academy? If we can start with you, Professor Booker.
Thank you. I saw you looking the other side, so I didn't know that I was going to be the first one to speak, but thank you very much. And, just to start off, I think I want to commend the team that, took part in this study. I think it provides a lot of insights. And while what was presented was, very brief, some of us are privy to a lot of the details of the study, and my comments will cut across some of the issues that perhaps have not been presented today. I think the study comes at a very timely point for the media landscape in East Africa, pointing towards some of the realities that we have to confront, not just in terms of operation, but also for those of us who are involved in training, continuous professional training, and graduate training of journalists and those in media leadership. I think the findings are very interesting and provide an opportunity for a lot of robust discussion. When I listened to Professor Holyfield's presentation about, the fact that a lot of the media organizations that exist in the region are pretty young, that is true. In Kenya, for example, up to 50% of the media organizations that exist today, and this is quoting data from, the Media Council of Kenya, that up to 50% of the media organizations that exist today were not in existence prior to 2017, or, just after the 2017 election. And so that tells you that, many of these stations or media organizations are pretty young, a majority of them being radio and, radio stations, a majority of them moving away from urban areas and, a lot more into the community, into where people are. But then again, also a question of then who owns them, and many of them then being owned by the political elite, which then speaks to, what's the agenda, what's the motivation, and how they want to use these platforms, in terms of, the sorts of content, things for us to think about. But then again, the fact that a majority of them are radio, and many of the new ones are radio, then points to a very interesting finding. I think it was Rose who mentioned it, or Hesbon, that the bulk of a lot of those that work in radio organizations are more open to innovation, or were, a lot more innovative in terms of how, they did, their work in terms of content. And that could point to something that's interesting and perhaps warranting, a further study. In many of these radio organizations, because of their very nature of being very small, in terms of operation, in terms of, our organizational structure, does the size of an organization impact, for example, the speed at which you innovate? How many barriers, for example, are presented in terms of hierarchical structures and the bureaucracies that exist that might then, limit, the trying out of new ideas, the ability to be able to fail forward, because if you're talking innovation, then you'd have to be open to, taking certain risks. In some instances, some of this, will fail, but even with those that fail, there are lots of lessons that you can pay forward in terms of, your next projects. So, looking at the relationship between the size of an organization and the more structured an organization is vis-a-vis, its ability to be able to test out and try out and experiment, with content content, with new ways of reaching audiences, with different operations, with different business models? Is there a relationship between that? And if that then is the case, then perhaps even for the larger media organizations, is there a need for us to change mindset? Is it time for us to start thinking as entrepreneurs, as a startup, as small, organizations, that even within the larger, conglomerate, you're then thinking as small departments, as small units, and within those then, developing that sort of entrepreneurial mindset that enables you to test out, experiment, fail forward, and innovate. Just something for us to, to think about. One of the other things that I think for me was an interesting observation is, the whole question of the revenue sources. And I think from the presentation, we've seen that a lot of the media houses seem to have, 4 or, diverse revenue sources. While that is a plus, there are questions about, to what extent do these revenue sources conflict, for example, with editorial decision-making or, some of the content that is covered. What are these revenue sources? And are there some of them that present ethical challenges, even as a media house operates? Is there a clear distinction, between the editorial processes and the fact that these revenue streams or revenue sources do not impact, ethical practice? And I'm hoping that my colleague who's very passionate about ethics, Dr. Nyakundi will speak to that. An interesting observation was that financial performance does not necessarily lead to morale of employees, which was an interesting finding. So the question is, where does that success, in financial performance, where does it go? Because the assumption is that, if you're financially stable, if you're financially viable, then your employees or your people, your teams should be motivated. There's a lot more for them to experiment with. There's a lot more that then would be dedicated to some of the stories that they'll be interested in. And of course, there might be a little more that's getting into their pockets. So it's interesting that, whereas there was, in some cases, there was an improvement in financial performance, it did not translate into employee morale. And so the question is there a disconnect, for example, between, the human resources departments and employee motivation and morale vis-a-vis, the monies that are coming in? I'd like to just say 1 or 2 more things and then, turn it over to the rest of the colleagues. And focus a lot more on, interesting findings around the pandemic that whereas the revenues were going down, the consumers were looking for more content. And I think it's important that in articulating that we look at, what were the realities at the time. A lot of the protocols that many of the countries, put in place, limited social interaction, and so the only place that you went for news, information, and entertainment was, the legacy media, was the media space. And so there was, a thirst for a lot more, media content. And, those findings resonate with, previous studies that have looked at the success of media, or most of the times when media thrives, it mainly thrives in situations where people are looking for a lot more information. Look at, when you look at some of the histories of radio, of television, that many of these media houses, got into the limelight at times of great disruption, during the world wars. And when you look at their histories and their successes, a lot of that is related to a time of, a lot of uncertainty for consumers. And so that those findings, clearly show that, in times of great turmoil or disruption, that people tend to pay a lot more attention to media. And so the question is, what's the content? It's not just the information that helps them predict their lives and make some informed decisions and answers some of the things that they are unclear about, but they're also looking to media to escape. There's an aspect of entertainment and content that would get them away, from the realities. And then the last thing that I'd like to say is that I think what these findings point to is that our audience is becoming a lot more literate. They're more active in terms of, making choices about what they want to consume. But I think also what it points to is a need for a lot more emphasis on media literacy for audiences so that they're able to make a lot more informed decisions. They're able to come into media, with a lot more knowledge that helps them consume a variety of content. I think I'll stop there. And
Thank you, Professor Booker, for your comments and questions. I think I'll open up the floor to Dr. Kunda Nyamboga and also to Dastan Kamanzi so that you can also engage the research team. And I think I'll give about 20 minutes for that, and then I can continue with the questions. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor, you're muted.
Am I? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you, Hannah, for the opportunity, and thank you, Prof, for setting the stage. Of course, the only challenge is that when a professor has spoken, what else do you do on a light side? Very well. I think I must commend the team for doing a good job. The research is really very elaborate. It has touched on basically all the areas that matter in terms of media viability. Yeah, and some of the things that intrigued me a bit in the report, of course, not for wrong reasons, were certain findings. For example, picking up from what Professor Nancy said, in Professor Ann's presentation, there was this remark that weak financial performance would imply that a compromise in terms of editorial independence and journalism content quality. And that, for me, I think is very worrying, because even as we speak today, the research may have been done in 2019, but where we are today, probably most of these media houses are still struggling. Even if at some point, as one said, COVID is not as bad as it used to be. I don't know what has changed so much, but probably it is still in us, and it is hitting us every day. I don't think the layoffs that were experienced in 2019 after on the onset of the pandemic have resulted into any changes now that COVID is not as bad as it was. I don't think any of those laid off employees have been recalled to go back. The staffs in these media houses are very lean, but to stick to what Professor's finding was the fact that if you are not financially stable, you are an employee in an organization that is not financially stable. What does that then tell you in terms of editorial independence? What does that tell you in terms of the quality of journalism that you produce? If you read deeper into the report, you also realize that at some point people are talking about salaries. That the salaries are low, they are not as good as they should in their view, and therefore that has a bearing on professionalism, especially in terms of ethical practices. So in one hand, you're saying that if I'm not paid well, then it predisposes me to unethical practices, including doing public relations on what is supposed to be ideally a news forum. It also includes taking bribes, either to do or not to do a story. That, for me, I think is very worrying, because when you talk about lack of editorial independence, informed by the weakness in terms of financial performance of these media houses, then we should be worried in terms of what is it that we are getting in terms of news. Who are these people, or who are these journalists? Of course, it is you and me. Who are these journalists now, and what exactly are they doing? Are they practicing professional journalism the way we know it, or they have basically been converted to traders? The other thing, again, that intrigued me a bit was that the highest budget, in a budget for a media house, the bulk of the money went to the newsroom, but that did not translate into greater newsroom resources or lower workloads. I think that again was a finding as presented by Professor Ann. Now again, you see a contradiction at that point. You would expect that things would be better if a lot more money was allocated to the newsroom, but the reverse is true. Perhaps it's something that we need to interrogate and establish why would that be? Because if there is more money allocated to the newsroom, the expectation will be that there will be an enhancement in terms of staffing, which then would mean that one individual will not be doing so much, therefore it would have lowered the workloads. But that exactly is not. And even in terms of equipping the journalists for the work that they should do, you would expect that if the budget is higher or more money is devoted to the newsroom, then the resources or the facilities that should enable a journalist practice journalism as it should be practiced should be made available. But that doesn't seem to be the issue. I will also go to Dr. Kimani's presentation, and I think something also touched me there in terms of innovativeness, and I think Professor Buka has already said something about it, but just to reinforce. If we have a majority of the outlets that were interviewed, for example, if you pick, for example, in Kenya, you're talking about having interviewed employees or managers and journalists from about 75 outlets. And then you discover that most of them are fairly young. And the findings are that these young ones seem to be more innovative than the legacy media or the old ones. Is it a case of try and error? Is it a case of doing the same things that the older media houses have been doing over time, and therefore they don't have to keep trying to get the same results? And does innovation really mean the same thing to the young media houses or media outlets? Is it the same thing to the larger media houses or the the older media houses? But something perhaps to think seriously about. And then something else that just crossed my mind from these presentations from Dr. Kimani was these respondents that we had, managers and journalists. Do we, for example, know where they were coming from at the time we were asking them these questions? If you find me disgruntled by my employer, I'm disgruntled about my employer, and you're asking me about whether they are doing well or whether they are open to innovations and so on. Of course, the answer I'm likely to give you would be probably misleading. And I don't know whether Dr. Kimani, that is the conclusion you draw, that if the circumstances surrounding where I work and how I work don't seem to be favorable to me, then most of the responses I give may not portray a very good picture of the organization that I work for. It's a weakness, I think, that cuts across all human beings, and probably sometimes I think we also need to reflect in terms of the results that we have. And then I have a challenge again. For us, I think we are lucky. We have somebody, we have Professor Nancy, who has associations also with the Media Council of Kenya. Do we actually know the journalists who work for these media houses? Do we know who actually works for these media houses? Do we have a list? Because journalists, specifically reporters here, take various shapes. There are those who are employees on a salary and with all manner of allowances. The majority are those who contribute to those media houses. But you'll be seeing their bylines all over. And some are even more identified than those who actually are on a payroll of those media houses as employees. So what I'm trying to put across is that the response you may get from a permanent member of staff, though permanent, is relative. And another who is a contributor probably put on a retainer or no retainer at all. the responses that they are likely to give you on certain questions could be or could not be accurate. So sometimes I think it's something perhaps to think about, but that's something that crossed my mind in terms of you asking somebody actually, other than that they contribute or they are on a retainer, they may not know so much about the organization they work for. So sometimes the information you get could go either way. And then on Hesbon's presentation, I'm not sure what that was Hesbon's, but there's something else that crossed my mind. There is this popular belief that advertisers have a lot of influence on what comes out. They decide which story should run in which media house. But these findings are interesting, especially for Kenya, where the percentages range from 26 to 37. And then you go to Uganda, your percentages ranging from 40 to 45 of persons who say the advertisers have influenced in one way or the other on the type of content that is shared. It is a finding that probably removes this contention. I don't know where I picked it from, but I think it's from scholarship, where everyone else thinks politicians are not the problem when it comes to content and what is basically finally shared to our audiences. The problem is the advertisers who dictate. For example, if they are the ones who are paying your salary, there's no way you're going to run a negative story about them. And usually the expectation is that they will be briefed beforehand, before that story runs. And then they would have to say, look, that story is not running. The moment you run that story, we're going to pull down the advert. Or we will not be in business. And they make true those threats. They're not just threats. There are occasions, I think, where this has happened. You run a negative story about one of the advertisers, they're going to pull down the adverts, and of course, you're going to miss money from that revenue stream. So
thank you, Professor Nyakunda. So sorry to cut you short. I think for the interest of time, maybe I could give the floor to Dastan Kamanzi so that there's also time for the research panel to answer your questions and comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know because of time, I will have some few comments on the research. I got time to review the presentation and the Tanzania report. One question I have is on business or on financial. Professor Ann has presented us concerning the financial streams, revenue streams in the media houses. But my concern with the study was, did you get time, or I was actually interested in maybe next time you can consider the funding which comes from donors and how has it contributed into media viability in the media sector. You see, we who are working in the media support sector, we have a sense that a lot of money is coming or funding is coming in the media sector, but at the end of the day, we still complain about the quality of media products. We still complain our journalists have no capacity. We still complain our media houses are not performing, but there is a lot of money coming. There are a lot of training being done. So how are these initiatives and funding helping the media to grow? The funding making the media go down or go up? What is your take? So I was thinking that maybe next time you can consider even researching or investigating on the funding which is coming in the media sector and what is its contribution. But concerning the findings you have presented, starting from the quality of content, you will see that this is a very cross-cutting issue. Even in Tanzania, even in Kenya and Uganda, you will see that we are still complaining the quality content is still low in some way. If I could say the last thing I would like maybe you to consider next time, I was actually thinking of the issue of public relations, or if I can say the information sector. as one of the aspects of media viability. When we talk of access to information, and when we don't look at the public relations or information sector, which I take as information bearers, the way they behave, the way they make the information open, we don't know. I have read the report, the Tanzania report. It's just saying that information is not easily accessible, but how and why. So media viability, you cannot skip the public relations industry. So we needed some kind of understanding of how the people in the industry are holding the information and why. Sometimes we say maybe it's the government or the laws, but sometimes not, because maybe they are not capable, or they have some kind of, or they need some kind of help to put the information out or accessible to the public. Yeah, I know the time is limited. I could have discussed more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments. I think we'll give some time to the researchers to answer. Maybe we can start with you, Professor Holyfield.
Yes, let me speak to the last question that was raised about financial sources of information. We did ask those questions, and we're in the very preliminary stage of analyzing them, but I do have some results that might be of interest. In Uganda, we did not find any relationship at all between specific financial sources, revenue sources that were being used, and the percentage of revenue being generated by those sources, and any particular strength of financial performance. So there was no connection there. In Kenya, we did find some relationships between revenue sources that I find very interesting and in some cases a little bit concerning. When we looked at the strength of financial performance in Kenyan news media organizations in 2019, we found that having a higher percentage of revenue coming in from the sale of related services, and what those might be, we don't have information on that. But sale of related services, loans and capital investment funds, such as from owners directly funding, and other sources undefined, were weakly but significantly related to a stronger 2019 performance. That's a little bit concerning, because if you're getting a lot of your revenue from loans, that is not a sustainable source of income. Of course, and also typically owners are only willing to subsidize unprofitable organizations for so long. So that the fact that that was one of the sources that was significantly related, weakly, but significantly related to financial performance in 2019 would be a little bit concerning to me as a media economist. Interestingly, to your point about funding and donations, when we looked at receiving money from institutional donors, such as NGOs, or from crowdsourcing fundraising, that was weakly and significantly related in Kenya to having had a positive financial trend between 2018 and 2019. So I hope that answers a little bit of your questions, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Yes, if we can hear from you, Rose Kimani, and then finally from Hesbon briefly.
Okay, thank you, Hannah, and thank you to Dr. Nyamboka and Dastan, and to Dr. Buka for your very insightful comments and just thoughts about what else we need to keep in mind. Maybe just to address one of the issues that Dr. Nyamboka raised about at what point did we catch the journalists or the managers in terms of their responses, maybe just to go a bit deeper into the methodology. For one, the questions to do with financial performance, to do with the structural aspects of the organization. This we focused on the management questionnaire. There were two questionnaires. So it's managers who answered these questions. And then now journalists got questions that focused mostly on the quality of journalism, intimidation in the media houses, and so on. So because of that consideration that you raised, we felt that depending on who the journalist is, they may not be able to give us reliable information about the financial performance of their media house, for example. The other thing that we tried to do to combat that was to get an opinion from the topmost manager, and then to get opinions from more than one journalist per media house as much as possible. And then additionally, the questionnaire was fielded over a time period of 6 months. So perhaps if we got someone in January who had a negative opinion, probably by June, we had someone else who had a more positive opinion. So yeah, like these are aggregated opinions rather than one opinion per media house. And then the other thing about maybe to speak to what Dr. Buka had said about what is the optimal size for organizations, why are smaller organizations seeming to do better than media houses, better than the larger ones. And one of the things we found was that there seems to be a sweet spot in terms of employees rating the organization as very innovative. For the organizations that were very small, with employees of just 1 to 10, these were not so rated as so innovative. But for those that were mid-sized, like 11 to 29, these ones are where the employees seemed to find the organizations most innovative. And I take with you the question about what are the hierarchies and how does this impact speed of innovation. I think these are questions that we'll be really eager to look into and find out more about. Thank you.
Thanks. If we can finish with you, Hesbon, briefly. Before we do that, though, the summary of the research findings can be found virtually on the chat. I think Julia Gehring is the one who posted that. Yeah. So if you missed one or a few of the presentations, you can find it on the chat. Karibu, Hesbon.
Yeah, thank you. I thought you would add us, some few minutes for the discussants to respond again. So if that is possible, it would be cool. But I think a few issues have emerged. Part of the data that we presented is fairly descriptive, especially the section that I presented that looks at the salaries and what journalists and media managers are saying about their salaries. And both in Kenya and Uganda, you realize that majority of them are saying that they're not very comfortable with what they're paid, and they don't seem to believe that it would cushion them from unprofessional behavior. But Dr. Nyakundi has raised a very critical issue. Who are these journalists? Are they permanent employees? How did they get into the study? Are they affiliated to any media house? And I think it touches on part of the methods that we used. So we went to media houses. So all these journalists are actually attached to media houses. And then the second thing is we've not done a deep dive into who are the permanent, who are the freelance, who are the ones who are just on short-term contract. But I think the question that you raised is very valid. So once we do an analysis that now abstract all these journalists in terms of, are they permanent employees of a media house? Are they just folks on a retainer? Are they just contributors? We'll definitely get more insightful, data on the issue of pay and how they think around ethical issues and professionalism. Then another question that I think has emerged is the issue of the newsroom seems to be adequately resourced in terms of the percentage of newsroom budget that is dedicated, media house budget that is dedicated to the newsroom. For both Kenya and Uganda is relatively high. For Kenya, it's between 40 and 50 something percent. And then for Uganda, it's between 30 and 40 something percent. That's fairly high. Tie that to the fact that these journalists all of them seem to be saying, a big percentage seem to be saying that they are well-resourced, they have access to training that they need, and they have, their wherewithal to deal with the digital disruption. So all that, if you put in context, should be speaking to a very robust and quality content in the media that is churned in East Africa. And I think it raises questions of, when you have, self-administered questionnaire, what exactly can they say? But we cannot reinvent what they're saying. That is essentially, and I think in our analysis, it's just a question of how do we abstract, the different cadres of journalists. But then what the discussion here has pointed out is that there are actually pathways that we need to explore more with a qualitative approach and just dig deep and find out what are the nuances that inform the numbers that they're giving us, and what are the realities behind these numbers that we are getting.
Thank you,
Back to you,
Hesbon, for that. Thank you, Hesbon, for that. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but there is a comment on the virtual platform from Roxana Krasyun, and she says that it's a very interesting insight on the East Africa media landscape, and I do have to agree. This has been a session on the media features research team presented their research on agenda publication for the research products to look out for. So I think it's time for lunch. But before I cue us out to lunch, I'd like to thank our panelists, our speakers. Thank you to Hesbon Owila, Rose Kimani, Professor Anne Holyfield, Professor Nancy Booker, Dastan Kamanzi, and Dr. Nyakundi. Thank you so much for your time and participation. We do appreciate it. I don't know where my fellow moderators are. Have Edith and Ben, have you guys already gone for lunch?
No, absolutely not, Hannah. We can't be like that. We have to wait. We've been following the discussion. Research is a very important topic, so we've had some very attentive ears here in Kampala. But yeah, we are definitely ready for lunch.
Sawa. Nimeona kimya, so I had to ask. Edith, where are you?
We're here. We're waiting for you to tell us lunch is ready, Hannah. We're waiting for you to usher us out.
So I won't keep anyone waiting any longer. Do join us after lunch. We're going for a short lunch break, I think 35 minutes. 35 minutes. So we'll be back. This is the 4th day of the East Festival, East Africa Storytelling Festival. Stay with us and we'll be right back.
Bon appetit.
Boy, what you trying to prove? Can't we just talk about it?
Welcome back to the East African Storytelling Festival. I'm Edith Kimani, once again right here with you in Nairobi. We're almost at the end of our 4-day program, but I promise you that we saved the best for last. By the way, I can see all the people who are still joining us virtually. We see you. Thank you very much. We are very happy that you're here with us. But another person who's here with me right now is my namesake, Natasha Kimani. She is a strategy and research lead at Africa No Filter. She does say that she's passionate about the amplification of African voices and strongly believes that shifting harmful narratives will lead to increased positive attitudes, perceptions, and beliefs about the endless possibilities and opportunities within the continent. Now, we'll be hearing a keynote from her about why it's so important to have ethical stories told about the continent and for the continent. And after that, we'll go into a panel discussion. So, Natasha, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Edith, and hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be hijacking your Saturday. Africa No Filter is a donor collaborative that focuses on shifting harmful and stereotypical narratives within and about the continent. And we believe by investing our money, our time, and voice, we will eventually see an increase in narratives about Africa that are more dynamic and are more diverse. And why is this important? We recently carried out a survey in 9 African countries where we saw that a majority of the information consumed by Africans aged 18 to 35 was that other African countries were corrupt, underdeveloped, and were xenophobic. That was a majority of the context and understanding that these young people had about other African countries. And this was extremely troubling for many reasons, because then it means how we view ourselves and we view each other is sort of flawed. Because if the only thing you see about yourself is challenges and troubles, then that's how you engage with the world. If you perceive yourself in one negative way or in many negative ways, that is how you live. This is how behaviors are informed. And that is why we come to the point of saying, why is ethical storytelling important? I'll begin by telling you one of the things we've learned at Africa No Filter. And what we do is grant making, research, and disruption. And in our second round of grant making, we realized that we only received grants from the usual suspects, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. they were the ones flooding our inboxes. And we wondered why. Why weren't we getting applications from North Africa, Francophone Africa, and Lusophone Africa? So we reached out to our connects and asked them, what are we doing wrong? And the first thing we were told is, well, your application is in English. What do you expect? You're only going to get people who apply or speak English. So we went back to the drawing board and we put out our callouts in French, in Arabic, and Portuguese. And the reason we did this is because we wanted to ensure that when we say we are amplifying African storytellers and content creators, we actually mean it. It's not one section of storytellers. It is a nuanced, broad, dynamic group of storytellers. So I would like to quickly take you through why ethical storytelling matters. But before I do that, I'd like us to sort of go through how we can spot an ethical storytelling. One, painting us all in one monolith. One Africa, what does that mean? Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, all presumed to be the same. I can assure you, if you've listened to our Kiswahili, you know we are not the same. In fact, Ugandans and Tanzanians, actually Tanzanians themselves hate when we speak Kiswahili because they feel we've massacred it completely. So I can assure you just by that alone, we are completely different. Then why isn't storytelling reflecting that? Perhaps we can then go to the back room, the news editors, the development organizations. Who's your head of programs? Who's your news editor? Who's controlling the pen? If we can be able to lift the veil and see that, then we can be able to ask the difficult questions. It is not enough to hire a diversity and inclusion officer. That's one step, but it's not the only one. Are you asking the difficult questions? Are there uneven power relations? And what do uneven power relations look like? It looks like someone who's completely removed from the realities of the person you're reporting about or working with, working on that particular project. If you do not understand the context, the lived experiences, and the challenges of a particular community you're engaging with, then perhaps you need to take a step back and ask yourself why you're engaging in this particular conversation. And if you are engaging, how can you ensure that you're involving other people in the conversation? Number two, are you painting these communities as people who lack agency, who are uninformed, who do not know what they want and expect from their lives? Often when we're speaking about young people, for example, we speak about them needing family planning. And I often tell people that is the beginning of the end. Have you met an 18-year-old who thinks of sex through the lens of family planning? They just want to have sex and have fun. So those people creating the programs around family planning do not understand the lived experiences and contexts of young people. So then why are we assuming that we understand the lived experiences of diverse communities within the continent? Why aren't we doing the necessary research? Why aren't we giving capacity to those who are able to speak about the challenges that we are facing, about the experiences and the dynamic nature of this particular continent? And one of the things we found that great ethical storytelling does is that it creates better stories. And it also brings together a diverse group of people. But most importantly, it connects people of different backgrounds, and then it disrupts inequitable power relations through the lens of gender, race, ethnicity, and sexuality. When you're able to do this and ensure that you're challenging the way you say your news, the way you report your news, the way you develop your programs as developed organizations, this is the first step towards ethical storytelling. I will give an example. A couple of months ago, there was a story in the Kenyan media about a girl who fell, or was pushed rather, by a person she was seeing. And the way the media houses reported that story, it was very evident who dominated these newsrooms and why that story took that particular angle. And then we need to step back and ask ourselves, would that story have been told differently if we took a minute to be gender responsive, gender sensitive, and understand the context in which we're telling stories? If we stop victim shaming, victim blaming, and focusing on why this particular issue happened. If we are able to take a step back and look within ourselves, look within our departments and ask the difficult questions, then perhaps we can be telling different stories. Number two, are we preserving the dignity of the communities we're talking about and working with? Often you find it's much easier to talk about racial relations when it comes to the newsrooms or development organizations. We forget that there are other dynamics. One, we assume because you're living, for example, in Nairobi, you know better than someone who's living in a village. You understand their context better. You know what is best for them. And therefore, they must listen to you because perhaps you went to a better school and your English has better intonations than theirs. You question their lived experience. You question who they are, and you question, most importantly, their dignity. So the lens in which you tell the story is not based off of what they've experienced, but what you think is best for them. So perhaps we need to, once again, take a step back as individuals and question our bias. Am I able to tell this story clearly? If not, can I then engage with my team to find out who else I can partner with to tell this story better? Number three, are we giving capacity to those who should be telling these stories? Often the feedback we get from, as Africa No Filter, from a lot of news editors is that, oh, we looked for these journalists, but we couldn't find them. You know, not a lot of journalists want to speak about this. Oh, they don't have capacity. Why don't you have many young women as journalists in your newsroom? Oh, they're not there. Then how can we ensure that we get them through the room? What do we need to do to be intentional about ensuring that invisible voices are represented? If we are not thinking through these questions, then we have no business speaking about what ethical storytelling means, because it becomes another buzzword. And we've had many buzzwords, including inclusivity, intersectionality. That becomes another word that we don't implement. So perhaps we need to be honoring those people we report about, those people we work with. And this is not just about media organizations. We find development organizations are actually sometimes harming the organizations that they work with by, one, getting people who have no context whatsoever about what's happening. So I want to very quickly talk about what ethical storytelling looks like. And the first is that it gives people agency. It gives people agency. It paints them in a light that does not rob them of their humanity. It gives us an opportunity to see the different nuances of these individuals, that they are human, that they are flawed, that they are diverse, that you can be many things in one. If as an individual, you have the right to be funny, to be miserable, to be sad, why can't we also give the same nuances to different contexts as we story tell? Why are we allowing ourselves to be robbed of our humanity? And often it is easy to say that international newsrooms have taken center stage when it comes to reporting about Africa. And there's a lot of truth to that. We find when we've done our research on media in Africa that a majority of the information we consume about other African countries doesn't come from African newsrooms. It actually comes from international media houses. So then again, the agenda is being set by someone else. So how can we change that? One, by getting Africans into these newsrooms, and not just a box tick, by ensuring that they're making decisions, that they're able to tell their team that this is not the way you report about a particular situation, that perhaps we need to look at it through a different lens. So it includes capacity building. It includes challenging your newsroom, your development organization. It includes asking the difficult questions that sometimes are hard to ask. Why is this thing being published? Why are we working on this particular program? And you'll find, especially when it comes to development organizations and the development of log frames, there's an idea that we are trying to fulfill. But the truth is, a lot of development organizations get their programs and planning from media. It is what they've consumed and seen. So there's an assumed gap that they're trying to fill that doesn't speak to the needs of Africans on the ground. And I've just spoken like a Kenyan because we say kwa ground, so I'm literally translating it in my head. But I would like to to say that it is important for us to also highlight the storytellers who are doing things differently. Early on, you had Adele Onyango, who was working on a workshop here, and she's one of Africa No Filter's grantees. We are proud of the work she's done, especially on the Kenyan tour. We notice and we know it is important for young people to tell the stories around young Africans. If you want to reach young Africans, you must ensure you're speaking to them in a language that they understand. That is another form of ethical storytelling. You cannot assume you understand the experiences of young Africans by telling them what to do, by not engaging them in a way that they understand. And I can tell you now, you need to be afraid of Gen Z because they will not let you run all over them. They know what they want. They know how to get it. They know the channels in which they're going to engage. So if we don't engage them, perhaps you're going to lose the largest demographic on the continent. We need to rethink how we speak and engage with young people, how we tell their stories, how we reflect their everyday experiences. Another example, I would like to go all the way to Nigeria, the Republic in Nigeria, a small journal that's able to tell different and diverse stories about the continent and about Nigeria. Most importantly, it focuses on amplifying invisible voices, telling different and challenging stories. These are some of the organizations within the continent that are trying to do different things to reach young Africans. I would also like to highlight another organization that I think is doing amazing in the on the continent, and that's The Continent in South Africa. It's figured out that young people, Africans, are on WhatsApp more than any other platform. So it's distributing its weekly magazine via WhatsApp. All you need to do is subscribe via SMS. So as they think to be innovative, they're also thinking of different ways to engage young demographics. And that's another version of storytelling. Figuring out what matters to your demographic is important. Figuring out how to ensure that you're amplifying their voices, their experiences, their perceptions about a particular thing is another version of ethical storytelling. But most importantly, checking our implicit bias in the hiring process of our organizations, of our newsrooms. Are we ensuring that we have a dynamic team? Or is it just something we tick off and tell our board members, look at our team, it's very diverse. But when it comes to making decisions about what goes to print, what goes into our development programs, those voices are not there to be seen. Ethical storytelling, ethical programming takes work. It takes work, it takes intentionality. It takes ensuring that you are aware of what is happening within your context, within your community. And I'm going to end by saying that the best way to engage around ethical storytelling is to first ask yourself, do I understand the context? Then ask yourself, am I the right person to be engaging with this? If not, who needs to be in my team? How can I engage with them? Number 3, am I preserving the dignity of the people whose story I'm telling? Thank you very much. Have a lovely weekend.
Wow, thank you so much, Natasha. That was very engaging. You may sit down so that we can continue with our panel discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have so many questions to ask, but before I do, let me introduce the rest of the panel as we're going to be having this conversation with multiple people. And I believe that they're joining us online, if I'm not mistaken. But in case you've just joined us, that was and still is Natasha Kimani, a strategy and research lead at Africa No Filter. And as you can see, very passionate about the amplification of African voices. We're also joined, I believe, online by Wanjeri Gakuru. Can we see her, please? Oh, there you are, Wanjeri. She's a freelance journalist, essayist, and filmmaker invested in gender parity and social justice. I've read quite a bit of her work, which has appeared in multiple publications across the globe, including Transition Magazine, The Africa Report, The Elephant, LA Times, CNN. I mean, you need to write for DW now. That's the only thing that's left on this list.
I'm ready.
We're also joined by Crispin Mwakideo. He is my colleague at DW. He is a journalist. Where are you, Crispin? Kwapi? Yeah, sasa nimekuona. He's a journalist, playwright, actor, and puppeteer. And he's been across the globe, really, talking about African stories. And currently, where are you, Crispin? Are you in Bonn or are you in Ghana?
I'm in Accra at the moment.
He's in
so
Accra.
It's still morning, actually, here.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to you.
Morning,
and
Chief.
I can
Yes.
see that Jacqueline is already set in Uganda. Jacqueline Kemigisa is a co-host, Woolly Rao, and a feminist, she says, a feminist journalist, podcaster, and researcher. She is fascinated, she says, by the intersection of technology, media, and women. So I think I'll just get your thoughts very quickly, Wanjeri. I'm not sure if you heard the presentation that Natasha just made, but from your observation, how would you say African journalists are doing when it comes to ethical storytelling using the key card or the keys that Natasha has mentioned?
So thank you so much, Natasha. First of all, I was just nodding along and like, yes, I was like, oh, yes, continue, because everything you said was very, very true. The thing that stood out for me was this question of intersectionality, which I think is very important because one of the things that happens for us is that, you know, you're trained as a journalist and you're told to be very objective, but we find that the work that we produce is kind of shaped by our audiences. We have other things that are kind of shaping the things that we're doing. So I would say as looking at the journalist, I can say that we do have our blind spots, as Natasha has also mentioned, like the story of the girl who was pushed over the edge by her partner at the time and how that was handled in the media. That was dreadful. But what was really wonderful was what happened after that, the conversion that was happening on social media, how society was responding to this, how even the media council came into play. So I think what's really good is that there are more eyes on journalists now because they're not the only source of communication. So that's really good. So they're kind of being kept to check by their audiences. But I think also it's really good that the media is now stepping up and saying, rather the council around, you know, the colleagues and other people are saying, hey, how are we telling stories? Are we telling them from the points of power that we have, or are we kind of stepping back and saying what other perspective is missing? So I think that's what's really good about media right now.
Jacqueline, are you asking yourself these questions before you put out stories? And even before you put out stories, the sort of questions that Natasha is asking, why am I doing this story? Am I the right person to do this story? Is it reflective of the society as a whole? Sorry, Jacqueline, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Maybe I can check this off. So I think that questions around objectivity, and I'm very, very skeptical around phrasing journalism with the sayings around objectivity, because I don't think that objectivity as a concept does actually work for us as journalists. I think that rather we need to pivot to framing that objectivity as fairness. And I know that the keynote spoke about the idea of covering marginalized communities fairly, or even using the mediums and reaching the audiences on the platforms that they are on. And I think that those are very, very pattern issues when we talk about who gets to write what story and how they write that story about. So for example, if you have a queer woman writing a story about the lived experiences of queer people in Uganda, that the ways in which they will approach that story might definitely be different from if you have a heterosexual person writing that story. And I think that also that raises questions around agency, who definitely has who is represented when you tell that story. And again, the key speaker spoke about the power dynamics when it comes to storytelling. And I think that the beauty of new media right now and communicative technology platforms is that then the accountability aspect that media has for over time escaped is now coming into play. You now have audiences who can actually pool their subscription based of a story. We saw that with New York Times. We've seen the backlash that media, who for the longest time have positioned themselves as the middle women or middlemen in this whole information trade being challenged over time. So I think that questions around fairness in storytelling, questions around representation in newsrooms, but also questions around not having marginalized people in your newsrooms as the tokens, but rather people whose agency you value and people who you think actually do have an audience are very, very important. And I think that the practice has come up. Like if you see, usually online, there'll be like feminist groups that I've seen something like End Manos KE. I've seen one for Uganda as well. And I think Tanzania and Southern Africa has one. In the ways in which people are organizing online and pushing against the fact that media will do stories and only interview men. Or a media company will host a show and only have 6 men, but they're discussing something like, the Uganda's economy or Uganda's budget. So I think that the fact that there are these forces that are actively taking over the spaces that media should take over, but also taking the agency that for the longest time traditional media has taken for granted, and they're taking this up on their own, it's very important. And I think that that's very key for creating the kind of balance and the kind of fairness that media companies and media organizations do require. But I also think that increasingly media houses have moved away from this idea that the newsroom is separate from the corporate aspect of media, and the ways and who is advertising and who is funding what, and those things are different. So I think that the ways
we'll come to that in just a second, how sort of the commercial element of the newsroom affects how we even tell stories, or if we even tell these stories. But Crispin, I want to come to you real quick. Is what Jacqueline and Natasha talking about realistic? I mean, working in the Africa department at DW, it's not possible that all African stories will only be written by Africans. So how do we feel this balance?
That's a tough one, a very tough one. But I think that the key thing here is what Natasha mentioned is does this writer or author, does she or he know the context of this particular story that they're going to tackle? I think that's really important, because when we, let's say, are covering a story on, I don't know, some secessionist movement in Cameroon, or something innovative, or any particular story needs to have a good background. You need to have a good understanding of the people behind it. You need to know their culture. You need to know their way of thinking. So I think it's important to emphasize the need to have a good context, a good understanding of the stories that you're covering. And to me, it doesn't really matter so much whether this person is white or black or Asian or whatever, so long as they really know the people, they know their context, they know their background. I think a good story can come out of that.
Okay, Crispin, coming back to you, this idea of what is realistic and what is ideal. Because you're in Ghana at the moment, and say something happens in Cameroon, as you've mentioned, and you might not have the sort of background information needed to create a nice fleshed out story. Do you take on the opportunity, or do you say, no, use another stringer?
Well, we do have correspondents there, and I think those are our lifeline. I particularly don't know much about Cameroon. I can only say that I would definitely read. And also that can be tricky, because when you have a situation, let's say like the one or the one I gave an example of Cameroon, you would always find that there's a lot of propaganda on both sides, on the separatists, on the government. So there are different interests fighting each other. And as a journalist or as a writer, you have a hard time then to pick a line that does not seem to favor either. That's what we're talking about, the fairness, to appear as if you're sort of like a neutral player in this story. But I think the important thing is to have correspondents that we can trust, that are reliable, that are also professional. And yeah, I mean, for work, if I'm given the chance to write something on Cameroon, and I need the bucks, I would definitely go for it.
You're going to take it. Okay, so Natasha, coming back to you, because this goes back to something that you mentioned about capacity building. Based on your research and observations, are newsrooms willing to do this, to invest in the right kind of correspondence, to give them the training that is required to tell ethical stories?
Yes. Can I say yes or no? Our research and feedback from news editors has been that sometimes they want to carry out these stories. They don't have the financial muscle to do so. And this is where we come to the subscription model and the conversations around the monetary capacity to ensure that this is happening. There are many organizations, media organizations, that want to have correspondence but can't afford it. Mm-hmm. What then? I want to challenge Crispin and say, I hope you don't take that story. If it's a story you have no context about, don't take that story. story. It's a difficult thing to say because, again, young journalists need to put food on their table. So are we saying they're going to go hungry? How do we draw that balance where they're ensuring that they're able to carry out that story, but also the newsrooms and organizations are creating an environment where there's capacity? And it's a monetary question at the end of the day, which sometimes we feel as Africa No Filter, we may not be able to engage fully, but what we're trying to do is bring communities together and find solutions to these challenges. I want to give an example of the Republic in Nigeria. They have a subscription model that has various models for even people who are in university. You can be paying as little as $2, which by the way is a lot for a university student, but here you're able to access a lot of material and they're able to pay their journalists. So if we can rethink and reimagine how we want to engage in this context, perhaps we can find solutions.
Okay, Wanjeri, I have to ask, how do you feel if somebody is not able to read your story because they need to pay the $2 that Natasha is talking about? Is it ethical to put money on premium journalism?
Oh, that's a tough one because actually when you had sent like the questions, one of the things I had prepared to say was like paywalls are a problem because right now both Standard and Nation have that. There were some things that I was looking up that I wanted to reference in this conversation that I could not do because there was a paywall. I understand completely that it's a very different media landscape now. I mean, not even putting the pressure the pandemic has put on media houses, that the media has been in decline for a while now. And so I understand why they're doing it, but I like the model that Natasha is referencing that Republic has where it's like, it's tiered. It feels like there's only one way of doing it. And I think the problem is maybe we don't have that kind of orientation in our minds. We're not being trained yet how to do it. So it's very strange for me to like pay for the paper, which I know I could also just get from my neighbor. I think there's something very strange about it, but I understand the motivation and I have great empathy for the media organizations. But I think the truth is if you're working in this space, you have to be cognizant of your audiences. And so as a journalist who has a story to tell, I am in groups where people, one person who has the access downloads the thing and shares it in the group. As long as the story travels, the story travels. So I'm of two minds really of this because I'm both the audience and the creator of the story. So
yeah, Crispin, I see your hand up. Do you have something to say to me?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Natasha that I'm saying that I will take the job doesn't mean that I'm the expert. What we normally do, let me just fill you in on what we normally do. Like if we have a situation like that, we usually get the correspondents to do our story, whether it's a radio or it's a video. And then when it comes to the desk, to the newsrooms, then the authors there or the editors can then adapt that. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I will become the expert on this particular story. Obviously, I'm not. So we do rely on the correspondence. I just wanted to make that point clear.
Okay, speaking of experts, Jackie, it's interesting that, Crispin, that's the word you're using, because as journalists, previously it was assumed that we were the experts, the holders of information. And now you're saying not only are we not experts, we have no authority to speak on behalf of the people that we're reporting on. So where does that leave us, Jackie? What is our responsibility and our role?
One interesting thing with new communicative technologies, such as social media, the ways in which they've boxed us as journalists, as people who are now playing the interpreter role. We are now fact-checking. We're now also actively using those platforms as sources. But I also think that that journalism doesn't occur in a vacuum. Rather, journalism occurs within the communities themselves. And when we talk about new journalism models, for example, there's something called community journalism. And I know Ghana does have an active community radio. I know Uganda as well, but most of them are replicas because they're largely owned either by religious institutions or not. But I think that the authority to tell the story and the authority of media, as we term ourselves as the fourth estate, comes from the need to occupy a vacuum that has for the longest time, I think, been created by the state and the people and the accountability role. And I know that a lot of old school journalists will disagree with me on the idea of accountability and how that the ways in which that accountability is performed by different journalists, depending on where your bread is buttered, I guess. So I think that our authority and the authority that we have now also exists within the society and within the response, because I think journalism as an institution has largely been around storytelling. And I think that also that storytelling is also very, very central to different African ethnicities and African histories as well. So I still think that the authority around storytelling is still valid for journalism. What has changed maybe currently is how we practice that authority.
Okay. Can I
Yes,
also just
sure, go on.
say that when you sort of engage communities, it doesn't take away from your expertise. In fact, it enhances it. It makes you a better expert.
Yeah.
When you ensure that you're engaging the right people for your story, for your work, it actually confirms that indeed you are an expert. So it's a good thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, though, the people who seem to be, or the people who have the custodians of most of these experts, as you rightly pointed out, are international media houses. You know, if I want to know what is happening in Nigeria, I'm probably going to log on to DW.
Agreed.
So why does this gap exist, Crispin? Why aren't we telling our own stories as Africans? Why are we depending on CNN, DW, BBC to do it for us?
Because they have the money and they have the resources. That's a simple answer. I mean, I think a lot of Africans do see the need to tell their own stories. As an African, I can tell you that's what I would like. But if you want to compete with these, big companies like CNN, Al Jazeera, and the rest who have the dollars behind them, then it becomes very difficult to, as a local or as a small media house trying to tell your own stories. I think that what is important is whether you're working for CNN or Deutsche Welle or any international media house is not to forget who you are. And I think one key thing that Natasha mentioned in her keynote, which really struck me out, was the fact that we need to have the dignity as storytellers, as journalists. We need to have that kind of conscience that you are still an African, you're still a human being. And I was just doing a little bit of Google's, searching before we had this panel on just how many mass shootings have occurred in the US. And then I was checking out the images. And it's interesting because they don't have any, bloody images it's just maps showing where these mass shootings have occurred and nothing really scary or anything like that. And then I just Googled Kenya terrorist attack. Lord have mercy. If you look at the images that are just, it's unimaginable. And you wonder, where do these pictures come from? They come from, local photographers, yeah? So I think that's important, that even when you're telling the stories, whether you are at DW or you are at CTFM or Capital FM or whatever, you have to cultivate that culture of dignity, of respecting people, and tell these stories really from a very neutral point of view. That's the key thing, yeah.
Yeah, but as Natasha rightly pointed out, organizational structure matters. This idea of uneven power relations. To what extent, Wanjiri, for example, are your stories yours? Or is a template created somewhere in New York and then you're expected to fulfill that brief?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I was just like, I'm so happy I'm on this panel. I'm just violently agreeing with all of you. And when Crispin was talking, I was really thinking about how you really need to be firm in your convictions, because exactly what you asked is what happens. There is a template, there's a house style, you're told to write in a particular way, you're given, maybe it's a commissioned piece of work, so you're told, go and do this and write about that. So for example, I wrote a piece for the Sunday Times, which is a London-based paper, and it was about what is this, the question was, how is Kenya handling the pandemic? And I had just read a piece that Nanjala had written about how people are writing about Africa, what the expectations they had about Africa, and it's all this like negative statements around it. And I was like, I'm not going to be part of that statistic. I'm not going to be another point where they'll say, oh yeah, look, Africans saying how Africa is da-da-da-da-da. I found completely different narratives to bring into the conversations, things to nuances that maybe would be missed if somebody else was writing about us. So I'm very conscious when I'm doing my work, but that's when I have the space to do that. And that's not everybody who's commissioning who says, come with your idea, come with your understanding, come with your knowledge on the ground. It's not everyone who says that. And if they're not saying that to you, then those are the kind of jobs that I turn down. So you have to be really firm in your conviction and say, I'm not going to be part of the negative narrative around my people, basically.
Yeah.
And if I can add just a little bit, because I also work as a storyteller, as in a sense of in film. This has happened when we're creating stories in the writers' room, where the funders are not from this country and they don't understand the things that we're bringing to the story, the specificity of the community and the the economic background of the character that we're bringing in. So, for example, we have a character who loves what we call DJ Afro. I don't know if that's something that you guys understand, which is like movie commentary. So it's a film, a foreign language film, and somebody is commentating on top of it and adding story and all this like lovely texture that's very local. And we had that in our film. And the people who are in power were like, we don't get that. That's not, our audience is not going to understand it. But for us, we're like, this is the first audience, us. And for us, they will get that. So you have to kind of push and say, this is not right, or you don't understand this, and this must be there.
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you, Natasha, because obviously Wanjeri is in a position where she has the luxury, let's call it that, of being able to turn down jobs and say, hey, I'm not going to be part of this. But these young journalists that you are referring to who need bread on their table, how do we have these conversations in a way that doesn't threaten our jobs, doesn't make us feel like we're pushing too hard? How do we have these conversations?
First, let me just speak to what Wanjeri talked about. When we're reviewing grant applications, be it film, be it media, we find a common thread. Everyone is applying for a trauma thing. You'll find the stock image they've used is someone, begging for food. And I genuinely think that's a trauma response. Yeah. Because previous applications, that's what they've needed to get funding for their projects. Mm-hmm. So even when it comes to applications and young journalists, creatives, they've actually been robbed. The consequence is you've been robbed of an imagination because you can only think of your work in one way.
We've really internalized
this narrative. Completely. So actually, sometimes we have to reach out. We're like, your work is great, but can you consider doing something else? And it often takes them aback because, and I can see Abbas Mpindi here, he's one of our grantees. We had great conversations and Abbas is like, no, I want to do something different with young people. Can we be able, and yes, let's have a conversation. And it often takes them aback because they're like, wait, you don't want me to report about corruption? You don't want me to report about, underdevelopment? Are there other stories I can tell? Oh my God, then I need to rethink that. But I think the one way to address your challenge is to sit down with the decision makers, get them to think about storytelling differently. There's an assumption that there's only one way we can engage. And once we begin speaking about not just the continent, but individual countries differently, we will find that within and in years to come, there'll be a different way in which we're telling stories. So often I hear from journalists and from media organizations, oh, people don't want to read about that. But perhaps it's also learned behavior. And with time, for example, the first time you go to the gym, you try something new, you're like, I'm never going back. I've been on a fitness journey for a year. The first few weeks I was in the gym, I almost committed suicide. I'm like, do people do this every day?
Trust me, we all feel the same.
And it's been a year of the same. I'm like, okay, I can now say I do this. So how about that? Within time, Africans will be like, oh my God, I see myself differently. It's because they've been given alternatives.
Okay, but my challenge is, how do we do that without sort of becoming pseudo ambassadors for Africa? Because there is death, there is destruction, and there is disaster. So how do we tell these stories, retaining what you said, dignity and agency of the people we're reporting on?
Even when we're telling these stories, there are nuances. Again, I like breaking things down and putting it at a very micro level. Even when you speak about yourself, Edith, there are very many nuances about you. So why can't we translate that to the reporting? And we're not creating an idealistic view of Africa where everything is beautiful, there's no corruption, there's no drama. But even within that context, a lot of my friends told me the only time they heard about Zambia this year was during the election. Literally, we didn't know anything else that was happening in Zambia. How about you tell us more stories about Zambia? What's happening there? What are the dynamic things that are happening in that particular country? What do they eat? What do they do for fun? What do they do for a living? There are very many stories and contexts you can talk about. It doesn't have to be in one way. And nobody is saying paint a beautiful picture. We're saying paint a realistic picture. Even through these things, there are other things happening.
Okay, Jackie, do we have an appetite for these stories? Because in the newsroom when I was working locally, I would often hear it say, people don't really care about that. So, in coming back to what Natasha said, where is the line between telling people what they need to know and listening and responding to what is important to them. Your microphone, please. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm saying that I think that that line is in the context. So, for example, I don't think that we need to shy away from stories around political instability, from stories around ethnic violence. I just think that the ways in which those stories have been pathologized by Western media and the ways in which the Africa has been painted as a dark continent, so only darkness, and maybe the light comes from the animals and probably beautiful sunlights in some, you know, I don't.
The beaches are great. The beaches are great.
So I think that we don't need to shy away from those stories. And someone had mentioned the nuance aspect of it. And I think that then that nuance comes in the context. So for example, I will go back because largely my professional background has been in covering policy and legislation in the Ugandan Parliament, as well as East African Legislative Assembly, as well as the Pan-African Parliament. So I think that, for example, if we are covering, and I know currently what's happening in Ghana right now is the bill on LGBTIQ plus persons. So I think that when you're covering that story, of course, Africans can be homophobes. But at the same time, I think that the contextual aspect there would be to trace the penal code or these particular legislations from the British, from their very British Victorian legacies. So I think that when we talk about or that Kenya's or the Kenyan government embezzles this much money from the IMF, hypothetically.
I don't like these accusations you're making.
I say it hypothetically, but like one thing that is also important is to also look at when we talk about stories for IMF money lending, or there are those practices that are also largely steeped in neoliberalism, and how has that structure largely affected like welfare sectors in Eastern Africa, and also largely any country that is borrowing money, and just the politics around that, the politics of whiteness, the politics of imperialism, who is before the ICC, for example, who gets prosecuted and who doesn't. So even when we cover these stories around war, I think that it's also very, very important to give them context. And I think that for us as journalists, the line is the context.
Okay, using that example of the LGBTQI story, and obviously getting in the homophobes in that story, making sure the people in the community are represented, and the church, do you then risk becoming a human rights activist?
Don't think so. I think that, and again, this may be controversial because the last time I said this, they called me an activist. But I think that actually Lydia Namubiri wrote an op-ed addressing that CNN Amanpo interview with Museveni, where he was talking about how there have been homosexuals in the country, but well, they've lived there. It's just that now there's funding that is coming from the West. But even with the ways in which Western media approach that story is essentially like giving platforms for people for homophobes, or platforms for violence. If, for example, we see that story that has been covered around Netflix and the Dave Chappelle, say whatever that is, the comedy skit, and how what power dynamics have come there. Often when we say, oh, we're just reporting the story, or we are being objective, so we can bring out homophobe and who will spew hate, because that's just, we're trying to be objective. I think that we negate our responsibility for accountability and fairness, because media actually does the power, and when you give people platforms to harm, and we've seen that with how the US media handled Donald Trump. We see how the right wing has been in a way given like access to the mainstream. And I think that that's a line that media has to toe, and that's a line that when it comes to this idea of neutrality, I personally, as a journalist, I don't think that there is anything as neutralness when you do a story, because from the very get-go, by the fact that you've picked a particular angle, objectivity is thrown right out of the window. Because if we're saying we're being neutral, yeah. So I think that neutrality is overrated, and I think that media really needs to take its role as the accountability, but also its power, and question its power as well.
All right. By the way, I just want to let the audience know that in about 15 minutes, I'll open the floor for questions. So you can start typing them in the chat box if you have any. Crispin, I want to continue with this idea of neutrality because it's really mind-boggling for me. This is sort of like a tenet of journalism, you know, objectivity. So casting back to our election not too far ago, and the Kenyan media was accused of censoring themselves because they refused to show images of violence. So I'm just trying to understand neutrality, objectivity, self-censor, oh gosh. You know what I'm trying to say.
It's almost the end of the day.
Yeah, it's almost the end of the day. And ethics, where do they all sort of work together? Do they work together?
Well, at the end of the day, it's about responsibility, yeah? I think that the way the Kenyan media came together and said, okay, we are not going to broadcast, air, or show any images of violence and what, they were coming from a history of post-election violence. So I think that it's just a question of, again, coming back to understanding your audience, knowing what stories can do what particular stories can do to your audience. And I think that I kind of like disagree a little bit with my co-panelist about neutrality, because I think I do tend to get your point on the fact that taking a particular angle of a story already takes out the neutrality. But if you stick to the principle of journalism, if you tell a story not as one of the actors, and I know this is very difficult, you know, coming from, let's say you're Kenyan or Ugandan, and your country is being accused of whatever. Eh? I think it's always a tricky position, but we should at least aim to show that neutrality. We should always strive to tell stories that do not show that we are biased, that we are favoring one, you know, side over the other. I think that's where we have messed up, and we have lost the trust as media because we took sides, and it's not easy because there are obviously powerful interests beyond our control. But coming back to your question of Kenya, yes, it's always a question of sitting down and really thinking hard. What can this story impact? What was the impact of this story?
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to make those adjustments. Yeah.
Wanderi, you have something to say?
Yeah, because I kind of realized I was the one who said objectivity. So I'm the one who brought that little demon word into the conversation. But what I was thinking was really, truly what you said, it's one of the tenets of journalism. And even as Crispin was talking, and I do agree with you, Jacqueline, I hope I'm not getting your name wrong, my colleague in Uganda. I agree with you that neutrality is very important. And objectivity is, you have to understand your power. But what I was thinking was, if you look at marginalized communities, and when they say they're persecuted, they're told, where is the evidence? Aren't you free? Aren't you da-da-da-da-da? But when you interview a homophobe and you have it on record, then you can say, here's evidence that this other side speaks this way, thinks this way. So that's why I think it's important to, even if, you know, I'm very conscious of the fact that, yes, I would be giving them a platform, but I would be challenging them in that concept. I'd be having their words on record where somebody else can say, look at what they're saying, look at the numbers, look at the perspective out there. I think it's very important to have that somewhere to say, this is what exists out there, and it's not just a figment of people's imagination. This persecution, these wrong opinions do exist. And it makes and if somebody's reading the article and they have this full understanding of, this is an individual, maybe like, let's say, a queer individual, let's even take an example of here in Kenya. There's a documentary called I Am Samuel, which has been banned because it is about a queer man and his partner and their life together. And the idea of, the media is, the film council is saying this is a film that's promoting particular views. You have that, and then you have like statements from the film, and you're watching the film, and they have the two perspectives together and say, this is ridiculous. But sometimes you need to have these two perspectives together to show how ridiculous the other one is. Otherwise, you just look like you're championing one idea only. That's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, I like that, the idea of media practitioners also being recorders of history. So Natasha, there's something interesting that Crispin said, to tell a story without bias. Is that possible? Earlier you urged us to spot our own biases.
Well, I don't think it's possible to be completely bias-free, but I think it's possible to check some things. And let me use—
How do we do that?
Let me use the Samuel situation. You're a staunch Catholic who's the only thing remaining is for you to get, the priest to give you the final death sacrament. You've done everything. If you're going to report about the LGBTQ community, your lens already is skewed. The way in which you're going to report that, you're going to remember your catechist teacher telling you how to live right. So even if there's a trauma response from your pastors, you tell the story. So already you need to ask yourself, am I able to do this objectively? If not, is there anyone I can speak to or work with who will help me tell this story better? And Wanjeri said something that was very pertinent here, that you need to tell different stories and different lenses. But how can you do that in a way that's not extremely sensationalist? By posting that, oh, the gays are running loose or something random that just causes people to just react. And you find some stories.
I like that phrase, the gays are running loose.
And you've just got someone who's come from Bible study. It's the first thing he sees when he opens Facebook. Of course, first of all, he'll go praying and, fasting for you, but also he's going to go into a hate tirade. This shouldn't be happening. So it's also the way you frame what you're reporting. It's also how you engage with the subject. There is a way not to be 100% bias-free, but to be able to check it by, one, engaging in a way that makes you aware. You have to ask yourself those questions as you're engaging in a topic. Am I able to work on this particular conversation? Who can help me work on the same? Which communities am I engaging? Because oftentimes we lean towards the communities that confirm our bias, confirm our beliefs about a certain thing. So even when we are reporting about a certain subject based off of what we believe. So we are actually robbing our community, our audience of something that may have been transformative, but also you're robbing yourself of an opportunity to grow as a journalist.
Incidentally, who should we be focusing when we're telling stories? The people we are telling the stories on behalf of, or the people we're telling the stories to?
Especially, for example, when you talk about the LGBTQI community, you're telling their story. I Am Samuel is a story about this guy's lived experience. So when you talk about that, it must reflect his experiences. It must not be a way that desensitizes or dilutes what he's been through. So there must be a balance as you tell that, but also recognizing that your audience may not have the context of this story. So you're it doesn't have to be an either or situation. Yeah. It can be both situations coming together. While you're respecting and preserving the dignity of this person, you're making your audience aware of the circumstances within which this story was told.
Okay. Jacqueline, obviously, in order for us to do all the things that Natasha is recommending, a key element is required, which is time. I would love to go to Accra and tell the stories of the communities there, but I would not be doing it justice in the way that Crispin might, because he has the lived experience for that. So how do we negotiate time and, just being able to tell the story full stop? Microphone, please. Still no sound?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Ask Ben to stop fiddling with your microphone.
Okay, so I think that the ways in which we can fix that is definitely collaboration. We've seen how certain big stories have been, for example, how media largely covered the pandemic in the beginning, where we had media companies that had paywall take them down, collaborative stories with scientists. So I think that if I was working for the BBC and needed to cover the story in Accra and there was no journalists on ground, one thing to do is just to simply ask the local newsroom to collaborate. We've seen how newsrooms here in Uganda have actually cut across their differences to cover particular stories around sexual violence. So I think that the key there would definitely be in collaboration, because collaboration also saves time and distributes resources to the younger journalists as well.
Wanjeri, what are some of the things that you do to make sure that your story is the word that I used earlier, fleshed out when you're working on a deadline?
First of all, I asked for more time. Somebody said I sit and as I watch the deadline, rush past me. But I mean, to be quite serious, I definitely agree with Jacqueline that it's about collaborations, finding out what is the shortcut. And oftentimes you're not the first person. Well, in most cases, you're not the first person doing something, so you can reference other people's work, check what's been done already, find out what is the interesting angle, talk to your editor, have a conversation about what is meant to go into the piece, and find out a way to work together. If I can mention, I'm part of a fellowship program by Baraza, and we have the fantastic luxury of spending 6 months working on a story. And one of the things I said, I have never done this in my life. Often
I wish I could do that.
Sis, I'm like, my goodness, this is how everybody should work, just sitting and thinking and questioning everything that we're doing and learning how to do things better. And I think that's the ideal. But if you're working in a time crunch, really, you have to make sure that you have the right voices. You have to make sure that you are balancing things like gender, perspectives, make sure that you have all that stuff. And it is quite difficult, but it's what makes the work better, because you have to understand the power that you have with your platform. Maybe I'm just one lone freelance journalist, but maybe I'm like the one long Kenyan voice that is going to be on that platform. So if you're searching and you come across me, I carry that responsibility and I take it very seriously. And I want to make sure that if I have one chance, then I'm giving it my all.
Okay. Edith, I want to throw a spanner in the works and say, if you must tell the story in a hurry, must the story be told?
Oh, that's
must it be told?
Our editors will definitely say, yes, it must be told. Breaking news situation.
Because you're also doing the story, the community, and your audience a disservice if you're not engaging in a story the way you should.
Okay.
So perhaps that's a question we can ask ourselves.
Crispin, perhaps you can answer that question as you give us your comment. I see your hand is raised.
Yeah. I was just agreeing with both Wanjeri and is it Lucy? Jackie, sorry. On collaboration. And I think that's something that we need to really work on. I'm always surprised, like when I watch some of these Hollywood movies, and then, once the movie is over and you get like 5 minutes of just people, crediting all the people who have collaborated. And then when you watch an African movie, it's 20 seconds. Yeah, or if you're lucky, or 5 seconds, and that's it. So I think we have a long way to go in as far as collaborating and just forging partnerships. But I think, we need to somehow like stop seeing each other as competitors and always that I need to be the first. I need to be the best and work more together to realize good stories. So the question was, come again.
So now I have a new question for you. In light of what Natasha said earlier, I wrote it down. Where is it? Honoring those we report on, this idea of leaving them with agency, not leaving them, retaining their agency. But it's in our nature as journalists to almost be abusive, because you require somebody to fulfill a purpose and then you just leave them. The image that comes to mind is the very familiar child who's sort of lying down and a vulture is hovering over them. Mm-hmm. So how do we do this? How do we honor the people that we report on, knowing the structure of journalism and storytelling and collecting stories, I mean?
Yeah. I have to go back to the fact that, now we face a very tough time as journalists now, because we are trying to redefine ourselves. Yeah, social media has really messed up the whole thing. So now we have to chase shares, we have to chase likes, we have to chase users and followers and all that. And that means that we have to also appeal or look for images or stories that can appeal to this audience. Yeah, they're easily shareable, they can be liked and all that. So if you give an example of this image of this child who was starving, and then there was this vulture. Yeah, we all know that image because it was such a powerful image. Yeah, and I think that personally, when I'm working as author, I do try as much as I can to avoid portraying Africa as a hungry continent, as a continent that is, violent and, all that kind of thing, because I don't believe that's the case. But I also know
elements of that, Crispin.
Yeah, I know, because I know that that's what people also want to. That's how they will click when you're talking about like coup in Guinea and you show guns and tanks. That's how people will click that story. If you just show the palace, you trust me, very few people will come and read your article. So there's that clickbait element to the stories always at the back of editors and authors. But the most important thing for me is always to let, at the end of the day, you have to let your audience, your users make their decisions. You cannot tell a story by adding your own opinions on them, your own convictions to them. That, I think, is what does injustice to journalism.
All right, so we circle back to the idea of funding, which I think, Jacqueline, you introduced earlier. Business models of journalism are changing, they're strained. Should we not then be using these technologies that are at our disposal, the clickbaiting, as Crispin is calling it, because it's essentially unethical? Oh, Jacqueline, sound. Still no sound. Okay, there we go.
Still no sound? I think
now we can hear you.
With my sound at this point.
It's Ben. I'm telling you, it's Ben.
Okay, but I think that they're different and the different new business models. So, for example, I did my thesis on niche publications and how you can create a community around niche publications. Because I think that the one thing that also keeps coming up is that that there is so much information online and really limited time. And then that also now goes into editors asking us, oh, you have to make it interesting, fun, informative, and you're packaging so much in so little time. So the one other business model that I think is niche publication, but also because we've seen how niche publications that cover exhaustively a subject, like, for example, Documented New York, that definitely covers only issues around immigration in the US. When it comes to Uganda, there is an online SMS platform that is called Hapa News, which essentially looks at journalists from like different districts all over the country, and then they send in SMSs updating about like the local contexts to be able to cover the local aspect of news. And then there's also new different business models like patronage, where patrons, not patronage, where you have a community that you're also using as experts as well to then one news source, but as well as give you ideas around what stories to tell. So I think that all at the heart of all those business models is this idea of community journalism, the idea of building audiences, the idea of taking time to actually respond to people who comment on a story, the idea of telling the story with a certain level of authenticity that the subject actually does see themselves represented. So I think that these other business models are being phased out by, new media. I also think that largely countries, especially I've seen this in Europe, where the countries actually, the governments are supporting media companies by asking these big tech platforms like Facebook, like Twitter, to actually pay tax or to in fact pay for the news stories themselves. So you have these tech, if you have state support as also another business model. So I think that if we had more governments, which I hope that can happen here, but if we had governments who actually value journalism and not actively trying to kill independent media, then we would have all these big tech companies that are taking revenue largely because that's what we are facing right now. We are doing clickbait because we need clicks on a story, because we need a certain number of views, because we need to report to the advertiser that the page views were ABCD. So I think that if we have business models and if we can have governments that are more invested in looking at media as an element of democracy rather than an enemy of democracy, then we can actually move forward.
Wanjiri and Natasha, I'd like to throw this question to both of you because we're on the conversation of funding. So say an NGO is really interested in malaria, which might not necessarily be a problem for me here in Kenya, but they say that in order for them to fund my science desk, I have to talk about malaria. Where do we go there? How do we deal with that situation? Wanjiri, do you want to begin?
Oh, I wanted Natasha to go so that I could, take the points that she doesn't say.
All right.
Look at she's the funder, so let's see.
Because the funding will allow you to talk about COVID, which is perhaps more pertinent to your community. But you also, as a caveat, must speak about malaria.
I think one of the challenges funders are facing is relevance. And speaking as a funder, what we seek to do first is research your community. But I think the question, before I get to a funder's perspective, I think you're looking from a grantee and a media organization's perspective. I want to give you an idealistic answer and say no. But I'd rather say, why not renegotiate and say, listen, this is the issue we are facing. And I've found the best grantees to work with are the ones who actually do that and say, listen, this is the perspective you want, but actually our research shows these are the conversations that need to happen. So we could do a small segment on this, but we would like to refocus your money on something else that is more pertinent to our work and to our community. So again, that's also from a place of privilege. Not a lot of organizations or individuals are able to say no or renegotiate. But I think it is important that you do. Because right now, a lot of funders are giving space to people and giving space for different perspectives. And that's what we do as Africa No Filter. And I don't want to speak for other organizations, but I'm well aware that funders are changing how they engage with their grantees and the community. They want to know, what do you actually need? How can I, as a funder, support you? How can we both ensure that my mission is being achieved, but also the objectives you have as an individual and organization are actually being met?
Right.
The two don't have to be mutually exclusive.
I like that. Wanjiri?
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. And now I wanted to say that Africa No Filter now is held to that standard. So,
Absolutely.
What I wanted to say, which I know you guys, so good work, you guys. Anyway, so what I wanted to say was, yes, these are things that happen all the time. My context is I've been working as a freelance journalist for the last 6 years and the last 2 years as a filmmaker. So these are things that come to me all the time. Someone tells you, I need a thing that looks like this specifically. Now they're coming with their intentions, they're coming with their metrics, they're coming with their, maybe they have also funders telling them this is what we want, this is what you want to see. And now I've actually gotten the courage to say, no, this is not going to work. This is very boring. And I'll give an example of multiple things where this was actually the core idea, but look at how they did something different. And a wonderful example would be like a series like Sugar, which was talking about, HIV and reproductive health, but the approach was so wonderful and so different and so impactful because they made it really fun and sexy and interesting and just showing them that really this is what is going to happen. And sometimes also a trick, which is terrible, which is to submit the thing at the deadline and it looks exactly the thing you want them to do. Rather than the thing that they have. And now you're like, what are we going to do now? And then you make your statement. So you approach it as a professional and you explain A, B, C, D, and you really make a case for approaching things in a different way. Because sometimes, really, honestly, truly, people do not have bad intentions. They just do not have an understanding of how things operate. Like, for example, early last year, I was commissioned to create a short documentary about the state of the school system in Mathare and Kibera. Now, already when you hear that, there's all these perceptions in your head. And I was so sure what they wanted was me to carry my camera and point it at the sewage and say, look, it is so bad. But I was like, I'm not going to do that. These children are already schooling in this area. Before you had the interest to come there, they were living their lives with dignity and grace and all the joy that they could master. So who am I to come and say that, this is what is important because I'm the outsider? I was like, we're not going to do that. We're going to find the community of care around the students. We're going to find the community schools that are there, what exists, and then make sure we are framing it in a really wonderful, beautiful cinematic way that shows them the dignity that their lives that they're living every day. And this is a choice we have to make as individuals. That's why I said at the beginning, you have to really firm in your convictions. And truly, Natasha was correct. It's a privilege to be able to say no and be able to push back. But it's because I know what comes from saying yes and going along and doing the bad thing. And then that's like, oh my God, this is a project I will never say I was associated with. And then also understanding that there's power in what I do, and that's why you've approached me, and I'm going to give you something that's going to be useful, not just for the community that I'm talking about, but for the audience to learn that this other perspective also exists.
All right, I like that.
I just want to say also, it's a vicious cycle, Edith, because even funders get their information from the media.
I mean, this is what I've learned from your presentation. Yeah.
So a lot of our programs as funders come from what we see in the news. This is a need that's been pointed out by media organizations. Then I'll tailor-make my programs to fit this particular need.
Yeah, and then I'll be expected to do a story that looks exactly like this story. Yeah. All right, I see that. So let's get the questions from everyone. We have just about 4 minutes, but because I'm the captain, I can give you 5 more minutes. So Hesbon says, my question is whether there's anything called objectivity in coverage, and what exactly is objectivity? Crispin, let's get that from you, because you said this whole no neutrality business, not for me.
But how I understand it is simply, you have to tell the facts, whether you like them or not. You have to just be very, very true to yourself. And sometimes you might not really like the story, how it has turned out. If I'm a supporter of, let's say in the Kenyan context, I like Raila Odinga. And I'm being told to write that Uhuru has done not Uhuru, now they are more or less in the same boat. But, but I don't know. Okay. But you get what I'm saying. Like you have to be very clear that, okay, this is it. I'm going to write it as it is. And then just let the people decide, make their own minds whether this is true or not, or I think that's
we're coming back to another conversation here about solution journalism, because if you just leave it there, what is your point as a journalist? This one is for you, Jacqueline. Nadia asks, what about a term like multi-partiality, including different perspectives, rather than calling it objectivity?
I like to go with the term fairness, because I think that when you say, are you being fair in the story that you are writing, I feel like fairness is tangible. Like you can tell when someone's being fair to you and when they're being unfair. So rather than to go into boxes like objectivity, which I still think doesn't exist for journalists, because how are you objective when you picked an angle? Also, we are not robots. Like we come with our biases. And I think that there's also a practice that academics have, which I think that journalists can borrow, which is when a researcher, if they carry out a certain research, part of the things that they do is essentially say where their biases are. Or I'm coming into this story as a Black feminist. So that means that my lens is this, just to let the audience know. And I think that with fairness also comes a certain level of honesty. So I think that if journalism school and if journalism moved away from this idea of we are neutral, because you are not neutral, you have power. Neutrality also largely, you have like so much power behind you. So I think that if we moved away from that language and then use fairness, the language of fairness. And fairness means that you're giving them more agency, but also fairness means that there's transparency. And I think that even our audiences would be able to understand what a fair story is and can tell when a story is being unfair to either side.
Right. Okay. I like that, Jacqueline. So let's come to you, Natasha. This is $1 million question from Odomaro Mubangizi. First, to report what you have seen or heard as it happened should not be a problem. Subjectivity comes when giving an opinion about what happened. Bias comes in at the interpretation of meaning and value judgments. Bias can also creep in when selecting what to cover. Why do journalists pick one event and not the other? Why do we have to pick one over the other?
And is this between what and what? Between bias and
objectivity, I suppose.
Again, first, let me say off the bat, I am not a journalist. I am a lawyer, which further complicates this conversation. Also, if we are speaking about
there is no objectivity.
Yeah, there's none. But speaking as someone who is seeking to work with media organizations to fund and to engage, I think it is important. I don't think it's an either-or situation.
Yeah.
Checking your bias doesn't mean you're not objective. In fact, I think it increases your objectivity when you check your bias.
Right.
When you you ask the questions. And it's not saying you have to pick this or that. It's saying, as I'm working on this particular conversation, how can I ensure that I'm giving the best that I can? I really love what Jackie said around, just saying off the bat, this is who I am. One of my favorite Kenyan journalists, Christine Mungai of Baraza Media Lab, often does that when she's writing. She'll give you her context, where she's from and why her opinion, why she's writing this particular thing. And it gives you context. There must be context in where you're coming from, and it should not take away from your objectivity. I think it actually enhances it. I think we're looking at objectivity and checking our bias as this bad thing over here that will rob journalists of an opportunity to engage in a topic. I think it will even give you freedom to engage further, and it will even save you and sometimes your reputation. It's actually a protection to you and to the community at large.
Okay. Same Odomaro asks, Wanjiri, I'd like you to take this one. What is a newsworthy story? Journalists can, in fact, frame the story depending on their interests and beliefs. So,
That is very
yeah.
I think there are two things, or the way things operate in my understanding. One, you are pitching a story and you think something is important, you think there's a gap, you think it's news, but you think it's interesting, you think it's important, you think it's new, all this flashy word. People have never heard about this thing before. And then there's a thing that you're commissioned. Someone says, this is important. As an editor, I want us to have this particular story. So sometimes those things are not the same. Like my personal interests are maybe not the things I'm commissioned to do sometimes. And I think, again, it's so strange, this thing of objectivity, this question. I think maybe let's shift away from that word and maybe consider something like
multi-partiality.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing today, which is wonderful, which is, okay, in my position of power and in this opportunity that I have, maybe whether I'm pitching or been commissioned, what is a perspective that is missing? What is the thing that would be exciting, right? And so I'm thinking more about blind spots, or rather blind spots that I would have when I do this story. When I first get the commission, my immediate thought, I'm like, okay, I want to do da-da-da-da-da. As soon as I outline the people that I want to talk to or people that are interesting, I start thinking, okay, who is that? What age are they? Where do they come from? Are they actually as close to the question or the idea as possible? Those are the things that you're considering. By the way, the question is about newsworthiness. And I think those are the things you must consider if you're pitching. What are the perspectives that are missing? That's what I consider something newsworthy. That is my opinion. It could be something different from somebody else. But when something is commissioned, oftentimes it's something that's new, exciting, different, controversial. And I think it's the way you slice it at the end of the day.
Thank you so much to my panelists. Unfortunately, time is up. Jacqueline, Wanjiri, Crispin, and Natasha right here with me for that very exciting conversation. On the question of objectivity, Stefan, my colleague, has left a really interesting comment in the chat. I'll just read part of it, but feel free to go to the link. He says, Jay Rosen brought up an interesting notion on the discussion around objectivity. And he goes on to quote, there's no view from nowhere. So I'll leave you guys to focus on that. And also to thank Africa No Filter for inspiring this conversation, because it was after you started speaking about ethics and journalism in Africa that we decided to have this chat.
Thank
you.
you.
Our fellow, to the people who are joining us online, stay put, we're not done. I'd now like to re-invite my fellow moderators, Ben and Hannah. Where are you? Thank you to our panel. Asante sana, thank you. All right, Ben and Hannah, where are you? Where are you?
Right here, Edith, but can I just say, Natasha, wow, that energy, oh my goodness. When I grow up, I want to be like her.
I have news for you, Ben. You're already grown up.
Yes, that was a very inspiring speech. I was so moved.
Yeah, so we have come to the end of the program, almost the end of the program, and we want to finish with a music interlude. But before we do that, I think it's only fair that we ask my colleague Yulia to give us a vote of thanks, and then we can wind up really nicely with music. Yulia, I see you there. Do you want to speak to us, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
That is great. Thank you. I do have the pleasure of closing this festival and saying those votes of thanks to all of you. And it's a real pleasure to me. And it's very special to me because just a few weeks ago, when we were sitting there with those blank pages starting to think about this festival, and we said, it was one of those Thursday sessions we say we have to close with a big bang, you have to have a really great session at the end. And thank you, Jacqueline, Manjari, Natasha, Crispin, and Edith. That was quite a bang we just had. I really enjoyed that, but as the full conference, so thank you. Yeah, and this really takes me to the next thanks. It's to all our speakers and guests. It was a pure joy, and it was fantastic listening to all of you. I myself, I've learned quite a lot during those 4 days, just listening to you, and you could really feel how passionate you are about your profession and the region and the people you're talking about. So that was just great. I was able to feel that in really every session. I felt very inspired, and I hope most of the audience did as well. And I would just like to invite all of you to continue those conversations. Don't stop expressing your ideas, because this is what this festival was about, getting you connected and getting you into discussions. So this region is full of vibrant stories which need to be told by you, so please continue. I'm very grateful to the moderators. I mean, it's always a tough job guiding an audience through an event, but doing this online is even harder. We know that, so we picked you, and honestly, you were rock stars. You were able to keep the audience engaged, and I know you went behind your comfort zone. I even saw some dance moves there from you, but even though I could see you didn't like it at all, so that is so appreciated, and we could actually see how engaged you were, and I think that was crucial and one of the best things of this festival. So thank you. You were so authentic. But before I continue thanking people, I just want to share a small retrospective with you, because when we first started planning this festival, that's years ago, to be honest. That was at the end of 2019. We had this idea of getting together at Lake Victoria. We had an idea of tents, of bonfires, of people sitting together, laughing, dancing, getting media experts, young people engaged to actually innovate on the ground. Yeah, and then COVID happened, and it not only disrupted the entire world, it disrupted our planning and our event, and it was canceled, delayed again. And there was a point early this year that we said, whatever to expect, we will do it this year. And it was kind of the box of Pandora, because we didn't know what to expect when we went online or live that day, last Wednesday, because we didn't know what authorities would tell us, how the situation was on the ground, if people could come into the hubs or not, who would be around. So here we are. We had 3 locations with studio setups. We had online and people on the ground. And I mean, that was just fantastic to see. And so many thanks to the entire team behind to make this possible. And this gets me now to the most important people of this event. It's the people behind the scenes. As I said, it's 3 locations, but it was 6 organizations in total. First of all, big shout out to our partners in Tanzania and Uganda, Challenge Initiative and Innovate. You went through a rough ride with us, so that's much appreciated. But yeah, of course, this is also to the Media Innovation Center, which is our project partner. As you know, the entire conference is hosted by the Aga Khan University and Deutsche Welle Academy. But we know there are some people who haven't slept the entire week. So thank you. And something else which you might have not noticed yesterday, we had an award show at Jamii Forums. It's called The Stories of Change. The 6 best citizen journalists were awarded. It was streamed as well. So congratulations to the winners there as well. And we had the Tanzania Media Foundation on board as well, who supported us on really grabbing to that Tanzanian landscape. I loved every moment of this festival. In the beginning, we had discussions about how to actually engage Tanzania. As we know, language is an issue. We had good discussions about what's the role of media for actually preserving traditions, languages, also to integrate this into this festival, but of course being innovative. And I think that moment at the bonfire at the hub, that was great. Thank you, MCI, for that. That was really magical. And now, last but not least, it's the tech team behind the scenes. It's the people you never ever see. It's the guys really, really working hard. It's those behind the cameras, the mixers, doing the cables, and it's our agency supporting in the arts group, Eric and Simon. Well done, thank you so much. It's my own team. It's the team of the Media Innovation Center and DW Academy. Just a random fact, I haven't met most of them in person because we work only digitally, and so here we are. 2 years later, and I'm so grateful having such a great team at my side. Hopefully I'll be able to travel this year to see all of you and to say my thanks in person. But thank you. It's been a great experience. And back to, I think, Nairobi.
Thank you so much, Julia. And if you can all join me in putting our hands together for all those people that Julia mentioned. Everyone, please put your hands together for everyone who made this possible. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Thank you all very, very much. And obviously to the participants for staying with us, keeping us company for 4 beautiful days. It would have been very awkward for us to just be speaking to each other. So we thank you for your time and for your company, your questions. You were very engaged, you participated, you did your job. Now, here comes the best part about this day, the best part. What's going to happen is I'm going to throw to Tanzania and Uganda, where we'll hear from Hannah and Ben to conclude. And after that, we'll come to DJ Jerry Joe, who will take us on a journey, a musical journey back in time. We'll begin with music from present day and go all the way back to the 60s, where we will find our traditional dancers in Uganda. But before that, Hannah.
Yes, I would also like to thank everybody who was thanked, as well as you, my fellow moderators. You guys are just, you're so cool. I've enjoyed working with you. It's been an absolute honor to represent Tanzania in this festival. I thank you for this great opportunity, to the organizers and the partners. And guys, see, we still have energy from some music, right? Energy. Then I think this is my cue to give it to Ben in Uganda, and let's get a party on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Hannah, on behalf of the entire team here at the MCI Media Hub. As you can imagine, we are going to wrap up actually with a wonderful performance back in time, where the storytelling begins in Africa. It will end up here at the MCI Hub. We want to say a big thank you to all our partners, to KFW, to Innovate Hub, to MIC, to GIZ, to DW Academy. It's been an absolute delight. We've learned so much, and we look forward to going to tell authentic stories through innovation. And hopefully we'll see you at East Festival 2022.
Who knows, who knows, who knows? It is now my absolute joy to say that this festival is officially over, but we're obviously going to leave you with music. We thank you for your company. We wish you well. Somebody is refuting that. And hopefully
Faraji is encroaching on my moderation towards the end.
And hopefully,
and
hopefully, as Ben says, we will see each other next year. So, kwaherini, and let's go on a musical journey.
Party, then we mash up the place. Party after party, then we mash up the place. Party after party, then we mash up the place. Mash up the place. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. After party after party. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. Yeah. Party after party. After party after party. Okay, the party came lit, so we turn up, turn up. Vibes on vibes, so we burn up, burn up. Where the party at, I'ma run up, burn up. Going all night long till sun up, sun up. Going off like a rocket launcher. It's a vibe, yeah, you like it, don't ya? Take it, do it for the culture. Billy couldn't fly, I don't like no vulture. I thought I told ya, when I come through, it's over. I'm a soldier, big range like a rover. I'm a roller, big time shot caller. When you see me in the club, you can come holler. Like, we're here to turn up, what it do? I just wanna kick it with a crew. Top of the world, what a view. Pretty girl next to you, that's like shit, girl, shit. Jiji macheku senyiwa dikalama siandiki mawenki bao kuzibeba ni tisi wanakaka nisa empty hakuna kasisi baadaye niko rienya madrinks na mayens banaye niko
niko things naona nikiblinki ten. Sai siko right side itabidi nime left. Chupori venye ziko brother nikaze imeweza na kakienda basi enda na imeweza na ukibebwa basi bebwa nayo. Kitu safi and the chain mali safi and the chain kitu safi and the chain mali safi kosi uradi nipate nimechill na kabinti form ni mingi hadi anashanga na sisi kila siku ya wiki get tipsy na nikiget down I blow it all on the whiskey Jack DJ me na blame it on the Henny we started out slow nilikuwa mlevi ish too crazy kukumbuka siwezi nilijiget home juu ya bed nimeblex si masoni mangire zimenai dem moja wawile zimenai na matasi kama pile zimenai mara ya kwanza ya pile zimenai si masoni mangire zimenai dem moja wawile zimenai na matasi kama pile zimenai mara ya kwanza ya pile zimenai zangu zimenai zangu zimenai zangu zimenai you don't put my for 900 you make a bicycle and a boy will not in my eyes you mama you don't tell umbrella. I thought you in this together. Give you my necklace, spender. Give you my last cash, spender. I showed you my best friend.